your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we are in the last day of yet another regional Dota 2 series. This time around we are in Europe. This is the second iteration of this tournament. I'm Harry, joining me is Kips, and finally Kips, we get to work a little bit on the European region. That takes us back sometimes, but overall, have you been having fun in the last couple of days here in Group B?
The upsets, the amount of ties that we have, we've seen some really good strategic play, we've seen some absolute tragedies. There's a lot of strategy involved here, a lot of thinking, a lot of different styles between the teams. So no shortage of things to talk about. And you know, I like talking.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's why we're here, right? My job is to talk. We also like Dota, so it all makes sense. Let's get into today's schedule to see what we have left in terms of games. It's going to be 3 best of 2s like every single day in the past. Rest Farmers and Night Pulls, that's going to be a strong start of the day. Then Monty versus Namiga, Navi Jr. versus Yellow Submarine. Any particular match that you think kind of holds the biggest importance currently? But we have actually 5 teams with all of them having chances of going into the playoffs.
Exactly, all of these matches matter, which is not something that you usually see at the end of a group stage, like maybe it's one match. And certainly, I do think that the first one that we've got lined up here, Rest Farmers versus Night Pulse, is one of the most important ones in terms of that Rest Farmers can be the guys who take a full series off of Night Pulse, or be the second ones to grab a single game away from them, which would put them ahead of the rest of the pack. And the rest of the pack is very close together because they've all been tying each other. So Rest Farmers have the most control over the fate of the entire group right now.
Yeah, that's a big deal. This is what you have been talking about. If Rest Farmers win this one 2-0, there is a chance for, let's say, Yellow Submarine to get their first spot in this one if they win 2-0 today. But then again, Rest Farmers, if they lose even one game, there is a good chance that they are going to be eliminated from the tournament, which is a big deal as well. So it is going to be a very important series that will kind of set the tone for the rest of the day. So let's focus on it. Let's focus on Night Pulse versus Rest Farmers. These are the 2 teams that are going to be fighting each other first thing today. And to be honest, Kips, I still don't understand the shark logo. It is fun, but I don't know what it has to do with rest. Why do sharks rest? Why is it carrying an axe? Because if you're not going to be farming with an axe. There's no way. And if you can shed some light, that would be amazing.
Well, as a former Vegas Squadron coach, I have to say that sharks are cool.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense, and I do agree with you. Speaking of the Sharks, we got Shad, Zantic, Mind Control, Pablo, and Hanskin. Mind Control still being here as a stand-in. How do you feel that his performance has looked thus far? Because he's definitely the biggest name that we have.
He is, yeah, but if you look at terms of his individual performance, I wouldn't even say that it has looked that different. But if you compare the way that this iteration of Rest Farmers plays the map versus the previous lineup, it is like night and day. This man is focusing so hard on how his team is supposed to play the map, and I'm not sure if he's still telling them where to go or if he's just drilled that through in a couple of scrims that they've done already. It's like just hit creeps, hit creeps, hit creeps. It's quite amazing how big of a transformation they've made as a full lineup in this short amount of time.
And what about their opponents? What about Nightpoles? We got some really big players there as well. Vtune, Warwick, Kami, 9 Class, and HDO. The second I saw this lineup, I'm like, these guys can go the distance. And they have. They've already secured that they're going into the playoffs with just one victory in this series. They are going to be securing that they're the first in the group. I mean, did you feel the same way when you saw the lineup?
A little bit, but to be real, I didn't realize at the start of this tournament that Kami was actually Dream. I was like, huh, that portrait looks familiar. Huh, that's a Kyrgyz player that I haven't heard about before. What's the deal? And as soon as I realized it was Dream, I was like, oh snap, okay, these are the favorites now. And I gotta say, 9 Class standing in today as well, this is a fire lineup, dude. This, I would love to see these in the big leagues.
Yep, so let's see them in the draft. We can't see them in the big... Just kidding, of course. We are in the big league, Kips. We are here at the Regional Dota 2 series. This is a series of tournaments that will, in the end, be a LAN, where we'll have 4 European teams. We'll have 2 teams from Southeast Asia and 2 teams from Latin America joining us in my home city of Belgrade. And there it is, Nightpoles. They open up with the Shadow Demon. The meta has been... here for a long time. I don't feel like it has gotten that stale. I don't know how you feel about it. A lot of people are pretty mad with without the patch coming.
I don't know exactly, but maybe that's because I don't play a lot, so I don't have to see the same 4 heroes in my pubs the entire time. But over here, we're still evolving. Like, we've recently had the CK come up, we've had the Venomancer come up, PGL is currently going through a bristleback revolution. The meta is still going, guys, and as a caster, I'm just very excited to see people give each other new problems and then find new solutions for those problems.
Is it normal when the meta goes this long that things start resetting? Have you ever seen that in the past? I don't need you to quote the exact year, date, patch or whatever, but has it happened before that the patch goes this long and then things still continue to change?
Yeah, we've had a couple where it still continues to change. We've also had a couple where it actually becomes, it stops and it just becomes really stale because a couple of heroes are that imbalanced. But for example, the Disruptor, now that he's being banned out most of the time, I think we've seen a lot of IO again in response. Then now the IO started to get banned out all of the time, which means that the Shadow Demon is back in. Also, I want to point out here, by the way, Venomancer first ban, that's just because this is Rest Farmers. Hanskin cannot leave the Venomancer on the table. He will take it every single time.
Yep, it has to be taken away. I mean, of course, I've been watching you guys cast, but it was not as in-depth as you were analyzing the game, so you're going to be giving me a little bit of help here when it comes to understanding what the teams want to play and why, what they have had success with, and what is the things that they don't want to be playing against. There will be a Mirana for Rest Farmers, would have been a good hero with Night Pulse as well to combo up with the Shadow Demon, but a good combo with the Dragonite. Sometimes when I see these heavy single target approaches from teams versus a Shadow Demon, I have my doubts.
Yeah, it's always a very good way of disrupting a single target go, right? Just, well, disrupt them and be done with the 4-second stun. And you've got some great reactive abilities here now as well. Kunkka goes into the middle of the team fight with that boat. Whoever you went on is going to get the rum. And of course, Hoodwink, I think the best reactive support in the game in general.
Yep, Hoodwink is... I mean, you can still hunt with her, but when they're running towards you, it can be a big issue for them. You know, it's something like a Tiny, though Tiny slows them down, runs away, Hoodwink stuns you, and then you might even get killed by the sharpshooter. Still, Night Pulse, they've shown us their 2 supports. They will show us their mid or the offlane. I'm gonna be more in the offlane department currently, but you never know. As there will be a Clockwork. Is this a setup for a range carry? It's a setup for a Lesh, so Rest Farmers going full into push with these 2 cores.
Yep, and this Lesh might be an MC Lesh, and this is, I think, one of the coolest things about the matchup between these two teams, is that MC has been playing a couple of, I want to say, non-traditional offlanes, including this Lesh rack, but Nightpulse has been doing exactly the same. They've been relying very heavily on Kami, on Dream, to bring out a couple of, picks that would normally be carry picks. And we're talking specifically about the Weaver here, we're talking about Morphling here, that they might just pull out in the last phase to make your carry's position in the lane very difficult. And I wonder what Rest Farmers has to go up against that. So this Luna versus the Lesh is okay. I do think that the save from the Shadow Demon is going to be very, very, very important in this lane, because this is most likely Clockwork. Lesh, that lane has a lot of kill potential. You need to be able to save your Luna here, even if you have a range matchup versus range. But the other thing might also happen the other way around, where Rest Farmers, are they considering putting this DK safe lane in order to have somebody durable there? I certainly hope so, because Nightpulse could still bring out a whole bunch of nightmares for you to deal with. I think in this situation, the morph could be bad news for you.
I kind of think that that's... I wouldn't want that to be an option, right? Because if it is a mid lane Kunkka, the Dragonite will do well there. Putting a lot of emphasis on a carry Dragonite versus a Shadow Demon and the Hoodwink for me would be a bad idea. Right? So I like it as a concept when I see their draft. Then I look at the other side and I think, please don't do it. Right. Please. It's not gonna work.
No, in that regard, maybe picking up the DK, if you wanted to have it as an option for your safe lane, picking it up early where it was going to be countered was a rough idea. We'll have to see here, though. Rest Farmers has their work cut out for them with the last bans here. This Kunkka could still be offlane. There are several options for the mid lane here, like say an Earth Spirit that have looked really good for Nightpulse. Maybe you don't want to play that into a Clockwork necessarily, though. But there's so many options on the table for Nightpulse that there wouldn't be for any other team, just because their offlaner just plays both offlane and carry phenomenally.
So Rest Farmers, they banned out the Coddle, which I'm surprised it made it this far. In Group A, Coddle was first phase ban every single time. Like, there was no exception whatsoever. Here, it's a little bit different. Like, what's the case? Have there been some instances of the Coddle not working out that well?
Actually, no. The first day was just Kotl only. First pick Kotl, 5 maps in a row, he was banned once. And then as the week went on, I think a couple of players started playing him that weren't necessarily as adept at the Kotl, and it fell off a little bit. This, though, they played the Sniper yesterday, and it led to a very passive game. But luckily enough, this is not Morphling Naga as side lanes for with the Sniper. I think that's the worst draft that Nightpulse has come up with so far. This, a lot better. You're still very defensive, don't get me wrong, but at the very least you have a Kunkka that can actually make stuff happen on the map now.
Now I'm thinking some full-on illusion hero for Rest Farmers, like a PL. That's what comes to mind right now. Because when I look at Rest Farmers lineup, okay, I think they're gonna be listening to you and putting a safe lane Dragonite, playing a mid lane Zeus. I don't know if I like their lineup. Other than the Clockwork, you don't really have all that much catch. And with the Sniper, you will have both the Hurricane Pike and the Shard, which means 2 ways to leave the cogs. In my mind, if I'm Nightpulse, I'm happier with what just happened in the draft.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about both of these drafts is that these have been the 2 best macro teams of the tournament so far. I've talked a bit about Rest Farmers' transformation with MC at the helm, but Nightpulse also has really leaned on the fact that they have 2 carry players. They squeeze so much farm out of the map. So the fact that neither of them are particularly good at picking the fights right now suits their style. And that means that we're going to see a lot of maneuvering. I agree with you that the DK doesn't feel that good to play on the safe lane here, but on the other hand, you are the team with the Clockwork, who I do think is the best initiator in this game by a country mile, and you're going to get the vision advantage eventually when you get to the overclock, which is absolutely huge in a game that's going to be mostly about who is where on the map.
It's one of those games where daytime Rest Farmers have 10 times better vision. Nighttime, Night Pulse have 10 times better vision. So it just comes down to which team is going to be able to apply more pressure during those 5 minutes where they have the advantage, and how much are they going to be able to get out of it. For Rest Farmers, I have to say though, there is a chance that they create chaos around the map, that they move around, as you mentioned, maneuvering, because they're better at getting towers, and that has to mean something, right? Especially in the early stages of the game. So we'll see how it goes. Of course, how it's going to go for our viewers. They scan the QR code, they get a beautiful 1xBet app. You don't have to use it only for betting, but of course it is going to bring to you a bit more fun. But of course, there's so many little things that the app is going to be giving to you, especially some really interesting stats as well. So that can help our job as the casters as well. But we're now in the game, Kips. We are looking at the two teams, both of which are smoked, but on completely opposite sides of the map, unfortunately for us as viewers.
Yep. I mean, Night Pulse is going to be a little bit more defensive here, just because you're going up first a Clockwork. You do not want to take that level 1 fight in the wrong position if you can absolutely avoid it. So, mostly hiding around that middle tower, controlling the vision that they've placed around there. And nothing to find here for Rest Farmers.
So what are we seeing? Yeah, I mean, it's pretty self-evident. Mid lane, Zeus and the sniper. On the other side, off lane Lesh and off lane Kunkka with carries on the Dragonite and the Luna. Still, do you think Rest Farmers, are they on a timer? Is this a lineup that needs to win a little bit earlier?
The battle begins.
That is a very hard question, actually. I honestly think that maybe it's about the sniper outranging the Zeus in the end, and not about anything about the Luna versus the DK here, because Zeus has a very interesting damage curve, right, where in the mid game he falls off a little bit, and then once he gets to, you know, his final form, multiple rapiers, lightning hands, moonshard, it's definitely the highest DPS hero in the game. So I'll have to keep you waiting on that answer a little bit here, Harry. I'm not sure.
That's not fair. I wanted to know the answer immediately. Are you the type of person who hates when people spoil shows, or do you not care?
That really depends. I think about the intention. If somebody does it by accident, I'm like, you know what, fine. I'll just, if it's a good show, the execution is gonna just be nice, right? And I'll just watch how they do it instead of what they do. But if they're like, haha, I know more than you, then yeah, screw you.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you know, screw you, but I don't mind it, because if somebody spoils for me, I'm just thinking, yeah, okay, that's cool, and now I want to watch it. But if somebody spoils and it's stupid, like, I'm not gonna watch it anyway, so nobody cares. So that's why I wanted the answer. But Kips, she's a nice gal. She doesn't want to be spoiling anything here, so that our viewers can watch in peace. You know, I know, Kips, the amount of knowledge that you and our other analysts have here. And sometimes when I ask you questions, you just spoil the game, and then we can just leave it be, not even cast. We know what's gonna happen. So thank you for taking that into account and allowing us all to enjoy the game.
I appreciate that. You know, sometimes you're just cursed with knowledge, with the vision of prophecy, right? And nothing is a surprise to you anymore. You gotta really bite your tongue in order to not take the tension out of it for the viewers. So I'm glad you appreciate my efforts.
Yeah, exactly. We understand what you're doing. What about these side lanes? Where are we gonna be looking at the most action? We're seeing that Chad and 9 class are both relatively low here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, the DK not getting as many levels as he would in the mid lane, so Hanskin really has to make up for the fact that this Kunkka's gonna be slapping his DK around.
Did you see how cool that bushwhack was that 9 class got both of them? This guy, in terms of individual skill and performance spell usage, especially in the early stages of the game, has been insanely good.
I mean, I'm still so glad that I got to see 9 class. I got to cast 9 class on the game where, in my opinion, he broke through, which is that ridiculous Centaur support game. Was it with you?
Yep, we were.
Yeah, that is. And the fact that he's now made it all the way up, not a surprise. The fact that he's back here to grace us with the immense amount of pressure that he's able to put out, I'm very excited. And he might be the difference maker in this matchup, truly.
The Dragonite has 2 bracers, and they are cutting through him like butter. It's it's not even hard for them to do so. And this is level 2 Kunkka. What happens when your Tidebringer gets more and more in terms of levels? I guess you're gonna be getting more and more Dragon's Blood, but for now, it looks like they really got this DK's number.
Yep, absolutely. And getting the Dragon's Blood, you ideally want to spend only about 2 points into the Dragon's Blood early on in order to survive the lane, so you can get the Breathe Fire up, get the Dragon Tail up, so that you have the ability to farm your Blink Dagger and then initiate with that Blink Dagger afterwards. Like getting both of those spells delayed because you had to go for Dragon Blood would be... Well, then why are you playing your DK safe lane?
Well, Kami's dying now, so we can throw all of that talk out the window as they seem to have overextended. I don't know if he was aware that that was gonna happen, but it's always a possibility when playing versus a DK Mirana. Also, one other thing I want to point out, this sniper is getting destroyed in the mid lane actually, right? Because that's 6 CS more. At least now he's gonna be getting a little bit more here on Warwick.
Yeah, but those Zeus denies you can't underestimate them. He's been getting some right-click buffs. I don't want to say recently, but recently enough. He's not the same hero anymore. Now, the deal with Warwick, though, is that certainly on his Earth Spirit, there has never been any worry about him losing the lane. This man is very good at his rotations, and he very easily leans into his role of I am only enabling my side lanes and snowballing off of that. The problem is, of course, that this time he's on a sniper where that's a lot harder to do.
Very true. Handskin. And a little bit aggressive there. Torrent was used only on those 3 trees, so I guess Kami wanted to water them a bit. So that's gonna be going fine, but no kill for them.
I mean, I'm just surprised that all of the action is on the bot lane. I would have sworn that top lane was the most dangerous lane in the game, and they've just been farming over there.
Hanskin, why didn't he use the Healing Lotus? Why did he run away from the tower? Did he not notice the Blood Grenade? I'm not sure, but either way, 9 class gets a really nice kill that, to be honest, could have very easily been dodged by Hanskin. Who knows? Was there a reason to die there? Did he think that he was just way too low and couldn't contribute?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I was taking a look at the top lane, like surely something's gonna happen there now any moment, right? It's level 3 for Lesh Clockwork. This is go time. But no, Hanskin... We'll just have to trust that he knew what he was doing there.
Okay, that's what we're gonna go for. There's the TP from the Hoodwink. Here comes 9 class, looking towards MC. The Blood Grenade will be used. Here comes the Bushwhack. That's always gonna be perfect. And V-Tune finishes off the first one, goes on to Pablo. You're stuck in here with me. They're gonna be using the Healing Lotus. Pablo wants to survive a little bit longer, but ultimately he will die, allowing V-Tune to get a double Night Pulse. A beautiful rotation. And again, it is 9 class that is setting these things up.
Yep, and now on the bot lane it also means they're immediately laying into Kami, but he gets out with some creative use of the X mark. So the read from 9 class there, knowing that this is indeed go time for a Leshrac Clockwork, means they're going to be up, means they're going to be pushing that wave. Ideal moment for a rotation to come in, and he was off map anyway because he was solo.
I have a question, considering that I don't know if our colleagues have asked you this, so sorry if you're repeating yourself, but I didn't hear it in the last couple of casts. Okay, that's a dead Pablo, most likely. A very dead Warwick will get him with an AD rune. And Lesh isn't running away, so my question will have to wait, as we're looking at MC potentially being in trouble here. Sim 9 class will find him a little bit too far away. It's actually 9 class that's gonna be in some trouble, and Mind Control will have to run away. He's being baited. Oh, blocked it by the tree. Nope, he will be able to maneuver through. Okay, back to the question. Kami, or Dream as he was known, was a carry player moving into the off lane. Do you think that is a good transition to make? Do you think that carry players can hold their own when they're moved into the off lane?
I think it's only for carry players with very specific temperaments. Like, not all carry players are made equal, and you know the ones that have always wanted to push the tempo, push the limits, and who also sometimes sacrifice for the rest of their teams. Those are the ones that can make the transition and can use their knowledge on the offlane. But a bunch of carry players just see other carry players on the offlane and think, oh, that's easy. It's just, I'm still a core with the support. It's just a different lane. and they don't really get the gist of it. So, yeah, it's good, and I think Kami has been an example of how you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, he's been
but
doing
not
it
everybody
quite
can.
nicely. Yeah, but as soon as we started talking about it, he died to the Thunder God's Wrath, and now Shad with the Dragon's form. Okay, Kami, he needs to defend this tower. It's not going to be easy. There is a dragon, there is a siege creep. You are going to have to be very, very careful about how you approach this, as I don't know if the supports want to be coming over to help you, but they should, right? Because Ancients need to be protected. It's a Luna and the Sniper game. You need those Ancients to stay alive. Even the Kunkka is good at farming them.
Absolutely, and 9 class is coming in, but it's already half health on the tower. And they can't touch Shad at all here.
Yeah, but look at this, it's Antic in Invis. They're going for Shad. Is this a good move? 9 class is taking so much damage, but then again, so is Shad being headshotted. He does have a healing Lotus, will survive for the time being. Here comes the Assassinate, and with the gun, they will slay a dragon. Now looking onto Hanskin, who has been leaping away. It's still nighttime, so Warwick sees him clearly. With another leap, he'll get himself into a safer position where Hanskin will finally run away. Still Night Pulse, they protect their tower, they get a kill on the enemy carry. It is a pretty solid defense, but they take a lot of damage on the tower.
They did take a lot of damage, and this is just going to be the next time that the Dragon Knight has his Dragon form. They're going to take that down, and they couldn't even shove out the rest of that tower here just because they'd used everything in the tank. I guess there's a boat now on Kami, but I think more importantly is the fact that all of the shrapnel charges on Warwick were spent on that kill.
That is a big deal, though. How many points of shrapnel? Okay, he maxed out the shrapnel in the end.
Yep.
We're seeing different approaches to the snipers, but I think when you see that your lane isn't going perfectly, that you're not harassing all that much with headshot and take aim, you immediately switch over to the shrapnel, because this allows you to fight and farm.
Exactly, and that also suits Warwick's style the best. Showing up, dealing a bunch of damage over time. I mean, it's quite different from the Earth Spirit, but at the same time, it is the kind of firepower he knows how to wield. Here comes the next attempt.
Kami's dead. Double Starstorm, pushed away with the cogs. Maybe those cogs save his life. He's gonna need to plant some Seeds of Serenity. Doesn't even do that. Torrent being left behind. And now the question is, do you go and punch the tower as Shad? Only 1 point in Dragon Blood, so maybe it's not that advisable.
I think you make that a priority, actually. The amount of freedom that you get here, yeah. I mean, he's going to reach it fast enough. No, doesn't actually want to risk it.
It's one of those situations, right? You're close to the Blink Dagger. You are still a carry. You're in a part of the game where you shouldn't be dying. You know, there's this early mid-game timing for tanky heroes like Dragon Knight, Timbersaw, where you really don't want to die.
No, I think it's especially about the Blink Dagger timing, just in case Night Pulse brings everybody else again. I don't think he had eyes on the sniper, for example. If that sniper is in the triangle, taking these stacks instead and waddles over, you could die for the greediness of getting a couple of hits on that tower. And no matter, you know, how much the analyst in the current cast wants that tower to go down.
Yeah, but it might be important for the game in general, but it's gonna be so bad for your game that it could destroy the whole idea of what's going on. But the Dragon Knight plus the Lesh lineup have not taken a single tower just yet, even though the bottom tower is now dying on its own. Nobody's defending it.
Kami's spending a lot of quality time with those Ancients, allowing this catapult to slap his buildings around. But no, one of the things that you're going to see from a double push lineup like this, and I used to play this with Vega Squadron a lot, is that it is about not meeting those heroes up a lot more of the time than it is about meeting them up. Because if you have them on both different lanes, then the enemy can't afford to neglect either of these lanes, and will have to remain split up.
Arrow connects just before the disruption comes out, and there's the kill. It might be good having a shadow. Oh, he saw Hanskin place that ward. Oh, that's so unfortunate for Hanskin, not paying attention to the bar on top of him and seeing the assassinate.
That sucks. Here you get the payoff for not dying earlier, though. Kill into tower with a Blink Dagger, and again, if you bring people to death this tower now, MC is immediately going to lay those 3 points of Diabolic Edict into your tower. This is what you do with two strong pushers, is you give your opponent only bad choices. Hook shot.
They found Kami yet again. Arrow will connect into his face, and that is a Very dead Kunkka, which will probably allow for this bottom tower to finally fall. Luna is taking her time to farm the Ancients in the triangle and the graveyard area, but that's not gonna be so easy any longer now when the tower does fall. So in my mind, in terms of macro gameplay, Rest Farmers have been doing a pretty good job here.
Yep. Yeah, and we're gonna see more of that. The amount of net worth that they squeeze out of the map and the dilemmas that they put in front of the enemy team have been really frustrating for their opponents. Very curious to see how Nightpulse is going to handle that, especially because this Kunkka right now is building a pipe. So I've seen Kami do this before. He just wants to be tanky. He just wants to move up, be in enemies' faces, and be a problem. An alive problem that requires a lot of damage. But a Kunkka is not quite like, say, a Centaur. It's hard to portray as much risk as like, hey, if you don't kill me, I'm gonna kill you. Sometimes a Kunkka is just sitting there.
Yeah, you can just ignore him. He doesn't do enough. He doesn't do enough damage and isn't as disruptive as he would like to be if he doesn't have the Aghanim Scepter. I get what you mean. Exactly. Mind Control, however, is being targeted here. He does dodge the Bushwhack. Really nice movement from him. However, you cannot move away from the headshots. He's just gonna be headshotted over and over and over again, which will finally end his life. But the bottom lane, Rest Farmers, they are not gonna allow this to go unpunished. Going towards the Kunkka. Kami will be going down. He does get the boat off and the X. It won't connect on Shadow. With the Moonlight Shadow, they will be protected. And Luna, she's looking at her goddess Selemene that has betrayed her and actually did shield Dragonite at the moment. So that's gonna be a nice return kill. Both teams getting the enemy offlaner down.
Yep, but both Wisdom Runes going towards Rest Farmers here, which is inconvenient to the support of Nightpulse, to say the least.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, inconvenient is a good word to say it, but when you're a support, you smash your keyboard when that happens, to be honest.
Please don't smash your keyboard. It's gonna open Windows Help and get stuck on it. Ask me how I know.
Yep, there are problems sometimes that happen even to even casters smash their keyboards, guys. Just so you know, so even we get mad at the game. It's just how Dota works sometimes. So Kips, Rest Farmers, they have a slight lead. They definitely have a lead in terms of map control. So what's the play for Nightpulse to equalize the map? Is it time to come together, push the bottom lane? Does their team even have the power to do so?
They're putting a lot of faith in the idea that this pipe is going to allow them to do that. Which, I'm not sure if I subscribe to that theory, honestly, but normally you would see that a Kunkka could have had a Blade Mail at this point, which I think versus the lineup that we have in front of us here on Rest Farmers could have been very good. Blade Mail into Aghanim, something like that. And you would pose a lot more of a threat as an individual, and you would control a lot more area. Here it's just about standing still and sieging if they get to do that, and that leaves all of the initiative to the side of Rest Farmers, who can pick and choose their targets. They have a Blink Dagger, they have a Hook Shot, there's an Oblivion stuff. Is that the Orchid finished?
He's going Mage Slayer from the Dragonite, as far as I saw. Yeah, he wants the Mage Slayer. So TPing to the mid lane, where they have really good vision. It is nighttime, so the sniper sees, but also we are going to be seeing Pablo going down. I actually didn't expect that much damage between the Shadow Demon and the Kunkka.
Yeah, you'd say that the damage in this lineup is mostly on the sniper right now. I mean, nice little plus 21 extra damage from Luna as well.
And there's the stun. On to 9 class. So Thunder God's Wrath finishes him off. Dust will be used. They're gonna walk into it, but actually they just want to fight that Xantic even without the mana. He's so strong. No boat. Nothing to protect you. Standing in the Seeds of Serenity and Xantic still being bottled up. Jump in, and that's gonna be Dragon Tail Breathe Fire to get another kill, even with an axe. Shad does not care if he's gonna get pulled back. A very nice movement from Rest Farmers and very nice understanding of what they're capable of doing.
And the biggest problem right now is that Vichun cannot join before he has a BKB. He gets outranged by the Zeus really hard. He will die to the burst damage. He will get locked down by a Clockwork if he's ever in the vicinity, because that's Mask of Madness Manta style. Not even a hint of a Force Staff or a Hurricane Pike in there. And this game, I feel, is now for Nightpulse on, are they able to enable Warwick to deal his damage. That's what it's going to come down to.
It's not easy though. This sniper is not that squishy, to be honest, especially with the pipe around and you having the Shadow Demon. If you jump the sniper, you could make a mistake, right? So let's see what Nightpulse are gonna do. They actually bring a lot of heroes to the bottom lane. It is nighttime, so they're gonna see any kind of rotation, and this should be a tower down. This is a very smart move. And now this pipe of Kami is at least dissuading the enemies from going for an engagement.
Exactly, this is the kind of setup where the pipe is very useful, where your entire team is in position around the tower, enemy has to engage into you, and you could just stand there and say, okay, but I have a pipe, you deal so much less damage, do you really want this?
That Shadow Demon once again, Hanskin and Shad, always being very, very aggressive. They have been playing together in the lane, now they're playing together to murder their enemies. I really like how they're finding the Shadow Demon. He just wants to create more illusions of the Luna to shove out the waves, and even in that small fraction of a second that they know he's in the vicinity, they are able to catch him even without any vision.
Just reading the vibes.
Mind Control is very greedy. He's 0-0. He literally doesn't want anything to do with anybody. He hates the world right now and wants to be alone.
Exactly. No, he lives on the top lane. That is where he is. There is where he's going to stay. I've seen him play entire Radiant games just on this top lane, thorn in the enemy's sides. And you know what? As long as Nightpulse can't really afford to push with anything less than 5, having your team split up into 4+1 or 1+3 means that you're farming more. And the goal differential is starting to finally pick up.
Is this gonna work out? They're not doing nearly enough damage. Maybe with an assassinate they will be able to take him down. There's the extra vision and the kill, giving away your Shadow Demon. That is a good trade, and Nightpulse are still keeping their top tower alive. Finally, after all of this time, Rest Farmers are finally gonna have some better odds. Of course, guys, the promo code is 1XRLGEU, and we are getting close to the end of the tournament. So if you haven't used that promo code, get your 130% bonus with the banner down below, as we are gonna see Pablo have the Aghanim Scepter, go with the hook shot, find the perfect target. Where's the 4 staffs? They're nowhere to be found, and he just goes down. Warwick has been farming for the entirety of the game just to get absolutely destroyed, but now there will be a return kill onto Exantic with Clockwork running forward. Hanskin almost dying, will be fine for now. Nice dodge on the split earth. Pablo trying to run away, putting down the cogs. He will get himself away in time, so it will be a 1-for-1 between the mid laners.
Really overly optimistic from Rest Farmers there, taking a fight with Shad down. That could have cost them a lot more, but the fact that Exantic goes down there is already a bit of a problem. You're not supposed to be dropping those kills like that.
Yep, at the moment, much more valuable than the sniper. He farms faster than the sniper as well. So, and it is daytime, right? So, Nightpulse are very happy to give a 1-for-1 and buy a minute of time during daytime.
Exactly. I feel like we're getting to see that rhythm really well, right? That bottom tower was taken during the nighttime. Rest Farmers absolutely no interest in that. And now here during the day, just getting a trade, backing back off, farming more. So Luna BKB finished. This is a big deal for VTune. Next night is going to be his night.
If he walks into a fight, it's insane. He has a BKB. He'll have a shard until the next night as well. And then you start working towards that level 20 Kanda build, which is when the Luna hits her stride and when everybody's super afraid of her. Nice TP out from 9 class. He probably got a lot of hate towards the top lane and didn't even get caught.
MC has just bought a Blink Dagger. One of the things about the MC and his Blink Dagger is that he's also using it for movement speed as well. Kami down again.
Yeah, that's a big kill. They have the dust. Pablo will try to hookshot away, having the mech to keep him alive as Shad now going towards the Shadow Demon with the arrow connecting. That should be a kill 100%. So Rest Farmers, they get every one of their heroes away. They get 2 kills, and Nightpulse, they get outplayed this time. I don't know, Kips, if you have the same feeling, but I think till the end has not been on point with his positioning. I understand it's not easy to predict, but I haven't even seen a single time that he's disrupting a target that got the dragon tail, right? At
No,
least
we haven't
once.
seen the save yet. No, I mean it's hard because your lineup is not the one jumping. You can engage very well from a distance, though.
That's a perfect kill. It's just 9 class using his spells in a perfect way. ATOS into Bushwhack and then just some help in terms of damage from his teammates. It's still a 5k goal lead for Rest Farmers, but it doesn't take away from the fact that the Luna is the strongest hero on the map and is probably going to remain that way for quite some time.
She is, yeah. The one that's going to challenge her eventually is the Zeus. Especially since the DK, we've talked about it before, is a bit countered in this game. We're talking about the Demonic Purge, of course. We're talking about the illusions getting stolen. We're talking about the break from the Hoodwink as well. So this is ads versus Luna for now.
This is a very good smoke though, Kips, because both mid lane and the bottom lane are outpushed, and they could catch MC. He has a blink dagger, so he's kinda ready for this. Shoves out the wave. No, MC, nobody cares about the deny. Just get away from there. He's gonna be caught. Hookshot forward to protect his buddy. MC, however, with the Bloodstone, you're not doing any damage demonically. But here comes the boat to drown. You're gonna lose yourself and your support as well. Pablo and MC gone just because of the greed to deny the flag bearer creep.
Unnecessary, unfortunately, and now, yeah, they're going to take the portal. There's a bunch of Radiant heroes waiting here. Arrow to the face.
Yep. Got him, but this time around till the end is in position. Here comes Zeus Illusions, however. Those are something that you have to be afraid of. Lucky for you, he is still not level 20, so the damage is not that insane.
Once the percentage-based damage comes in, that's where you really have to fear. He is decently leveled right now.
Guess it's my shout.
Ishad has a Manta, so ability to shove out waves from both teams is actually insane. It's so cool when you see two lineups like this, because you know that the moves are gonna be swift. Both of the teams can outpush the wave super quickly and then go for a smoke, go for a play after they've done so.
Yep. And both of the teams can push those waves without actually showing anybody as well. So the amount of information that they both have to work with is fairly slim. This is one of the reasons why I was hyped about this matchup, not just because these could be the two best teams here. Well, Warwick could have used a little bit more information, but also because their styles are so similar. Like, this is the matchup where both of them understand how important the creep waves are, and Warwick there trusting that creep wave a little bit too much, perhaps.
It's still a pretty speedy lineup on Rest Farmers. As Pablo goes for a hookshot, connects perfectly, and with the Thunder God's Wrath help, we'll get a kill on 9 class. Rest Farmers get 2 really nice kills for themselves, allowing them to walk into the pit. The question is, how fast do they take this Roche, actually? Pretty fast.
I got MC. Yeah. Diabolic Edict chews through the man.
At least they'll get Pablo, so you get something for this Roche, but in general, it is a great victory for Rest Farmers. You're gonna have Guardian Groups as well. On the other side, however, an Aghanim Scepter has been done. How are BKBs looking on Rest Farmers? The VK is working towards his, and of course Zeus doesn't want his, and Lesh is close to his own. So in all, that Aghanim Scepter of the Kunkka shouldn't be that big of an issue in just a couple of minutes for Rest Farmers.
No, I don't think so either. It's one of the reasons that you see the Ags rushed, right? It's because once the BKBs come out, it is not as big of a problem anymore, and you gotta simply hold it until the enemy BKBs are over. Or you can use, I guess, your Torrent Storm to force those BKBs, depending on what the scenario is.
There is a gem on Night Pulse. I think that's a big deal, and especially because the enemies have the Aegis, you can use this nighttime to take away all of their vision, and then even during the daytime, the Rest Farmers aren't going to be doing all that much. So I think Night Pulse actually has the tools to delay this Aegis if need be.
I think so as well. I mean, their wave out push is still very good, and when you want to go for a base push, you do very much need to hold hands on Rest Farmers. There is a possibility that you get punished by a split push from this Luna and from this sniper while you're all holding hands on the other side of the map. Your towers have also been taking some hits here and there.
15 to 15, very close to each other. I mean, you said it, that these teams are close. Why is it so then that Rest Farmers didn't manage to secure the playoff until the very last day and are actually, you know, hanging in the balance, while Night Pulse are kind of an undisputed victor of the group stage already?
That's an interesting question. I guess because I think the mistakes that Rest Farmers have been making have been very varied. Like overall their map play has been good, but sometimes they've been outdone in the laning stage and then you don't really get to split push your way out of it. You've had some days where just the individual plays weren't quite up to snuff. And on the other hand, also Night Pulse has had a couple of wins that were completely draft based. And Rest Farmers hasn't outdrafted anybody to the point where the game was just immediately over. We don't really have to play it anymore, and Night Pulse has. So a lot of different factors.
Okay, so I'm gonna understand this as Rest Farmers really know Dota super well, but they might not have been practicing all that much recently, whilst Night Pulse are looking like they're in great form in every box that should be ticked when it comes to Dota.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you there. I actually think that Rest Farmers have had a lot of adjusting to do recently about their macro play, because MC has been directing them where to go, and that takes a lot of energy.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Distracts you from the rest.
Distraction on Shad. He's gonna be assassinated as well. Usually when you get assassinated, you die, so we'll be taken out till the end. Gets the credit for the kill.
Is an assassin still an assassin if he messes it up?
Well, he's gonna be tried as an assassin, so I'm gonna guess so. Right? He's just not very good at his job, you know. And in every job you have good and bad people, right?
Yeah,
I mean, people good at their job, people good at their job. So it only makes sense. You're just a bad assassin. That makes sense.
Oh, I can subscribe to that. Okay. Very well. Luna, by the way, good assassin. We have the shard plus the Kanda. This is gonna hurt.
Yep, it's gonna hurt whoever. That's the biggest deal, and you can make the fights go super long, even versus 2 9-second BKBs, which Rest Farmers are gonna have now. It's
Warwick.
Oh, 4 staff away. Does he have a shard? Nope. But they're gonna be going for Kami. Actually gets pushed away by the cost. Here comes the bolt and the disruption this time around just in time. But that just means that there's no gonna be run buff on Kami. Still trying to run away. He's doing so much damage with the heavily jump coming over. MC loses his life, but he has one more to play with. Shad being pushed back by VT, and of course Luna, when just hitting a lone hero without the glaive bounces, doesn't do all that much. 4 staff away, trying to get away, and MC going in with the BKB. No dodge for you. The splitter will connect, splitting the wig of the Luna, looking towards till the end. Hello, you like saving people? Disruption comes out after the BKB, slowing down MC slightly, but in the Dragon Tail, they'll make sure that they get the 3rd kill in that fight without losing a single hero. 9 class might be the 4th one. Catching squirrels isn't easy, as Antic finishes him off before the Ancient Stack can do so for themselves. So that's gonna be 4 heroes dead, and Rest Farmers, every single one of them is alive.
Yeah, and here is where I think the fact that you have a clockwork makes the difference in the fact that you have initiators. You have so much more vision. You get to pick up Kami in the river here. Shad moves forward here, zones the rest of the team while they try to finish Kami off. Sure, it costs them an Aegis, but Vichun actually, especially like 9 class is not dealing damage currently. Warwick is looking for that high ground positioning first, but the front line has already crumbled. And now it's simply down to chase whoever you can get, and Night Pulse cannot stand anymore.
I really like your point there, because if, let's say, Night Pulse are initiating, they use the boat first. You're winning that fight 100%. The enemies are not gonna have damage to kill you. You can do whatever you want. But because the clockwork, they always initiate first, there's usually a follow-up with an arrow. Disruptions, in my mind, have to be faster. I think till the end in this game needs a blink dagger, and he needs it fast.
Yep, I can see why he's been prioritizing this 4 staff, right? Because you are up versus a clockwork that is usually the item that not just you but your team needs. But on the other hand, I I feel like he just hasn't been able to perform the most impactful job that he could be having in this game, right?
Exactly.
Sure,
I
he
agree.
gets some decent disruptions off, and it's very important for him to not be caught so that he can get the demonic purge off, so that we can have a disseminate from time to time. But ultimately, he could have a much higher impact if the disruptions come out faster. I agree with you.
Zeus is level 21. He has the Octarine, has the Aghanim Scepter. The amount of speed with which the Zeus farms is insane. Right? He's everywhere, sending in Manta Illusion, sending in the Nimbus. Once you get the refresher, in terms of damage output inside of a fight, it will be insane. Rest farmers are in such a dominant position at the moment.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of the turn here came down to Pablo getting the Aghanim Scepter. You get so much more efficient. And it's hard to cast like, hey, by the way, this guy sees everything, because we as casters and audience always see everything. But the rest farmers have had so much more information than Night Pulse. It's been so much easier for them to make the decisions, and not only can they make decisions about where they want to be, but if there is a fight breaking out at this point, they can decide to take it or not because of the blink daggers and because of the mobility. Something that Night Pulse, they can see somebody and say, are we going to try to kill them from a distance or not? But they have no jump, no way to actually cement the fight in that one position. And nothing to do really if the opponent escapes for whatever reason.
I just got super annoyed by something. Clockworks, overclock doesn't stun any longer, but it says self-stun duration 3. Right? It doesn't stun, it just slows you down when it ends. That's false advertising if I've ever seen one. Yeah. Can we like sue the Clockwork?
But like, did he make his suit himself? Do we know that for sure? Because maybe this is just a manufacturer. Okay. Well, if he's the manufacturer, then yeah, obviously.
Okay, we will be suing him as there will be a big black dragon flying, very hungry. Night Pulse, all there is smoke breaks, it's still daytime, you probably don't want to fight. Rocket flare is coming over, the artillery is going to be giving so much vision disruption to the Luna, that is big. Yeah, Nimbus is right on top of his splitters. Will connect in one of BKB. Still has a Satanic, so it should be fine. Oh, he's dying. No Satanic for him. The hookshot does miss, but the chase is on. Already the fight is lost without the Luna, without your strongest hero. You're just gonna be goners. And this Dragonite is chasing for more 9 class going into trees. Pablo will be taking up flight, meaning that the Bushwhack will not connect. MC on the other side of the fight is already bringing down even more cores of the enemies. Was the Squirrel is being chased down. Pablo really wants 9 class. He has a Doctrine core. He's gonna be using the overclock once again. There's another Nimbus being used. 9 class being super annoying. The rocket flare is not finishing him off just yet, but ultimately he will die as he will be gunned down again. It's Rest Farmer bring down 4, not losing a single hero of their own.
I mean, the game plan from Night Pulse here was actually quite clever, right? The Luna gets caught. I think it was intentional that she was on the front lines, and you hope that since she's fairly tanky, they group a bunch of heroes on top of her. You pop your Satanic, you pop your BKB, you turn. Especially if you get a good disruption off, if you get a good opportunity for a boat there. But she dies before she can get the Satanic off, and then the entire plan is just in shambles.
Because he didn't want to BKB right after the disruption. Now it's going to be Warwick being caught. MC going forward. Warwick is going to try to get himself away, but still dies. The damage is too overwhelming with the Zeus having a refresher. They do increase the magic damage that Chad is going to be taking, but I'm sorry, this Dragonite, his scales are too tough.
Yeah, he does not exactly care.
MC popped his BKB just in time. He's not going to be making a mistake. 9 class is being eaten by a dragon, and now everybody else is going to be eaten by a dragon. The Luna is standing her ground. That is a hard hero to kill. Has the BKB, has the Satanic, not popping it just yet. The Eclipse will be used with Shad just flying away. MC pulled back with the tidal wave, but still hiding in the trees. Without your BKBs, you are nothing to the immense damage that Rest Farmers are going to be bringing in. They win game 1, and if they win the second game as well, they are going to be going into the playoffs 100%. They came here today to play Dota, Kips, and they did so perfectly in game 1.
I am very excited about how this game went. I think that if you want to learn a bunch of things about how map control works and, you know, things that you can profit off to buy yourself more time, or alternatively to put more pressure on your opponent through your use of creep waves and vision, you should watch the replay of this game. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff in here.
Yep, for sure. It looked beautiful. You know, the kill score was 15-15, and now at the end it's 29-16. So one team got 14 kills, the other one got 1. Just imagine how much Nightballs got annihilated in the last 10 minutes of the game. They got outplayed in every single point of the game.
Yeah, it's really, everybody has the same toolkit. I think for me the difference maker, as I said before, I think it's a lot of it is on the Clockwork Aghanims and the fact that you have some blink daggers at the ready. You get to pick and choose your targets, and then the Luna, we saw it a couple of times that she does get to output her damage. She is to be feared, but she dies several times before that can happen. A couple of times other teammates die before the Luna can actually, you know, set up position next to them. And in the end, it's all about who gets to choose what the fight is. And Nightpulse maybe a little too used to getting to see everything and being the ones to make the decisions because of their creep wave control, and not used enough to another team that knows how to do the same.
Nightballs, they seem to have spoiled themselves, right? Thinking that they can get away with anything, thinking that they're gonna be the ones with the superior vision, but the Clockwork plus the Zeus on the other side made that the other way around. So Rest Farmers with superior initiation, with superior vision, especially during daytime, managed to win game 1. They need one more game in the series, one more win to secure that they're gonna be going to the playoffs. But will they be doing it? We'll find out after the break.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
OneXBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Game 1 was super fun between Rest Farmers and Night Pulse, but it still does go to Rest Farmers, especially in the later portions of the game. They looked very dominant, but Game 2 is gonna be a completely different beast. Night Pulse, they need one victory to secure that they're gonna be the top dogs in this group, securing them immediately a spot in the semifinals. But if Rest Farmer wins, they secure themselves a spot in the playoffs, so Kips, a lot on the line.
A lot on the line, and I think that this is where we're going to see what Night Pulse is made of, really, because they have a couple of tricks left in the bag. They played this one with a fairly standard offlaner, Kami, not on something that where he used all of his previous carry experience, nothing that was going to like particularly destroy the lane he was up against either. So I think that this time around we're going to see Night Pulse try their darndest to throw a curveball in the draft already.
We'll see if they're gonna be succeeding at doing so. Speaking of the draft, we are gonna be getting into it. I want to say, yeah, there it is. There was a second that I thought maybe one of the players wasn't gonna be connecting, but that has been taken care of. Dota is working perfectly today, so we are gonna be getting ourselves in. And also, I think the viewers can see that my face is lighting up red a little bit when we are switching between the phases in the Dota scenes. As Kips, I have a question. So Rest Farmers, we talked about those sharks and their logo and everything. The viewers cannot see it, but we can of course show it once the game does start. Their banners, they look like, you know, that there was that shark onesie that was being advertised on internet and just coming out on every single one, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. I don't care which one you use, which one you watch videos on or whatever, but that looks like that shark onesie that all of the drop shippers or whoever was selling maybe a couple of months ago.
Yeah, and it also looks like the shark that a couple of years ago was the left shark in Katy Perry's Super Bowl show. You know what I think? I think that somebody on Rest Farmers has a friend who does really cute drawings, and I saw, oh, you have a shark? Let me draw you a super cute shark. And that's exactly what happened, and I appreciate it so much.
Could be the case, as we see an IO, so that's gonna be a pretty strong opening, to be honest, especially, you know, having mind control on your side, him playing in one of the teams where IO was like the hero, you know, playing with GH for the longest period of the time. If this is gonna be a double offlane with an IO, then the offlaner of Rest Farmers is definitely gonna know what to do with it.
Absolutely, and the Rest Farmers are actually, yeah, they have played this IO before. I thought for a second they were the team that had played IO Marcy. That is not the case, but they have played this IO before. Actually, no, with a Marcy. I'm lying my ass off. Very first match they played, IO Marcy.
Yep, we've seen the Marcy smashing people's faces, and did they win that one?
Nope.
Okay. We have, it used to smash people's faces, and now people have gotten used to it. It seems that has to be the right response, I guess.
Right response, yeah. Navi Junior, no, because they ended up playing into. I think this is one of the games that I unfortunately missed. They gave Navi Junior Pudge twice and got the juice. Just milked that for all it was worth. So let's see. They're going to give it another shot. We've seen it combined with Marcy a bunch during this tournament. We've also seen a couple of other cases where it's just, you know, an IO Luna farming. We've seen, I think, an IO Gyro as well at some point, an IO Weaver. But in general, more the IO used not just as a duo for, you know, one carry to play with, but as a hero that's going to make map control happen, make ganks happen, make sure that you play with several different heroes and provide a global threat.
Yeah, we got the Doom. No heals from the IO. I'm actually surprised that you want to pick an IO and you let the Doom through. It's weird, to say the least. There will be a Grimstroke coming out, so double Doom is an option. Ever since the Grimstroke came out, I have always felt that having a Grimstroke and the Doom in a team was worse than having one or the other, because people would rely too much on wanting to get the double Doom off. But one exception is IO lineups. That's where it is different, because both of these heroes do so well versus the hero.
Yeah, they do. So I mean, the fact that you're always going to have the tether, and I've said this about Shackle Shot as well, right? It's very easy if you see an IO to see if you have another target lined up for your ability. So you're nearly always going to have a phenomenal target for your Soulbind. You know that you're going to get Ching, and then the same goes for the Doom. You see that IO, you get an indication of where the target is. You can either make sure that you jump the other hero, you grab the IO himself, and both of these two things can happen at the same time organically, without you just sitting in the bushes with the two of you holding hands like, come on, they're gonna stand on top of each other anytime now. Then we go, alright? Then we go. You don't have to wait for that.
And Rest Farmers, I like this if this is gonna be an offlane IO Slardar, because when I see a Doom versus an IO lineup, I think get a damage hero with an IO. Do not get a hero that needs to survive a long period of time, because the Doom will deal with that, as he will not be able to get healed. Slardar is different. Slardar jumps in, gets the extra attack speed, bam, 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 everybody's dead. And then you do not care about the Doom when you've already murdered every single one of their heroes.
Exactly. No, it is relying on regen, relying on waiting it out is sometimes you have a lineup that can do it, but you need something else to control the team fight in the meanwhile, and then that hero becomes a target. In the case of Slardar, well, Doom is already pretty low armor. Let's just bring that Slardar out. Great combination with the IO as well. This is the way that they played it previously. So if you're a Night Pulse here, you should be wary of, let's say, Zeus pickups and Marcy pickups. They had a Hoodwink previously as well, but that has just been subsumed by the Rubik since that, Hoodwink is banned.
They got the Rubik, which could be another partner for the Slaughter, so we might be looking at a Wisp in safe lane anyways. But it's debatable how Rest Farmers are gonna be laning this, though. I'm seeing Hanskin more of as an IO player and Pablo more of as a Rubik player, so I'm gonna assume it's gonna be 5 IO for Rubik. So Night Pulse, they know about this. You know that you're gonna be laning versus the Slardar. What do you get? I've seen even Lifestealers recently do well versus Slardar, but of course something that comes to mind is like TA Troll. Those are the ones that immediately flash into my brain.
Yeah, same for me as well. I think that I would probably lean more towards a TA, just because you get a little bit more options in terms of, you get some utility out of your ultimate. You get a bunch of burst damage, whereas the Trolls is more like a long duration fighter, and I'm always in favor of burst over damage over time. There's as well as that, I think the Troll, apart from his laning stage, just doesn't have that much to offer right now. So I would very much lean in favor of TA as a combination here.
Okay, so I think the third series of the day you're casting with Rob. So you two troll haters can get together and just talk about how much you hate the troll and how he's bad of a hero. But I'm a big troll fan. Let's go Night Pulse. Give me the troll.
Well, I I was thinking about bringing this guy up because this is Night Pulse. I just said they're going to try and throw you for some kind of loop. This Morphling can be an offlaner, can be a safe laner. And yep, there goes the Bat Rider. So you also still don't know who is going to be, at the very least, in the side lanes. I'm thinking that with the playstyle that Warwick has had, maybe they are still even open to having this mid, though that is of course a pretty rare in this day and age.
5 seconds remaining.
So what does Shad want in this one? Do you pick like a TA for the side of Rest Farmers, goes well with the Slaughter? But I'm thinking you might have some issues in terms of stuns. So I'm thinking maybe Monkey King? No, they go for the Gyro, so nothing too out of the ordinary, though. It's a Gyro versus a Morphling. And despite having an IO, despite having a Slardar, sometimes, I mean, most of the times it's not smart to go for this guy versus a Morph.
No, the stolen flak cannon is certainly a problem. The thing is though that it's about the pacing. It's about getting to meet the Morphling head to head on his time as a Morphling. If he has a good game, is going to be joining fairly early. And of course, you might be up in the lane versus this Morphling, which also disables a lot of other options that you thought you might have. Like, we've seen a Slark get completely demolished by this Morphling, for example, because he was in the lane versus the Morphling when he thought he just had a carry-to-carry matchup.
I'm thinking you ban out the Zeus. I think Rest Farmers, they need burst, but since they've been playing mostly the Zeus, is there anything else you'd want to pick in your mid lane to make sure that you do have that burst on the side of Rest Farmers?
The thing is that what they have been playing, if the Zeus is not available, has been mostly Earth Spirit, which is not burst. The other option for ads, it's been one of his staples, is the Primal Beast, but that one is banned out. And I think those have literally been his 3 heroes this tournament. So, Earth Spirit, question mark?
Ban out Earth Spirit, question mark, and then haha, Xantic, you can't play anything. They ban out the puck. Yeah, I think that's smarter in the sense of the game, but in the sense of banning out the player completely, that might be the smartest thing to do. Just get him out of his comfort zone, and then he'll, I don't know if he'll drop the ball, but you can think that he will, and it's gonna help you at least mentally.
Yeah, to be fair, Puck is also a very, very comfortable ad hero, right?
Yeah, should be. Just hasn't been so much in this tournament.
Very curious how this... I mean, the ads pick, we don't exactly know what's going to happen there yet. And of course, Nightfall's a little bit of a question mark here and there. I wonder if VTune is down to play a safe lane Doom. We haven't seen safe lane Doom in a while. Or maybe I'm just over-focusing on the idea of this offlane morphing just because it's... We still haven't seen in this tournament like the full extent of what it can do. It's had one extremely easy game and it's had one kind of hard game where it ended up being such a hard game that they just had to outblast the opponent to the point where, yeah, eventually Carry Morphling shows up. And what's the point?
They go for the Earth Spirit, so that's, I guess, no surprise. It is a punishable hero in the mid lane, and I think Nightpulse should put their emphasis on doing so. You get a win in the laning phase. It's very hard to kill your Morphling until you get the Spirit Vessel. It's gonna take some time for the Earth Spirit if he loses the lane heavily, and that could be the way to go here for Nightpulse. But what mid laner punishes the Earth Spirit that much?
I think a lot of the matchups that punish him really hard are a problem later on where the Earth Spirit starts jumping them. It's like, yeah, you know, you could have a Sniper or a Lina there, but then afterwards you get Earth Spirit on your face into a relocate. So, well, guess who gets his wish?
We get a troll, and we're gonna be seeing a mid lane Doom, meaning that it is gonna be an off lane Morphling. Okay, yeah. I'm curious about this off lane Morphling, and that's why I have Kips. Kips is gonna explain this to me. I know the Dream has been, or Kami now, has been a big Morphling player over the years, but how does it work in the off lane? Are we gonna see a right click Morphling, or are we gonna see a blink stun Morphling?
We're going to see a right click Morphling. The way that he's been playing this so far is he's been really playing on the edge of his health bar at all times in the offlane. So the oppressive spam of the adaptive strikes, the fact it's a range hero that hits really hard, comes into play. So his harassment power is considerable. And what he's doing is he is always as agi shifted as possible until the trades start. And then he keeps on hitting you for as much as he can while shifting. It's been quite a pleasure to watch the couple of times that he's been able to pull it off. And then afterwards he becomes really tanky. He mostly stays on his side lane and is an absolute nightmare to gank. And teams will usually not want to deal with him.
So what do you think about the lanes there in general? Is Nightpulse in an advantage on all three of the lanes? I mean, Troll versus the Slaughter should go well for them. The Doom, I don't see him losing Turret Spirit, not necessarily winning, but he probably will get slightly more. And then, does this Morphling win versus the Gyro Rubik or Gyro Io?
Gyro Io, maybe not, but Gyro Rubik, I think he actually will. I've seen some hella strong laning out of this Kami Morphling.
For battle.
Okay, so we're expecting the IO to be with the Gyro, so we'll see how the Morphling does with that one. Of course, guys, I'm hoping that you are doing great with the 1x beta. If you don't have it, well, you have a QR code to scan, and it will take you to download it immediately. Odds perfectly equal, 187 for both of the sides. So very hard to predict the victory here. That's why we have an analyst, Gibbs, today. Or in this game, we're gonna ask you to spoil it for us. Who's taking it?
Who's taking it? Once again, Rest Farmers have the initiation advantage, but it's not as big as the last time. And Nightpulse outscales them so hard this time around. I'm still biased for this Morphling pick, even if I'm not a particular believer in the Troll here. So I'm gonna go with Nightpulse here, I think.
We just got shot in the face. If you were looking at VMix, the Morphling just literally shot us in the screen. Okay, at least this time around he's gonna be shooting somewhere else.
Let's see what Kami's got for us this time around.
The battle begins.
His one laning stage has been brutally oppressive. The other laning stage has been, well, he was still the highest farming hero in the game. Just also died a lot.
I mean, we have seen a lot of offlaners be super dominant when it comes to right-clicking, last hitting in the offlane, and a lot of the heroes are being played right now that allow you to do so. Mars Centaur, Morphling definitely falls into the category where he's gonna get smacked. Shad, however, getting turned around upon. They didn't manage to bring down Kami, so it is a trade that I would say Rest Farmers have won because they're the ones with the IO.
Yeah, you'd say so. I mean, Morphling, of course, also very efficient with his regen, and you can see here immediately how he intends to play this lane. He wants to trade aggressively, and he's going to be slapping Shad around still once he retreats again. Look at Kami just laying into him. If you have anything else than an IO in this lane, well, you can see why that would hurt.
Yeah, that would hurt so much, but the IO gets the courier down, costs him a little bit of his HP. One Tango will fix it completely for both him and Shad, most likely. The thing is, how good is a Batrider in this lane to help the Morphling? That is my question. I don't know if it is the best hero to go up against the Gyro IO, because you want to get close and personal, and that is something that the Gyro loves.
Yeah, no, I mean, that is the question, right? And I think a lot of it's just about how good are they at the maths, because both the Morphling as well as the Batrider are about winning the trade in the long term. And so are IO Gyro, so literally how well does Kami manage his attribute shift is the name of the game here.
Okay, so it comes down to calculations. We'll see who's gonna be doing it better, who's gonna be bringing in their inner Chinese player. You know, I don't know how you view it. I had some friends who, when we would play Dota, old Garena time, and I don't know, I think you said that you didn't play Dota 1 that much, or,
no,
or
I did
at all.
not.
But either way, there was a platform named Garena, and we would play there. And when somebody would have a Chinese name, a lot of people would be like, no, I don't want to play versus this guy. He's gonna calculate everything, and it seems that 9 class is calculated perfectly, and he's gonna get a first blood and a second blood as well, with Kami popping the balloon and 9 class getting the first blood. A perfect start to this offlane Morphling.
Yeah, here is how oppressive this Morphling is as a laner. This is the reason that they've been getting away with it in spite of their Morphling not being that great of a utility hero. It's just pressure, and he will keep your Gyrocopter down. Or you've seen enemy laners have to retreat into the jungle at level 4.
Vitune is going for Pablo, leaving his Grimstroke all alone. Dingswell will connect, and there's the Whirling Axis, not allowing Mind Control to get another hit in. Till the end, getting close to death. But he will still survive, having a healing salve. Mind Control has one as well. All in all, lane's going really well for Nightpulse. This is what we expected. Warwick, however, is that gonna be a solo kill in the mid lane with the bottle usage? Now he'll get himself away. Xanthi getting slapped by the tower a bit, but the Doom has to go back. Glyph being used by Xantic. And either way, that's gonna be 2 range creeps gone for Doom most likely.
He's stumbling around outside of the EXP range here, trying to sneak his way back in, so that at least he gets something, because he simply cannot afford to go back to base right now. If Eds knows that he's there, he's dead.
Yeah, he got scanned though, Xantic used it, but either way, that's 2 denies on the range creeps. Actually doesn't go for the other one, as he knew he would get attacked by the tower. Still, this is a disaster for Warwick, who was winning the mid lane up until that point.
I'm gonna tell you though that Warwick, especially in the earlier games that I saw him, didn't seem to care that much. Feature, that's a lot of tower damage.
Yeah, he's in trouble. Has the 10 stick charges, so might be fine. Maybe they're baiting. He'll be fine. Has the healing salve. Doesn't even use the stick charges. It just goes to show how confident he was that he was going to survive. Side lane is going perfectly for Nightpulse.
Yeah. And that is why Warwick has, I feel like he plays almost carefree. Like, I see a touch of the, you know, the old classic mid laners in him, where it's just like, yeah, I'm gonna take some risks here. I'm gonna be playing like a high contact kind of game in mid. I'm gonna slap you around a lot. We're gonna trade, I'm gonna keep you busy. And then my side lanes are going to win, so I'll have a way easier time of rotating any losses that I incur here out of my system. As there goes that side lane again.
Try that again. The Batrider was trying to bait Hanskin as he had the healing Lotus, but this IO Gyro lane, usually it's the bullying one, and now they're being bullied just because they're playing versus something they don't quite understand.
Yeah. No, welcome to Kami Morphling, baby. This this is what it's looked like, and this is why I felt like Nightpulse had my vote here.
They got Gibbs' vote, and we know that Gibbs loves to spoil games for us. So we now already know who's gonna win.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We can just stay for the banter.
Exactly. We're definitely gonna be talking about super fun stuff, as we're super fun individuals.
For sure. Anybody want to hear about city building video games? Boy, do I love them.
Is that what I see always on Discord? It says
yes.
Gibbs is playing something, right? And I don't know what it is, but okay, so you're building cities. That makes sense. That's a nice calling in life.
It's not much, but it's honest work. As the Gyrocopter dies again, it's starting to turn to a slaughter, and yeah, this is well, I said retreat into jungle at level 4. He's not level 4 yet.
Nope, no, he's not.
And ultimate. Doom
there's gonna be a move. Yeah, let's see. Doom on one side, Magnetize on the other, but the Doom is going forward. He doesn't care. He's super speedy. Has the Infernal Blade. Not enough. The Earth Spirit will survive either way, even through the Doom. So that's actually a big deal.
Earth Spirit mid so bloody tanky. Very hard to actually bring him down, even with both of the supports here. But this is another reason why Nightpulse has been doing so well in this tournament, is with both of their side lane cores usually doing so well thanks to the draft shenanigans, you get a lot of freedom for your support, so you can just bring both of them in on an attempt like this.
I think the side lane core is doing well is an understatement in this game. The Morphling is 1.5k ahead of the Gyro, and almost 600 gold between the Troll and the Slaughter, with Slaughter not really having anything in the tank to threaten the Troll. So this is a bloody disaster for Rest Farmer 7 minutes into the game.
It is, but you gotta keep in mind that Nightpulse, the sacrifices that they made here is that they don't really have anything in the way of playmakers to their ability. Yeah, this Batrider is going to have an early Blink Dagger most likely, but he's also going to have to do a lot of work with that. And the same goes for this Doom. Doom not always the most reliable initiator. definitely has a tendency to get punished with death for an early Blink Dagger pickup. So we'll have to see how it actually works out in the
for
mid-game.
it, and he wants to go for it. Yep, got it queued up. Doesn't mean a lot, you know. Amar always queues up Divine Rapiers, so
true.
Very rarely buys them first, unless it was the Mars Rapier and the Revenant's Brooch meta, which we will miss.
I mean, we will actually like. Amar is just
level 4.
He is. Time for jungle.
Time to
Time
die.
to get spotted.
Yeah, there's the silence, Inkswell as well, surrounded by 3 heroes. At this point, you know, we talked about keyboard breaking. Even something more important in the PC department could go to hell here.
Yep, absolutely. And normally during an attempt like that, you'd like to immediately go on V-Tune on bot, right? Because you know he's alone. But IO Slardar does not actually have the tools to bring down a Troll Warlord whatsoever, especially not with an ultimate, so they can't even retaliate to this. They get information and they have to say, okay, the information that we got is that we lost this one, guys. It's up to ads now.
Will they deward the top ward, or will the gyro die again? I think that the second possibility is more likely, and they just want to make Shad miserable. Okay, Hanskin, he finds the ward. That's at least that's something.
Yeah, completely correct. I mean, if you've watched these guys play, you know that Kami now lives on the top lane. This is where he's at.
Shad is dead again. I'm sorry, but it's just what's gonna happen. There is no relocate out. The TP from the Earth Spirit is coming in. Inkswell connects, and it is the adaptive strike that finishes him off. Kami just wants to continue being annoying, to be the one to show him who's boss of this top lane.
Absolutely, and Earth Spirit versus a Morphling in the fights, like, the only thing you can hope for is that you get the silence off before he manages to shift, and then you have a shot at killing him. But otherwise, you're damaged over time, kinda, Andy, and Morphling loves that.
Yep, and usually it's very hard to silence somebody who would have 0 points in geomagnetic grip, so not really close to it.
Just a level 8 for now. Presumably going to not take it on the 9 either. Nope, there we go. Morphling untouchable.
What do you even do now as rest farmers? I mean, you're getting bullied by Kami from every single side. They're coming for you. Wisp goes towards the Earth Spirit. Work is in so much trouble. He gets a nice magnetize off, but the question is, can you get out of this one alive? With Adaptive Strike, the quick answer will be no. Till the end will survive the magnetize. Everybody will, as Pablo makes his presence known, reduces the damage of the Morphling, gets slowed down by the Stroke of Fate from very far away and goes down as well. Pablo thought he was safe. He just underestimated how much damage this Morphling is doing.
Yeah, this is brutal. You're not used to your top lane getting shafted like this. You're not used to it being a Morphling doing the shafting. The kind of presence that he brings to the fights is very different than other offlaners. He's got a lot more mobility as well with the waveform. So all in all, rest farmers are... You just have to scramble for answers right now, and the answers are getting taken away from you step by step. So here, ads, no, that's not convincing. Did not actually want to fight. Yeah.
Very smart. Stolen attribute shift for Pablo. So at least he's gonna be getting very tanky. Now leaves 11 agility in the tank. Is that maybe his bonus agility? Let me check. No, he has 8 more to shift into.
No, you gotta keep a little armor. There is math here for what the most efficient distribution is, and the more HP you have, the more a little armor is important, and he's not going to have the funds to buy any items to make up for this, so I'd say this is roughly optimal.
There's one guy we haven't been talking about much, and that's V-Tune, who has been very safely, without any interruptions, been farming his Battle Fury, and he's pretty much there. Just needs a recipe, which is 450 gold, which is actually nothing for a Troll Warlord. 1 or 2 waves, or a wave plus a camp in the jungle, and he will have that. It is a 7k gold lead, 9-0. Rest farmers, they haven't even gotten a kill, and the question is, can they even do it? When will this change, Gibbs?
At some point you're going to get some kills on the supports with the Earth Spirit, I presume. One of the big problems right now is that economically your gyro can't play up top. Whereas the Troll Warlord is still completely undisturbed on bottom, which means that the triangle is still going to Kami. And Kami, he's going to be finishing up a Manta style pretty soon from the offlane. He's going to be way tankier than anything you have damage for. There's absolutely no way that you're going to be able to bring him down.
It's kind of stupid how much net worth he has. 8.3k. I mean, I haven't been casting Group B at all, but in Group A, nobody, not a single game that I've casted most of them, has had this much net worth 13 minutes into the game. This is some alchemist type stuff.
It really is. Well, the thing is, I've casted Group B, so I have seen this before. It was the Kami Morphling.
Yep. Okay, they will go for him. Magnet. But he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Nobody's even coming to help him. They will steal the waveform, at least something.
Yeah, so bot MC.
The problem is your Slardar is not nearly as tanky as the Morphling. He's taking so much damage with the lasso. He'll get taken down. Here comes another Phantom's Embrace. Luckily, Pablo had the stolen waveform, so he'll get himself to a safe position. But either way, you don't even get the Morphling glow, and you lose your Slardar for even an attempt to kill him.
Yep, and it is the benefit of having such a ridiculously hard to bring down offlaner who's just there, and you feel the need to take him down because he's going to be scaling. With other offlaners, you're like, okay, he's going to bring tempo, but maybe if I, you know, hate on their other lanes enough, he's not going to have anybody to back him back up and actually deal the damage. This guy is a Gary hero. More net worth is just more better. You feel that pressure.
Again, the Doom will get used. Jump in. MC will get a nice crush off, but look at that. The relocate in. They did lose the Rubik. That's going to be the first kill for Rest Farmers. They got a 9 class. Has been marked. Here comes the call down as the roll. Very nicely done. V-Tune doesn't really want to engage. They left Shad in. Gonna get through the roll forward. Nice dodge from till the end. He's still gonna be left behind. It seems that this time around, Night Pulse have overstayed their welcome going into the Ancients, hoping to die, and he will, but at the hands of MC.
Very, very deserved team fight loss there. That was just a little too cocky, a little too greedy. And the relocate, yeah, just because they haven't been relocated on yet doesn't mean that it's not in the game. Rest Farmers take that opportunity gratefully.
Linkswell was really good, and the flame break was really good, but without the Morphling you don't do enough damage for sure. I mean, he is your advantage in terms of net worth, even more than that.
He's I don't want to say basically your entire advantage, but no, scratch that. I think he is.
Exactly, though V-Tune with his ulti, now he's diving the enemies on the bottom lane, though getting quite low, losing the armor, and the tier 2 does hurt you, so Night Pulls are getting ahead of themselves. However, the chase cannot be on, and Rest Farmers are stuck in the bottom lane. Warwick going in, Linkswell, they get the silence off, but they only onto the Rubik, jump in from mind control, putting himself in a very uncomfortable position, being seen quite nicely as Kami turns himself into an Earth Spirit. This is going to be very, very mobile. A couple of more hits and MC will kick the bucket. It will be the Scorcher that finishes him off. Warwick secures the kill, and Rest Farmers just have nowhere to go from this bottom lane.
No, and that was the last lane where they had a little bit of control. There's been a lot of dire wards in the top side of the map, but Kami has really only been in the wave there, so they haven't benefited from that. And now they, well, previously they could still play bot as long as they didn't touch the troll. Now Kami has arrived. He's out of mana though. Maybe he'll back up a little bit.
That definitely helps. They will put down Seeds of Serenity, going for the star. Want to force out the glyph. Kami feels confident enough that he can stay here. They see the Rubik clearly. They jump in on Kami. Without the help of the Rubik, you cannot kill him, especially cannot keep him in place long enough for the relocate to come in. Slow down from the whirling axis of the range from the troll won't be enough to save till the end. But again, it's Rest Farmers forced to be on this bottom lane, and a lot of farm on the top lane that will be given to the Batrider actually.
Yeah, Nightless is going to get to mop all of that up. He's going to grab himself a Force Staff very soon. I think somewhere in this game he's going to overtake MC. Unfortunate as that is. Well, here, attempt at Kami. His mana has so many stats to shift.
Yeah, they cannot kill him. He doesn't have the mana. Has 14 one charges, however, so should be fine still. And they're leaving the Doom to die for the sins of the Morphling. Very speedy, does have the net, the silence connects. You need to connect on that troll, which will not be successful. Fade Bolt very close, and the kick from Xantic. This guy knows his football, and that's gonna be a dead doom. So Rest Farmers, they are getting something. The game started with a 9-0 for Night Pulse, now it's 15-7. So Rest Farmers are pushing back.
Yeah, and the thing you gotta keep in mind here especially is that maybe the needle doesn't shift that much on the gold, but certainly on the experience, because a bunch of those Night Pulse heroes were very overleveled. There was some definite lack of experience over on the side of Rest Farmers. So we have some talents in the mix now for the supports, at least for the IO, soon for the Rubik as well. MC also cracked level 10 now. There's benefits.
Xantic will be benefiting from the fact that his enemies are so strong that they're gonna kill him fast, so he's not gonna be struggling that long. It's not gonna be torture, just a quick, easy execution. The troll, however, is starting to be a problem, right? Because he's had the Battle Fury for quite some time and is actually getting closer to the Morphling in farm.
He is, yep, and of course the Morphling has been playing up as well to leverage his net worth, which means that Kami has been doing a little less farming than he would have done if he was the carry. MC goes.
Look at the blink away, and now the Reloki does absolutely nothing with Kami running in. No Doom, however, they will leave a ward. At least something will come out from that attempted kill on the Doom. The thing is, with the Slardar, you cannot go first because the stun is so short, and then you have to relocate first. Kind of gives it away.
It sure does, but they don't really have many other options right now. Like, you'd want Xantic to be doing the rolling in and controlling as Rubik takes a tumble, but Ads was dead.
Xantic is on the top lane. They're already running towards him, and really, you TP to the top lane. What are you gonna do now with an Earth Spirit? You have... Oh, he didn't TP. Okay, smart. He rolled.
Yeah, he rolled. That is something if he manages to get out.
They have a Lasso ready, Doom ready, Soulbind ready.
They were showing Morphle mid
to get away.
But Ads knows that just because he sees the Morphling doesn't actually mean that anybody is behind him, so susses it out.
Kami got a tower, however, so the first tier 2 will drop with the bottom tower already taking a significant amount of damage, and we all know that the top one is the easiest to take. So Night Pulse have already cracked all of the other towers, even though they haven't fallen just yet. It is close to them being able to do so.
It's potato at this point. Kinda up for Kami. He is going to tenderize this IO into a fine paste.
Big deal for sure. Rest Farmers, they are not feeling good about this one. If they lose the game, most likely not going to be going forward. There's the Lasso into a burst damage kill from Kami, who's 12-0, untouchable, undisputed god of this map. Still 2,000 gold ahead of the troll that got his Battle Fury 12 minutes in. Mind control won't get doomed. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. A net is gonna be on him. Fish caught in a net. We know how it ends. Yeah, it ends with him TPing away because Warwick just wanted to press all of his spells at the same time.
A little bit of a waste, but mopping up the creep wave on bot does mean that they also have good control around the Roche area. Rest Farmers not one bit interested in contesting right now. Shad is flying in the Agnums. He's got something.
Okay, yeah, just list Agnums. I mean, it's a gyro IO. You will be able to farm relatively fast, but there is a 5k gold difference between him and the Morphling, and we all know how well the Morphling deals with the gyro. And then even if, let's say, something happens to this Morphling, he messes up, which at this point seems very unlikely, Troll is still a good guy to man fight you.
Yep, absolutely. Especially once you go later into the game, the Troll buys a blink at some point, jumps in between you and the IO and starts chopping away.
9 class caught, 4 staff away. He's still gonna tick out to the magnetize. One more hit from Xantic. Rolls out of the soulbind. Gets another support kill with Troll going forward onto the Earth Spirit. They get him down. You killed the 2 supports, but the cores are a little bit too strong. Soul and soulbind, however, slowing them down. The Morphling cannot be rolling. Now he's gonna be doing it, showing them how it's done. Very mobile on him. Adaptive Strike allows him to kill Hanskin. Now going for more. Will be getting Pablo as well. Stolen rolling boulder for him. Will never get a chance to roll away. As Night Pulse, it seems that nothing of value was lost. They will be buying back. Glyph used on the side of Rest Farmers. They want to protect their base. Yep, he did cut the wave and he'll be fine.
And yet...
Look at that damage. It's insane when you get the fervor stacks off in the Morphling. Are they gonna be able to take this down?
Let's see them try. Yep.
The answer is yes. You're gonna have to.
They're winning.
You have to fight them. No, they...
Nah, but the IO is back. They're gonna respect it.
Smart choice. They gave the Aegis to the Morphling. I guess is the smarter choice, but I kind of don't see Kami dying unless he messes up.
No, not really. The only deal is, of course, that Troll is technically a transformation hero, so you don't do as much with the second life as a Morphling would. Like, a Morphling can shift all through all of his HP again when he respawns. So I think in terms of like pure efficiency, it's better on the Morphling.
This could be the last hurrah smoke from Rest Farmers. The thing is that their opponents are in a smoke as well. They're trying to push in with the creep wave. There is no glyph. Are you just leaving your Raxus to fall? This wraparound could be good, but then again, it could be catastrophic. Scan was used. Oh, they're gonna go around it. Nicely done. Kami, they know where their opponents are. We'll be jumping the Grimstroke. That's a dieback. And now the double lasso with the double adapter trying to get annihilated. No kills from the Hiring Swell as well. Hanskin bobs the balloon with Kami. Even with the stolen lasso, won't be going down. Look at that flag cannon. The stolen one go. And the Doom onto the Earth Spirit. You're not rolling away. You are being drowned by Kami. We know if the water flows, it can go through rock. If going long enough, and this wave is a little bit too strong for Rest Farmers to fight against. They know they have to give it their all. With this loss, they are probably out of the regional Dota 2 series here in Europe number 2.
Let's see if they will be able to hold on for at least a little longer, but it's rough, man. That was as good of initiation as they were going to get, and you still lose the fight.
Yeah, no chance in hell. You also steal the lasso. Last fight, you stole the soulbind. The steals are there. The plays are there. The strength, however, it's nowhere near what this Morphling has. Even on his own, I mean, there with the flat cannon, he just killed everybody.
Yep. And the situation is just not going to change anytime soon. This man has a new item after every single fight. He's halfway to his Skadi already. Like, he's just going to replace his Aegis with that, basically. What are you going to bring up against that?
I don't know. You're looking at your eye, you're thinking his heals are gonna help, and then there's a Shiva Skadi on the other side, so you do nothing.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The disaster. It's a disaster for one team. Pretty good for the other. Night Bulls, they win this game. They're securing their top spots. They're going straight into the semifinals, which is pretty great. We don't know the team from Group A that's going straight into semifinals, as we have 2 that are gonna be battling it out in the 1 versus 1 mid. But let's see. Kami going forward. 20 seconds on the Aegis. Maybe they can time it. Yeah, he's gonna waveform out right now and heal back up to full. Perfect.
Yeah, nothing to do. Nothing to see here, Rest Farmers.
He's actually baiting a bit. Now there's the they see him actually, right, with the corrosive haze, so they know what's happening, and they still
can't do anything
about it. There's the lasso,
the flax.
gyro, soulbind as well, Doom, and the Yules protecting himself, mind control. He'll buy himself 2.5 seconds. This isn't even a fight, Kips. This is a slaughter. 6th graders like fighting 2-year-olds.
Absolute beat down.
That's it. 1-1. Rest Farmers, they're gonna be ending their run in Group B with a 5-5 score. And if I'm not mistaken, that makes it so that they cannot go through. I'm gonna check again here,
I don't think so.
Gibbs.
I don't think so, because everybody except Yellow Submarine lost to Night Pulse. Everybody.
No, not that, but we need to look at Rest Farmers. Rest Farmers went 1-1 with... They're gonna be ahead of Monty. I guess if Monty wins, they can fight for the 15 RES points. Yellow Submarine, they did go 1-1 with Rest Farmers, so they just need to win one game. Navi Jr., if they lose 2-0, Rest Farmers are still going through, but Navi Jr. won 2-0 versus Rest Farmers. So if Navi Jr. in the last game of the day win just one game versus Yellow Submarine, Rest Farmers are in a pickle.
Exactly. It's not up to Rest Farmers themselves anymore, but they are also not out depending on the results.
Okay.
And that's what I like about this last day. Every single match still matters.
Yep, it definitely does. Though the next one will be Monty versus Nemiga. That's probably the one that matters the least. If Monty wins 2-0, there are some chances of them going through. Actually, pretty solid ones, as they went 1-1 with everybody. So we could even end up with a three-way tie that will be played on Sunday. That's when we are going to be getting the tiebreakers at 14 CST, of course. But for now, Keeps, we are done with the series. We are going to have... our standard 10-12 minute break before the next series. So we're gonna be getting Monty and Nemiga. These teams have been having the worst performances out of everybody in this tournament. But in general, before we send it to the break, what can you say about them? Is there anything positive that these two teams showed us in the tournament thus far?
I mean, the positive side is certainly that last time we did this tour, this could have been an upper bracket matchup. And now perhaps both of them are struggling with their drafts, with their plays, but that doesn't mean that they're not the potential here for a very equally matched game to come out. And I'm very curious to see. Nemiga has been better with the pressure off of them. Monte has also looked like they got a better grip on what they were doing as the tournament progressed. So this might yet be a close one.
And Nemiga, the previous victors of the tournament, are already out, but maybe they can defend their honor in the last series they're going to be playing here in Group B. Let's go on to that break, and then we'll be back with the second series of the day.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
OneXBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy. Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
A fun first game of the day that didn't decide anything, Kips. Everything is out in the open with only 2 best of 2 series left in Group B here at the Regional Dota 2 series. Now we got Monty versus Nemiga. One of these teams is out, and one of these teams that is also out, that's Nemiga, has the highest RES points out of all the teams because they won the previous tournament. So, Kips, how do you think that this impacts them mentally?
I think honestly that Nemiga has already gone through the entire roller coaster. Their opening match was an absolute disaster. They had to play the second one with their captain missing because he suddenly got sick, and they've been slowly crawling their way back into something that resembles like team shape in the game since. So I think by now the shock is sort of set in, and it's now just okay. Now we just got to work on, well, everything. And I guess what I just want to see from them, and I think you said this before as well, is find a way to get a stable draft going that you can play. And then you figure things out from there, because not gonna lie, their drafts has sometimes just also looked wonky to the point of like, if my team was doing well right now, they would still have trouble playing this game out.
So it's gonna be Crystallized, Moonlight, Infernal, Cubify, and Eknard that are playing here for Monty. One thing that I am seeing from these pictures is that Moonlight, his picture looks like a lacrosse player, the classic jock, that he's strong, big. Do you get the same vibe?
Yeah, absolutely. He looks a little bit, but you know what? I was gonna say he looks a little bit too much like a Chad to be here in Dota. But you know what? If Henry Cavill is absolutely nuts about Warhammer, then surely we can have guys like this in Dota too. So I support him just living his best life out there, being the mid laner and taking a lot of the pressure here.
Well, let's see if Nemiga have some of the Chads as well. My friend Mixa, of course, looking at him, he is definitely the strongest physically out of all of these guys here, as Lucas, Nicky Cool, Jesvi, Ike are there as well. As you mentioned, Nemiga, they haven't been looking that good, but we're hoping for them to defend their honor and get at least one game from Monty, though. Will they? Can they? That's a question for, first and foremost, the draft that we have on our hands here, Kips.
It is, yes. And I have some sad news about your friend Mixa as well, but he has looked by far the weakest on Nemiga recently. And partially of that is certainly because they have left him a bit high and dry in the drafts, getting his heroes picked early, him getting countered and not much happening from the other lanes or from the supports to bail him out. So that is definitely for me the heart of Nemiga having a good game, is don't leave your offlaner to flounder. I don't think it's Mixa's fault that he's been having such a bad time. They've been dealing him a very heavy hand. I mean, unless of course he's been asking for those hero picks, then it's been his hubris that has brought him down. But we don't know that. We can only see what happens from the outside.
I think I know that it probably is the case, because here's the thing. Mixa is a player with not that wide of a hero pool, that once you figure him out, that can be problematic for him and the team that he has been playing. And it's always been like that. He has increased his hero pool significantly in the past couple of years and gotten significantly better, but it is still something that you need to fix over a long period of time, that you don't have a huge hero pool. So it makes sense that they're picking his heroes first, something that he's comfortable on, and then drafting around it. And if the other teams are prepared, if they know what they're up against and are ready, then it is gonna be a huge tactical advantage for the other side.
Yeah, well, at the very least here we have a hero that can flex towards the mid lane as well, just in case that this Timbersaw gets a matchup presented to him that cannot survive in the off lane. That said though, Monte get a guy who hasn't been able to show up in a lot of these games just because he's been banned by everybody. He's been banned by their grandmothers as well, has been banned by their dogs, and nobody gets to play Chen these days. So curious to see if Monte is just going to demonstrate why everybody has been hating on the Chen so much.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question that you couldn't possibly know an answer to, but I still want to hear your thoughts. So,
sure.
Nemiga are out of the tournament. You let the Chen through. Is it because you know how to play against it? Or is it because you want to learn how to play against it in a low-stress competitive game?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, it's certainly low stress, right? It should be at this point. I think that it's a question of picking your poison. They probably saw a bunch of other things that they really don't want to deal with, and I can certainly point at, for example, that Razor, the Primal Beast there as well. All of these bans are justifiable to a point where you're just like, yeah, you know what, we haven't seen Chen in so long. Screw it, let's try it.
Yep, they're gonna try to play against it. We'll see how well it goes. Eknard has been playing a Chen for a very long time. I remember his time in Aachen Esports. He played there with V-Tune, LeBron. I still, DM was a mid laner back then, played a ton of Sand King mid. Was a pretty cool lineup. So I'm gonna assume he's gonna be the one playing the Chen. There will be a Tiny being picked up, could be a mid lane, could be, of course, a position 4 here for Monty, as Namiga instantly go for a CM Sniper. Okay, when I look at these 3 heroes, they can fight very early on. People usually assume Sniper wants to be defensive. No. He wants to fight. He wants to go in the early stages of the game when your shrapnel is super strong and you have the extra night vision. So I like this. This is something that can be very fast paced. The thing is that Monty can split push with the Chen, and that they can stop the run forward approach for Namiga, which their heroes can be good at with an avalanche. So in general, I think Monty are ready for this this thing that Namiga are trying to do.
Yeah, but I do really love what you're saying here, because the sniper is completely cooldown independent, right? You just go ho ho ha ha, you click people, and you get the additional benefit of a Crystal Maiden here behind your Timbersaw, who's a bit more mana hungry. She's an enabler for these type of lineups that just want to move forward, you know, move fast, break things. So I've been wondering where she is. I think she's been picked very little during this tournament in total. So I'm very happy to see her here again. I'm very happy to see Namiga pick a very clear approach, like, hey, this is what we're gonna do.
She was picked a solid amount in Group A, right? So
none in Group B.
Yeah, that's weird, but it happens, right? But in Group A, it has been picked quite a lot. I'm seeing that it's probably like the most picked hero out of them all. It's insane. It's insane how much of a difference some teams have in terms of drafting, and it just goes to show that we don't need the patch yet. We can wait for another 3-4 months. I don't mind.
No,
somebody's gonna kill me.
Well, let's hope it's an incompetent assassin, as we were discussing last game around.
Yeah, thank you. Please, incompetent assassins, come at me, bro. The competent ones, just go for somebody else, please. As there will be a Sven for Namiga, meaning that they've probably shown all 3 of their cores, unless we see some position 4 sniper shenanigans.
Yeah, or position 4 Sven, question mark, but this is not the overwhelming physical damage game where you would say, like, alright, you know what, just having a stun and the Warcry armor is enough. Because you're up first a Brewmaster, who's going to
AoE
dispel
purge.
a bunch of that, exactly. So, it's has a bit of a yikes. It's definitely all about the firepower of the Sven. And the Brewmaster here, very good in terms of, like, hey, Namiga is going to be running at your towers, you're going to have to stop them off, you press R on the Brewmaster, it's over. But of course, if Namiga say, alright, fine, we lost 2 heroes, but we can go again in that cooldown, then the Brewmaster becomes a bit of a liability.
I just don't see the lockdown necessary here from Namiga to burst down the Brewmaster from 100 to 0, so I guess that's the idea where the Sven comes in, to be able to kill the Brewlings. And, I mean, in general, it's a good Sven game, right? It's good versus the Luna. You know, 1 versus 1, if there's nobody next to him, he has a BKB, he's gonna win that fight. Versus a Chen creeps versus the Brewlings, it is a solid Sven game. Yeah. So I'm liking this pick from Namiga. Plus, they were lacking a little bit on the lockdown because of the offlane Timbersaw, so you want your carry to be able to contribute there as well.
And for me, then the question is, where are you gonna go with your last support pick here? I do think that something like a Grimstroke wouldn't necessarily be bad, but maybe you want a little bit more brawl to bring out. And she's also still open.
That'd be cool. I'm thinking more down the lines of a
Radiant team
like Hoodwink or something. Yeah, there it is. There's the pan.
Yeah, this Crystal Maiden could still be on either lane.
Very rarely have I seen her on position 4 here in the regional Dota 2 series. I actually don't know if I've even seen her once. I know that tier 1 teams, they swap things around a bit. Here it's a lot less likely to happen, right? So I'm kind of confident it's going to be a Sven CM lane. There's also some love between those two, so I don't think that it would want to be separated.
No, that's true. I wonder if she ever did find out if he's still so blue under all that armor.
Do you think it's an armor? Because he turns red when he uses the God Strength. Is it like a magic armor?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know. It's just what she says, not like,
Okay.
This is not me wondering about.
Okay. I didn't know that you were quoting Crystal Maiden. I apologize, Gibbs. There's gonna be a Rubik now. We know it's gonna be a 5 CM for Rubik. A little bit of experience-hungry double offlane from Namiga.
Yeah, sorry, I can't believe you just gave away that you just don't play any CM. Like, do you even play Dota, man?
What? No. Let me tell you how many CM games I have. I have a ton of CM games. Wait.
But you don't listen to her.
Yeah, that's I have learned in the last couple of years to stop listening to people, and it has improved my life significantly. I have 334 games on the CM.
All right.
So that's a solid amount, I would say.
That is decent. Actually, I wonder how many I have, if I can even beat that.
Decent? I would assume that's like 0.1% of all CM players, but okay, Kips, I guess I'm decent. I need to play more. I'm gonna get to 1,000 next time when you ask. So we got a Moonlight Pango. That's a pretty decent Pango game, not gonna lie. You start in the Rolling Thunder and Amiga can't do much about it.
Yeah, we've seen the Pango get picked up early, get countered, which makes it a very hard game, but now you have your good old Pango teamfight in the bottom. But bottle, you are up versus a sniper though. I do think that sets you up to get slapped around a bit if Nikki Cole sidesteps your abilities a couple of times.
I like it in the laning phase. I don't necessarily like it later on because headshot doesn't go through debuff immunity despite being physical damage. So I think that the Pango in that one will be fine. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I love Monty's lineup. I think they got everything they need. They have teamfight, they have farm, they have solid tower push, they have ways to split push, late game. I would be very surprised if they would drop the ball here. In Amiga, I just see potential to snowball, and that's about it.
Exactly, yeah. If you don't convert that potential into an actual lead and you keep on pushing your damage higher and higher, at some point Monty is just going to outdo you in the team fights, especially between the Pango rolling around as well as the Brewmaster. If you're not on top of it, because you're just going to have to DPS them down, right? There's no way to break either of them in a way that matters. So no, I agree with you. I think that the better lineup here is Montes, and Namiga has one hell of a challenge ahead of them.
Yeah, Monte has been playing better Dota. Namiga, of course, still favored in terms of odds. I mean, they are the ones with the most RES points. For people that don't know, RES points allow you to qualify for the LAN in Belgrade, where 4 teams from Europe, 2 teams from Southeast Asia, 2 teams from Latin America will be going forward. And of course, Relog and 1xBet are gonna be there with us all the way, helping us, making this an amazing viewing experience for everybody back home, as we do see some potential for a fight. Jesvi, oh, he doesn't know how freaking dead he is. He'll get found. Avalanche is there. Shield crashes. Well done. Nice stun from the stun. Might actually allow him to live. Nope, not even close. Infernal gets the slap. That's gonna be a nice start of it. Timbersaw in some trouble as well. Lucent Beam will slow him down. He only has the Whirling Death. They're not getting close to the trees, as they're gonna be taking a lot of damage if he uses it next to it. So a lot of them dodge it, and it will be Crystallized who gets the kill. Their mid laner doesn't get a fast start, but both of their side lane scores will be getting a kill each.
Mixa in that brawl already giving away that he had the Whirling Death. No option for him to get out. I mean, his lane would have been so hard regardless. If you go for
is
the
that
chain.
another one? No, please. Yeah, there will be a penitence, meaning even more attack speed. Blood grenades are just flying over. The thing is, you're collecting blood of Namiga, and so many from their side has already been spilled throughout this tournament already.
That's painful.
You need to pause. You need to process this. You need to process this mentally. Like, guys, I need a minute.
I said, that's not what the pauses are for, Harry. Are you a cheater? Is that what you say?
No. Wait. What if, right, your head hurts because you guys just got smacked? Is it actually
okay, no, that's a medical
do you
emergency.
think you should?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you should be allowed to do it, right?
Yeah. All right, now you got a little dog coming over with a pouch of medicine. You get a dog hug, you know, medical break. I feel like they should have support dogs at tournaments for those kinds of things.
Imagine that, like, you exit interviews on TI, right? They have always been uncomfortable. Yeah, you just bring in a puppy, right? A retriever puppy, or I love German Shepherd puppies. They're so freaking cute, right? They're like little bears, and then you allow them to hug them, and then you can ask them the tough questions. How does like it's a dumb question, but it's so cool, right? How does it feel to get eliminated? It feels like crap, but at least hugging this puppy is better, right? So it would make things much better. Okay, we are gonna patent that and actually ask them for money because they're 100% gonna be using our amazing idea.
I legit think this is one of the better ideas I've had during a Dota cast. Not gonna lie.
Okay, I don't know. I'm not sure how to feel about it, but it would be fun. It would be fun.
So we watch the mid lane go down here. Moonlight playing with the aggro of the creeps there to make sure the tower doesn't punish him.
The sniper, he needs a bayonet instead of a gun, right? He needs the sharp edge over his gun there because he's fighting hand-to-hand combat when he has the highest range in the game. Of course, once he gets a little bit more in take aim.
We'll get there. So far, none points in the shrapnel yet. I'm quite convinced that we're going to see him switch over into the shrapnel, though.
I have seen snipers, though, not do it. So it's gonna be fun. Let's look at the side lanes a bit. Eknart is being targeted. Mixa has to be careful. We know just how strong the Luna can be, especially with the penitence. There it is, gonna be used. They're gonna wait for the timber chain and then stop it with the Lucent Beam. I mean, he doesn't even have the timber chain, went for the reactive armor, which is probably smart.
Yep. And they've got the Ogre Frost Mage armor on them right now as well. 4 extra, nothing to scoff at, so really all you can do is trade with spells. Just for pulling, because slapping the Chen around right now will not do anything for you.
It's so... Man, the Frost armor is so annoying, right? They remove it from the Lich, and you just have a new spell, right? The Frost Shield is a lot different nowadays than what it used to be. And then, but they leave it on a creep in the jungle, so when you have a Chen or an Enchantress, you can still be an annoying guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes that's the MO of this game. Like, whoever is the more annoying guy wins at Dota 2.
Do you think that maybe that has something to do with Dota players just being easy to annoy?
Yeah, or maybe Dota 2 just wears at you so that your skin gets thinner and thinner.
Nah, it gets thicker and thicker.
Chicken egg problem.
No, I never get annoyed in traffic, right? And traffic is pretty annoying sometimes. It's because, like, imagine what it would be like if I was being bullied in lane right now. It's 10 times worse than this. So I'm just gonna enjoy this staying in traffic, hearing all the honking, and all is gonna be fine. But other than the 3 kills we got before the lanes even started, we are not getting any at the moment, Kips. And I don't know if this is gonna continue. The side lanes seem pretty tanky and hard to kill.
They are, yeah. I mean, the Luna can maybe die to burst. Same goes for the Chen, but right now, Jesvi not even going to be in the lane. Just give the Timbersaw as much experience as he can. The Chen Luna can't kick him out if he plays it well, although he will get shown the door right now. And then on the bottom side here, the Brewmaster's just too tanky, man. So it's about, can you go on the Tiny? Well, no. You don't have enough stuns to make happen that you don't get interrupted by the Avalanche.
Yeah, Avalanche slows you down a little bit too much. Mixa is dropping low. 2 points in reactive armor. Blood Grenade will connect. Another Lucent Beam could kill him with the Timber Chain. Mixa will be fine, and that Rubik is just continuing to be extra annoying in the mid lane, where they're actually going for the Pango. We wanted to see a kill in the laning stage, and we will get it. Nikki Cool with the Shrapnel secures it. Jess V has been ultra annoying for a long period of time, with Crystal Maiden dropping low on the bottom lane. Not enough for her to die anyways.
She's got the 1-1-1 going currently, stacking a couple of camps, making sure the Sven can pick those up later. And bringing in a salve as well, so she is not leaving either.
No reason to do so. I mean, the Brewmaster doesn't do that much damage, so the Sven should be fine. You can maybe get the CM low, maybe even kill her, but killing the Sven is a whole different endeavor, and I guess that allows the CM to, even when low, stay around the lane and just be a stacker. It's honest work.
And so somebody's got to do it. But it does mean Lucas is on his own right now.
Dire's top tower.
Yep, okay, maybe they can run him down with a toss back. Here comes the CM, toss back onto Infernal. It's taking a long time. Another Thunderclap will be coming in soon. They don't need it. Cubify with his right click. Steiny is not to be underestimated and actually brought Lucas down. It was a hard kill, or rather it took a long time. It wasn't particularly hard. Rune will be on the bottom side of the map where Nikiko will pick it up, so the AD Rune is there for a sniper. A hero with a mixture of magical and physical damage is going to be quite happy with. Mixa on the other side is dropping low. Cubify has been caught. Mixa dead and Cubify probably dead as well. No, the shrapnel won't be enough, but the Storm Hammer will be Lucas, gets the kill and the revenge for his previous death.
Double damage on the sniper at this point is... they should be happy there was an opportunity for him to do more with that. Absolutely terrifying.
Yep, it definitely is. And you were right. 2 points in headshot, 1 point in take aim, and then it is time for the shrapnel max, not even getting the assassinate, so understands that the ulti isn't all that important. Crystallize is going for the rune. He has the night vision extra. Here comes the Chen. Oh, they're just sending him away like, haha, we're not gonna allow you to get their own noobs. TP out. Lift wasn't used, so that was very optimistic, but still 2 wisdom runes for Monty. Jesvi running into an eclipse. Even with the level 1 Lucent Beam, it's gonna be more than enough damage to equalize the kill count, steal the wisdom rune, and Monty are just crushing the early game.
Let's see if they're going to be able to leverage that into some towers anytime soon, because there is a 6 on the Brewmaster right now though. Moonlight
very dead. Cubify could be in trouble as well, as the CM is getting her spells back with the blood grenade being dropped and Infernal coming over. It is time to bail. Very nice kill. This Pango is struggling. He's struggling heavily in the mid lane. Frostbite is not the spell that you want to go up against. Both the Frostbite and the lift up from the supports of Nemiga are very solid at preventing the Pango from going for his ulti, as they have really low cast points. I mean, lift up has no cast point whatsoever. Oh, Nikiko has been found, and he'll be going down. Shield crash. Is there no reason to go for Rolling Thunder? They even secure the second power rune, as Crystallize is being targeted on the top lane by Mixa. Unfortunately for Mixa, him on his own won't be enough to bring down a Luna.
No, but he has been on his own on top here for quite a while, and that means that his levels look pretty good now. Even if this lane has been a little tough for him, I think he should be doing decently going into the mid game. That said, such good roaming towards the mid lane here from QBFY.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Yep,
under
QBFY doing well. Monty rotating towards the bottom lane. Only 1 creep brought by the Chen, so that's most likely gonna make sure that this tower lives, at least for now. Dakenart wants more creeps. He wants to persuade them to follow him, right? Like
join the cause.
Yeah. Hello, I'm here today to talk to you about our Lord and Savior. Can you join the cause? And Mr. Mustachio, he gets pulled into it. He believed. No, actually, he didn't. Where is he?
No.
Radiant are scared.
Interesting. First tower for Monty though, without having to pop any of their ultimates. That means they've got him for top.
Yep, there's the ulti. They're gonna stop the Timber Chain, not getting over the crystals. Mixa at least is gonna have a nice view of those while he's taken down. Crystallize, gets the kill, and continues to be at the top of the network chart. Not by a huge margin, however. Both the sniper and the Sven are relatively close.
Yeah, and what I would like to see from Monte right now is a bit of an emphasis on getting QBFI towards a Blink Dagger. That would, I think, really seal the deal for getting them good fights. Having somebody to go in before you pop either the Rolling Thunder or the Brewmaster ult would make for really easy fights.
is under
Ike taking damage from the Eclipse. Still, this time around, level 1 Lucent Beam with the Eclipse wasn't enough to bring down the support. Even with the CM just face checking a high ground Mixa using a smoke to make sure that these ancient camps go his way, which is gonna allow him to catch back up quite nicely after a not so successful laning phase.
No, it hasn't been quite going his way. As I said, at least his levels have been decent, but he couldn't stop the Luna from farming whatsoever. The Eternal Shroud should make him... I don't want to say immortal in this game, but he's going to take a lot of effort to take down. And especially versus Brewmaster, he's still going to deal a ton of damage.
Yeah, you probably just stay away from him once he gets it, and if he overextends before he does buy the Eternal Shroud, maybe you bring in heroes to kill him. I think that's how you deal with the Timbersaw right now. Then in the later portions of the game, the Luna will be able to kill him, the Pango will be able to annoy him by taking away the mana, but in general, you just most likely want to ignore him once the item is there.
It's not actually even going to take that long for the Diffusal Blade. Moonlight has a decent pace still going as he farms up in the jungle himself as well. And there's just a lot of space to farm for Monty right now because Nemiga hasn't taken any towers yet.
Yeah, there's only one tower taken on the map in general, and that has been Monty. Have they capitalized enough on those 3 early kills? Because they are ahead, but I don't know if you feel they should have had a bit more on Monty.
It's hard to say. I think you can answer that question once the Diffusal comes out on the Pango.
Okay. Makes sense. That's gonna be the whole China army gone. This is why the CM is so good versus the hero. Ike is gonna be approaching his level 6. Of course, didn't get it minute 10 as their Wisdom Rune was stolen, but we'll still get a decent timing on the Freezing Field whilst the Rubik, his spell steal is already there. He has a Thunderclap, which isn't the best one to have. And run, Eknart. Run, both you and your Mud Golem. Okay, the Golem is dead. Maybe Eknart is dead, as well as the God Strength of Lucas will take him down, and both of the small Mud Golem Shardlings will get taken out as well. Very nice kill for Nemiga, getting themselves in the lead for the first time in this game.
They are, but at the same time, that is a God Strength popped in a position where they can't actually do anything versus the Dire Heroes that come in afterwards. And there's a lot of mind games going on here. Infernal wants to go through the portal, decides better. Little pick off. Yep. QBFI had some alone time in the top lane, by the way, with some creeps, and he's nearly got Blink. That's a big deal.
Yeah, I already bought a smoke. He doesn't want to buy the blink and then not have for a smoke. It just feels bad sometimes. So you buy a smoke first, and then you're thinking, I now need 150 gold for the blink. Once I get it, I have both of those, and there it is. He also has the mana once he uses the sticks, and Healing Lotus is here in the well, just to make sure that he will be useful once the blink does arrive. And it's flying towards him 13.5 minutes in. That's
pretty big.
Yeah, as good as it gets, pretty much.
Very sure that between that and the Diffusal Blade on the Pango, we're going to be seeing some action from Monty here.
Let's see. Jesvi also close to his Blink Dagger. I mean, not as much, but 1500 gold is a pretty solid point to be at. He also stole the Swashbuckle, which is a solid spell for the Rubik. Will allow him to shove out ways, will allow him to escape. And that's pretty much what the Rubik wants.
Yeah, it's the best of both worlds. You want a spell for the Rubik that you can ideally help you two-shot waves, which this is. And then on the other hand, you love mobility. And this one does both. So probably one of the best pickups in the game.
Now when you said best of both worlds, a little bit of trivia not tied to Dota. Which Disney show starts with the song that goes, you get the best of both worlds, chill it out, take it slow, then you rock out the show. I can even sing it out for you if that's gonna make it easier.
Oh, please don't sing. A Disney show, and you know I don't watch any television whatsoever. This is Scroll.
Yeah, but it's Hannah Montana. It's a long one, right? Miley Cyrus and her alter ego and stuff like that, and you don't. I mean, you had to watch that.
I get.
Did you watch it?
No, I did not. Because I was also a capital G gamer as a kid. And I had Morrowind to play.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, Morrowind over Hannah Montana. I think we can both agree on that. Probably some if there are Miley fans in the chat, we are screwed as well, and I think they're going to be sending some higher level assassins.
I think Miley Cyrus right now has evolved quite impressively as an artist, and I enjoy some of her
voice
music.
now after that surgery is really cool. Right, it's really cool.
It is really nice. All right, let's see. I think we have action brewing around the mid lane. I mean, actually, QBFI makes his way over there, but I don't feel like they're confident in doing anything. Are they just waiting for as long as possible because their Brewmaster is, flying in Radiance right now? Okay.
Oh, that is a big team fight item for sure. If you get into a team fight, you pop that up, it's gonna be a big deal. Lucas has his Blink Dagger as well, and Namiga, they might be looking to fight too. Eternal Shroud on the Timbersaw, very hard to bring down. Both of the teams are at their timings, at their peak for kind of this area, this timing of the game, and I really want to see them fight at the moment.
Me too, but I can't help but feel like Monte let a timing with that Blink Dagger and the Diffusal Blade slip. Like, yeah, sure,
100%.
you can wait for the Brewmaster, but now the enemy has items as well. That was... You could have fought before that, you did not. But right now, Namiga seems pretty content to wait until the attempt comes as well. Okay, here we go. Blink Dagger, toss back.
They found the sniper, Avalanche, toss back into 4 units, and now the sniper doesn't know what he did wrong in this world, but he's gonna be pulled back by the Astral Pull into the hands of Crystallize. Infernal gets the kill. That is a nice reveal of the Blink Dagger, nice reveal of the Radiance, and they do find the Rubik. Strong winds are blowing today throughout Europe, and the Rubik just doesn't have the he doesn't have the weight to go through it, so he's gonna have to wait until he goes down as they find Ike. That's gonna be the 3rd kill. They might have missed their timing a bit, but now 3 kills in a row is gonna make the wait worth it.
Yep, that is the best possible way that could have gone again, and that makes up for the fact that they skipped out on the previous one. Have not had to fight the Sven or the Timbersaw yet, though. Well, now you're fighting the Sven, or the Sven's fighting you.
1 stun, the 2nd stun, and Ekenart is now gonna run away, healing himself up. Run away, my creeps, run away, my army. And with the rest of Monty coming over to help, or at least missing from the map, Namiga don't want to be going forward. The God Strength Sven won't even get a Chen kill. Hand of God was still available, so that wasn't even close.
No, it was not. I thought surely somebody else is gonna come in to help with this, but just watching Lucas get stunned there, what a frustrating game if you're an Amiga right now.
It's very, very frustrating. You can't get anything out of it, right? You also got yourself some timings. We talked about Monty missing theirs, but Namiga have everything they would ever want to go for an engagement, and they cannot find a single jump. Also, they've lost their mid lane tower, meaning that they cannot rally around it. We'll go for a smoke. Wasn't spotted by that deep ward from Monty, but they know roughly where their enemies are, and Monty are so spread that even if they smoke, it's only gonna get you 1 kill, while Monty are farming the entire map.
Yep, and you have an initiation problem here as well. Like, none of your cores are initiating. You would need to do it through sheer pressure of a Timbersaw, forced reactions. They've been ignoring Mixa, and your initiation right now is a Rubik with a Blink Dagger.
Boom. If you jump in with the Timbersaw and the Sven, maybe you can burst somebody down, but if that doesn't work, and there is a chance it doesn't work because of the Avalanche, then all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, Avalanche, Hand of God. And then the team fight ults come over the top, and you are in for a world of hurt. So Namiga has to play this one very carefully. When they jump, they need to be sure that whoever the target is gone.
I think that at this point in the game, it's very hard to make sure that the sniper does something in a fight, right? Early on, you can go aggressive. There's no blinks. They cannot toss you back. They don't have their main items, their defensive items, levels as well, and then the sniper just kills them if they try to run at him. At this point in the game, you right-click the sniper and use your spells, and he's just dead, and the rest of the team of Namiga cannot help him. So I don't know how he's gonna be finding a position to do the damage necessary to contribute in these team fights.
A cute little dodge from Jesvi into a cute little finisher from QBFY. Yeah, I agree with you on the sniper part. His BKB is getting pretty close, and he'll do a decent job of just standing his ground once that arrives, but mostly though, he will still die if Monte wants him to.
Usually
Yeah.
in the game of Dota, you want your enemies to die, Kips. Can you?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
but which one, Harry? Surely
Exactly.
not all your enemies are equal.
Radiant are scanning.
True, but if you could choose, you would probably want them all dead. What are kind of the cases where you're fine with the enemies surviving more so than them going down? Can you give us a couple of examples?
I don't know, when it's more of a frenemy, say, or maybe you have like a classic enemies to lover situation going on. When it's a long time ago and the other hurt is more recent. You know, when one of them has innocent kids and the other one doesn't. There's a lot of ways.
I was thinking, Kips, because you're mostly serious, that you were gonna give me a serious answer here, and that you were actually gonna come up with some, you know, they're deep on your side of the map, you stun them, and then they have nowhere to go, and we got the answer that we wanted. Crystallize, however, he wanted the Aegis, he got it. Penitence allowed them to get that Roche down fast, and of course the lucky shot allowed them to not take any damage while doing so. On the side of Amiga, they want to get something going their way, some objective, and it will be a Tormentor. Support super low, not low enough to die. Jess V gets the shard. The CM shard has become so, I've become so fond of it that I don't know if I prefer the Rubik shard over it, actually.
Wow, that's quite something to say. That is like a huge force displacement ability. That is also a save in a game where force staffs would be pretty powerful.
Crystal
I
Clone
gotta
is
say
a
though,
displacement ability as well.
yeah. I mean, and it is certainly like a really nice addition to her toolkit, but I don't think it means the same on a team level. Which is where I think our disparity comes from, because I'm a strategist and you're a player.
True, I like to strategize as well, but I like fun too. I mean, I'm gonna guess you like fun as well. I like Gibbs. I know I don't
Fun's
like
for
fun.
losers.
I want to be bored all the time. As we will go for a split, stop the Timber Chain. Mixa is taking a ton of damage. His next Timber Chain is gonna be cancelled by a Lucent Beam. No, they actually used the Cyclone, and it allowed him to Timber Chain away. Should have known the interaction because it's the same with the Yule Scepter. Yeah, all are healed except Eknart. Rolling Thunder forward. Sven has the BKB, will pop it. That's a 9-second BKB down the drain. Ike will go for a freezing field. They're not cancelling it, however. Stolen Rolling Thunder, that's a big blunder coming off from Moonlight.
Mostly, I guess, because the Rolling Thunder wasn't needed. I don't know how I feel about this entire engagement. Neither team really willing to put it all on the line yet.
I know what I'm getting out of this game. I 100% understand why rest farmers and the and
Night Pulse are on top.
Yeah, are on top ahead of these guys, right? In terms of gameplay, in terms of understanding timings, they've played much better Dota in the previous game.
Yeah, they've played a lot higher pressure Dota, the waves has been out further, they've been looking for more contact with the enemy, more information, and they've been utilizing their timings every single time they came up. Whereas here, people seem to be like, you know what, I could also just farm the next item, and nobody on the team is really forcing them, saying like, okay, then we... I
mean, in this tier of Dota, tier 2 Dota, pretty much, this can work. right? Even versus teams like Night Pulse and Rest Farmers, this can work because not everybody is playing super clean Dota. But in terms of advancing yourselves as players and getting to tier 1 territory, being able to play versus the best of the best, this is never gonna work out, right? So I can get behind it. You're trying to get as far as possible in this tournament, but in terms of improving your gameplay, this is not how you do it.
It is not, and that is always a hard balance to strike. Like, what is the thing I'm comfortable doing with my team right now when there's, you know, money on the line, versus what is the best for me as a player in the long run. Sometimes very hard to tell.
Very, very hard. And that's why we have a lot of money here being given away. We're gonna have 12 tournaments, or this is already the 6th one, Kips. Every single one, $50,000 prize pool. That's $600,000. The land is gonna be $200,000, $800,000 just given into the tier 2 scene here by 1xBet and Relog, and that is gonna be keeping it alive. Everybody thought after the DPC there's not gonna be anything, but we are here to support these great guys and their journeys.
I'm so happy, especially that we're going to get a proper LAN final for this. I'm very, very hyped. Can't wait.
Yep, it's gonna remind of the old miners, right? That's how it will feel. And I think that was pretty cool in terms of Dota. QB5 a little bit too deep. They stop the Timber Chain, have the Frostbite, and that is a dead. Tiny gets the toss into Crystallize. Go and kill my carry as well. I don't want to be all alone. Dead Jessie. His Rolling Thunder just stopped, but that is a bit of a too strong of a hero. Crystallize still has the Aegis for another 4 seconds, however, so he's gonna be in trouble. Has to pop the BKB. The Hand of God, and here comes the Sven Manta. Crystallize standing his ground, running away for Lucas, doing so much damage, and even the headshots are not gonna be hurting through the BKB. Nikki Cool, his BKB will be running out fairly soon with 4 pandas coming forward. They have the Astral Pull. Nice usage of the shard there with the concussive grenade, but here comes the winds, and the sniper has been found. He's not going to be able to shoot any longer. Meeks in the backline trying to finish off the Luna. Not going to be happening, but guess what? Nikki Cool, even with another concussive grenade, is just dying to the Radiance and will finally get taken out. Chen goes for a pause. There were some lags and disconnects on Monty's side. Either way, Namiga, they lose the fight. They lose it heavily. They baited themselves onto that Aegis.
They did, and that Luna, ultimately, when she pops that shard, not actually as fragile as she looked when she was taking all those headshots from a distance.
Yeah, you get the BKB, you get the shard, and suddenly you just don't die. Oh, they got Mixa as well.
Little bonus kill. Yeah, no, and that's the problem versus Sven, right? You get that one window. If the Luna gets all of her abilities off, then you're in the middle of the enemy team, and the sniper simply could not add enough to actually bring it down. And that would have just been the Aegis as well. Like, sorry, that was only just the Aegis. Yeah. I don't know.
Well, it ended up that tiny toss changing everything. If he didn't toss Mixa, I think Namiga would have just bailed. But because he tossed him, Namiga saw an opportunity. They saw an opportunity to kill the Luna when her Aegis expires, and they just couldn't do it. They got her low. She turned around with Hand of God, guarding Greaves, BKB shard. Yeah, you just don't die. Well, they found the Pango, lift up into the air, roll up, and he's gonna be dying in a fetal position. So not really a heroic way to go down.
Not really. I mean, he'll be back, but maybe his ego will be a little bruised after that. Lucas is big, though.
It didn't happen to the Schwarzenegger. He was back, and his ego was still fine. So we'll see. We'll see if it's gonna go that way. It's still a pretty huge lead for Monty. 11k is nothing to laugh at. It's not insurmountable. It's not impossible for Namiga to turn it around. But so far in the regional Dota 2 series here in Europe, I haven't seen a comeback happen unless it was big mistakes made from the other side. And Monty have been playing so conservatively that I don't think they're gonna be giving much to Namiga. They have to create their chances.
I agree with the exception of one thing. I think that versus the sniper, Monty still has to go for tossback plays on high ground attempts. If the fights happen outside of the base, then I think Monty is favored. And they're gonna be fine. They're gonna try to aim for those fights.
That's a BKB TP out. So he still has God Strength, but no BKB. Sven without the BKB versus this lineup is basically a creep. Ike loses his life, has a buyback. Tier 2s in the mid lane and the bottom lane are gonna protect your base. At least something. While Jess V steals the swashbuckler. He's been staying with it quite a lot, and these Brewlings are so annoying running through the enemy base.
Absolutely nothing to do against them. And this is before he has the Ruling Health talent taken. Could decide to pick that up right about now, yep.
Yep, there it is. I mean, the Sven still chops through them relatively quickly, especially with an MKB. The thing is, you bought an MKB, which allows you to deal with the Brew, but doesn't really help you all that much versus the Luna. So this is... I guess you had to do it. The blind is way too annoying for a Sven.
It is, yes, and not just for, you know, taking down the Brewlings themselves, but also for anybody who's standing next to them. It's a must-buy in this game, and I guess if you're Lucas, you're happy enough that you just are farmed enough that you get to buy that item and not feel too bad about it. He's finished up the Harpoon now as well. It's gonna help him against getting kited in these team fights. If you're 12k behind, I'd say that this kind of position for the gold chart is a lot better than one where only one of your heroes is really big.
The thing is though that the Sven has a 6-second BKB, and we all know just how hard it gets to play like that. Also Brewmaster approaching the AC. Monty is just itemizing the way that they should. These are the items that they need to make it hard for an Amiga to fight.
So much riding on the sniper here, and they're coming for him right now.
Found him. He has an 8-second
Scorch
BKB. Will he be able to use it? He will not be able to do anything. Dead for 70 as a buyback. Rolling Thunder forward. Moonlight might be able to catch something else. Ike, an optimistic DP behind.
Oh, Lucas went on the backline.
Annoying. They are buying back the sniper. He got Cubify. He got Eknar. This might be the turn they were looking for with Crystallize with his BKB and the shard. No sniper. Nikikul gets to the high ground. Perfectly done. Ike, he's gonna be freezing everything. The Basher connects on to Nikikul. He does have the Glimmer to keep him safe for now. Stolen.
No.
Crystallize just turns around. I'm the one who thrives underneath the power of the moon. Lucas running forwards, pretty speedy. Gonna be pulled back by an Astro Pull. Nikikul still running forward with that concussive grenade. Threatening with the assassinate, won't be using it. Infernal very, very speedy there with the storm stance. The stun from Lucas will connect. Assassinate as well, uses the Manta, still trying to run. He will not be allowed to escape. With a couple of buybacks, the Amiga finally get the fight going their way.
The fact that the entirety of Monte is extended so far, and then you get to bring the sniper back in. There was some wicked grenade pushing going around in that fight as well. Gotta commend Nikikul for that. That roughly simulates what it would have been like to have a high ground fight where the sniper does not get caught.
Yep, exactly. Right? They're running towards the sniper and the Sven is killing them, right? Yep. So because you, instead of running away from the Sven and kiting him, you're running through him towards the sniper, and that bait with the buyback of the sniper changed everything. Because as you mentioned, Kakasa grenade, that one to the high ground, it completely caught Monty off guard.
Pretty smooth. And your Sven might just have not an Aegis, but also a level 25 before the next fight comes up. I say that, but smoke up. They're going in without the Brewmaster right now.
They're coming in. Rolling Thunder is ready. The Roche will fall, however. Nikikul gets an Aegis, and Monty decides not to fight. That would have... If you go for a fight there and you lose it, the game is no longer yours. It is gonna be Nemiga in control. And we talked about it. It wasn't actually Monty's mistakes. It was Nemiga making good plays and pulling Monty into a bad position and actually getting back into this game.
Yeah. And now the level 25 is up on the Sven, so we do have the extra God Strength damage. That's going to do a great deal for you. That said though, man, Monty is not about to slow down just because you got some puny Aegis or something. Who cares?
Sven might be strong. Crystallize in terms of net worth, he's stronger, and when it comes to the later portions of the game, unless you make some positioning problems for yourself, Monty. The Luna is gonna be doing more. That Nikki Cool has the Aegis rolling. Thunder is coming forward. Nice.
Does not have a
contested
BKB
grenade.
anymore.
Nice blink in from Moonlight. Nikki Cool. Ogre Steel Totem. He will die once. BKB down, Mixa dropping low, Lucas needs the help, he has the God Strength, Crystallize pops the BKB, Mixa is dropping low still, will be getting away, Crystallize BKB is getting low, he does stop the blink from the Sven, that was very nicely done during the Eclipse nighttime. Another Knight is gonna be coming their way, Lucas running in, he does have a Mjolnir on him, they brought down the Luna, fight the game, it's completely out of control, Monty, Moonlight, you're next on the menu, we see well during the night as well as the Sniper sees everything, Nikki Cool, they cannot bring him down twice. The only person alive is this Brewmaster. Nobody, literally nobody has a buyback. A game is completely even. Monty, they're losing their edge here.
They are, yeah, and they were so busy trying to make sure that the Sven did not re-enter into the fight that they didn't actually focus on winning the fight itself anymore.
Yep, they just let the Sniper do whatever he wants.
Yeah. That is a problem and a half.
Huh? It depends. For Namiga fans, it is, they're super happy about it. Look at that. Mixa getting away with 0 HP. Crystallize could have killed him. Moonlight, they're just so spread. Wanting, I'm gonna stop the Sven. I'm gonna kill the Timbersaw. I'm gonna annoy the Sniper. And in the end, none of it works because you didn't play as a team.
Completely divided, no focus fire. And that puts you in a place where the other guys have more burst damage than you do. And they're just going to be right-clicking you down. Yeah. Did it to yourself a little bit. That said, there is now no more Aegis on that Sniper. It will be a lot easier to fight him the next time around.
He has a shield rune, however, so at least for some time you can go for him. You can dispel it once you have a split, which is gonna be now. The Sniper is gonna have another item. Sven will have a swift blink as well, flying towards him as we speak. This is looking great. I mean, Luna is level 24 for the last 5 minutes.
Oh, she's gonna be upset about that. And yet, once that Satanic is up on Nikki Cole, I'm not sure if you have enough disabled to keep him from just right-clicking his health right back up there.
Eknar gets the shard. It's a solid shard, but I don't think at this point it's game-changing. I mean, both the Sniper and the Sven can deal pretty well with the ancient creeps as well.
Yeah. No, the Chen army has never been part of the problem here.
Kind of the solution for Namiga to get more gold.
I got eyes on the Sven just now. Saw a courier as well. Ike in the river. And they're just storming up.
For the Sven. They got Ike. The way to start the fight. He's dead without a buyback. Just destroy him. Nice stop on the timber chain. Mixa, however, pretty tanky. Glimmer cape to protect him from the tree toss, so he can't blink away if needed. Timber chain. They get themselves into a safe position.
They really very don't want to jump up.
The Avalanche will be nice. Has the Ghost Scepter as well. Sven has been found taking so much damage. Lucas alone. There's nobody to help him. How is he gonna hide with the Glimmer Cape? Lift up from the Rubik, saving his life for the time being. Lucas still invisible as the Sniper lifted up into the air, but he's got the high ground, so it's over. But it seems that it's over for him. He pops the BKB. Not gonna be surviving the Lucid Beam from the Luna. Dead for 120. Lucas will get himself away without the Ghost Strength, without his Sniper. What can he do to protect his base? Luna is coming for you.
She is, and she does have that level 25 right now, so plus 20 Lunar Blessing damage. She hits like a truck, everybody else hits like a truck. I guess you're lucky that you still have a tower standing on this wave.
Nice, but they cannot cut the bottom wave, and here comes the Brew as well. The tier 2 is gone. Glyph is at the ready. I don't think... Is it enough for Monty to stop? Yeah, they're thinking twice about this.
That's a wild decision to me. That is...
Is Sniper's buyback back? That's the main thing. 40 seconds until he has back. So Monty should know if they had timed it, and it would be foolish not to do so.
Exactly, but that's the only reason I can see for them backing off, is them not having the timer. And then if you're sort of like, you know, finger painting, a minute is not a risk that you want to take. It could be up already as far as you know, but yeah.
And he bought back mid-fight, so there is a good chance that they don't know exactly when he did it.
Very, very hard to tell, but that's a lease on life right now that Namiga gets that they really shouldn't have.
You didn't even force out the glyph. I think that's the scariest part, right? Because if the glyph got forced out, at least something would have been done by Monty. But in terms of structural damage, 1 tier 2, after that kind of a fight, they should have gotten more.
I wanna rub it in a little bit here though, but like, of course Crystal Maiden died immediately, but saving the Sven from that position that he was in, how is the Rubik Shard not better? What do you do as a Crystal Maiden in that situation?
I'm sorry, Kips, you were right, and I will never again in my life be doubting any of my analysts, apart from Otomo and Bowie. So pretty much everybody in this tournament apart from you.
You should doubt me. Keeps me sharp. And gives me opportunities to gloat.
Exactly, and gives you the confidence as well, right? So all of it was calculated. I'm actually a super nice guy. I'm not dumb at all. It was just that I was being super nice. Cool.
You are an enabler in the best sense of the word. I appreciate it.
There will be an Ancient Guardian on the Sven. Ancient Guardian gives you 50 bonus damage, so it's not really gonna be helping your god strength all that much, but it's damage nonetheless, and you need it, especially dealing with the super creeps on the top lane. Despite being the Sven, you want to die as fast as possible. Sniper has the Ancient Guardian. That's a lot more useful on him.
Didn't Nicky Cole just literally concuss himself off the high ground?
Yes.
What if they're waiting downstairs for you, dude?
You know, you ask those questions once it really does happen. So you show off, you're like, I'm super manly. You post it on your Tinder profile. I concussive grenade out of my base with a sniper. Instant 2000 matches. So, you know, it's a risk worth taking.
I guess that's something that I just don't understand. So I'll happily take your word for it.
Yep, exactly. As the lies.
Haven't lived that life.
That Rubik doesn't want to come over.
Nuh-uh.
That's a smart choice not to.
The only buyback that they have on Amiga right now is on the Sven. They're not about to use him as a scout.
Sniper will have his once the top lane is pushed out. He's pretty much going to be there. I mean, the other side isn't much better either, but the Roche will be spawning in 35 seconds, so it will be a Radiant side Roche. Considering that the top lane is pushing in, this is something that Monty can use to their advantage, just to wait for those creeps, but Amiga, they're not gonna be waiting. Tension is growing. Good vision from Namiga there at the edge of the map on bot.
Pretty good, but the cliff is currently all dire vision. Going all the way around.
Has level 25 in the Hex, so this Timber Saw is nothing to laugh at. His burst potential is insane. Very close to going for a fight. Smoke from Niga.
Surely they have Egnard.
And they will be finding. Oh, that is a dead shot. No buyback. Didn't even get his ulti off Moonlight. Going for a rolling down. Not getting that much damage from the sniper.
Nicky Cole's just standing.
Nicky Cole. No. They're going for him. They destroyed Nicky Cole. Does have a buyback. 100 seconds on the sidelines. But the two supports of Monty dead. There is a buyback on the Tiny. Nobody's coming to save Lucas. That rolling thunder is too annoying, as well as the split. With your BKBs being down to 6 seconds, you're not. You're not allowed to live. They found Ike as well. Nice TP out from Mixa, but the Crystal Maiden will not be so lucky. No buybacks coming to defend that Roche, which is weird. This is one of the objectives that makes or breaks the game.
Yeah, and you are fighting around your outpost here as well. You've got a ward watching it. You know what you're coming into. That it felt anemic almost. You get the burst out here previously, and then I think the call is made. You can see the switching, the targeting of... No, Nicky Cole doesn't even have the time to switch here. They're just spending that time going for the Tiny. And then by the time Lucas has killed the Tiny. Yeah.
It's
so
insane.
much
5 seconds bot.
Damage wasted, yep. And those 5 seconds doesn't sound very long, but that's the sniper's BKB duration.
Exactly. Now they're going for the push. The glyph was already used. The next wave is coming. You have a buyback on the Sven and the sniper, but you definitely don't want to use them. So that means this is another lane of racks. Mixa trying to be
and a toss back,
but he cannot finish him off. Toss back onto the Rubik. You're losing heroes, and your cores are not buying back. They found Mixa as well. He wants to leave. He would love to get away, but he's surrounded by trees. No, the Timbersaw, he hates trees, but he hates dying. Even more, Swashbuckle, another bash, keeps it in place. Buyback is ready on Mixa. Toss back again with the Crystal Clone, just gets herself deeper into enemy hands. Crystallize gets himself a triple 2 supports without a buyback, and Monty continuing with a push. Now Lucas, he is gonna be feeling the wrath of those bouncing glaives. Mega creeps coming your way, and Amiga in a bad position once again in this game.
Luna is tanking so much damage, and you gave your sniper's positioning away.
And he pops the Satanic, actually just goes forward. Nicky Cool went forward for that kill, and he has that Satanic of his own, but he's only attacking creeps at the time being. Basher onto Lucas, Crystallize, pops the BKB, goes forward. There's the refresher from Infernal that he got for Roach. They can go for another split. They found the Sven, the bash keeping it in place, has the BKB necessary to get into the base, but how do you fight without those? Now your tier 4s are in trouble. You don't have the glyph for the throne to defend it whatsoever from the split, as Moonlight is just making sure that you cannot come out. The shots from the sniper are hurting, however, so you might want to think this twice if you're Monty, because you could throw away this pretty much unlosable game at the moment. There's the Harpoon coming forward. Infernal gonna be protected by all kinds of shields as the Solar Crest keeping enemies at bay. Crystallized, a little bit too much damage being done. Mixa running away. There will be a Eclipse being used with a toss away. Nicely done by the Rubik. Jesvi keeping another one of his teammates alive.
And Mixa really pushing this Eternal Shroud to the max. Not this time though.
Survive. Nope. They see him clearly dead for 2 minutes, and I don't think that your throne is going to be surviving for that long.
I don't think so either. Your sniper just popped his Satanic again, but I guess they're resetting over on Monty as well.
They're waiting for the BKB on the Luna, shoving in all of the ways, waiting for the Mega Creeps to assist them. There is no glyph on Amiga for the next 2.5 minutes, and there's no Mixa now for 1.5 minutes, so you have time to approach this strategically.
You would have even had time to move back and check if there's a rune, perhaps, because you would have found yourself an AD rune sitting pretty in the river.
Satanic on the Sven. Could be a solid item to change things in this game. Swashbuckle, only the lucky shot on the sniper, but no bashes whatsoever. Jump in onto the Brewmaster. Is he gonna get the split off? Nah, Infernal gets it off. Now the Sven is taking a little bit too much damage, lifts it up into the air, and the throne is dead. Monty, they knew what they were gunning for the throne. Nobody cares about hero kills in that situation.
No, and I think ultimately for quite a long time they didn't care about the hero kills so much already. It's just waiting out the burst damage and then turning, which is something that, well, we saw that it was not as easy as it sounds, but at the same time I do also feel that it was very hard for Nemiga themselves to create the opportunity for that to happen. Like, as you said, it was really down to whether or not Monty had the right positioning for a fight already before they could actually try and capitalize on that.
Pretty much. In terms of though the excitement of the game, in the end those fights were insane from both teams, but we saw a lot of passiveness from both sides, which is not the most fun of things. In general though, Monty, I still need to check. Yeah, if they win the next one, they're gonna be tied with Rest Farmers. So immediately that means that Rest Farmers are gonna be challenged for their spot in the playoffs, and that's a big deal. So Rest Farmers are now looking at Nemiga. Come on, bros. Come on. You won the previous tournament. You can definitely win a game here. And the question is, Kips, can they? Can Nemiga take a game of Monty?
I do think so. Monty left a lot on the table during that game, and so did Nemiga, but if you give yourself a lineup with a little bit more playmaking capability, then you can see where Monty is leaving you time and space to farm up your items, time and space to smoke up and go find them somewhere. We saw several smokes from the Nemiga lineup, but just because they didn't lead to anything doesn't mean that they were choked out the entirety of this game. So I think they've got a shot here, as good as they were going to get during this group phase anyway.
Let's see though. There's still one more game to play here for Nemiga. Our former champions that were the first team to get eliminated in Group B are playing their final game. That doesn't mean much for them, but it means a hell of a lot for Monty, for Rest Farmers, and some of the other teams currently fighting to go into the playoffs. We will take a 10-minute break and we'll be back with Game 2 right after that.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Last game for Namiga in this tournament and possibly last game for Monty, but if they win they will have a shot at going into the playoffs. A slim but a shot nonetheless. I'm Harry, joining me is Skips, and we are a couple of seconds away from going into the draft of game 2 where, Kips, are we expecting another Chen to come out or is that hero out?
I don't think that the Chen was a particularly big problem in that last game.
not
Like
really.
he had a presence certainly early on. Like the laning stage for Mixa was certainly harder because of the Chen spamming the ice armor, for example. There are a bunch of reasons why you would be annoyed by it, but spending a full ban on it when what arguably lost you the game is your own passiveness or the passivity of your own draft at the very least. I would rather leave it in again and see if I could just be a little more proactive next time around.
Let's see if that's going to be the case. As the draft has started, we're gonna be getting into it right now, and the Chen has gotten banned by Namiga, so they do not share our thoughts about the Chen might not have been that big of a problem. I guess maybe when it's a first pick Chen you can respond to it before the bans, but if the enemies have a second pick and then they pick it, though, Gyro is not necessarily a bad hero versus the Chen.
No, he's not. You've got good damage versus the Chen army. You've got a lot of single target damage as well to harass the hero with in case that this is a support. It would have been pretty decent, but you know, I think the other side, I guess, that we didn't talk about the Chen is it could also have had a much higher impact if they do get to rally around it earlier. And maybe that is a risk that you realize you only got away with in the previous game.
So Monty gets a first pick Dark Willow, and I have to check. Okay, so they've played one Dark Willow thus far from the games I'm seeing. 2 Dark Willows.
Oh, several.
And
4.
One they won, one they lost. 4?
Yep.
I don't see the... Oh, there's the third one. Am I have to get my eyes checked. So
1 versus Nightballs, 1 versus Rest Farmers, 1 versus Navi Jr., 1 versus Yellow Submarine. They've played it in every single series so far.
Yeah, I don't know how I didn't see the Dark Willow. Might have been in the Shadow Realm, but either way, that's gonna be their pick. Seems to be a hero that they're quite comfortable with. I mean, I remember Cubify even. I don't even want to say regional Dota 2 series, even tournaments before this, that he was always pretty fond of the Willow.
Yeah, and Monte, I've said this before, I think the strength of their lineup is definitely in their support duo and how active and aggressive they can be with those two. And we've seen some pretty amazing plays from, for example, QBFY and Eknard teaming up with a Willow and a Clockwork. Clockwork hook-shotting in with the Bedlam on him and wreaking absolute havoc with just 2 supports. You don't see just 2 supports killing cores together that much more these days, but these two can pull it off. So I'm a supporter of specifically Monte's early Willow pickups.
Yep, they're gonna get the Dragonite, so that means these two are gonna be able to get some serious damage done. One thing that the Dragonite misses is a lot of damage, and with the Dark Willow you have it. Namiga immediately go for Zeus and the Shadow Demon. This is gonna be a big deal. I'm actually surprised you went for the Dragonite when there's a Shadow Demon available. Even the Zeus is pretty decent versus this hero. So I guess people just aren't that afraid of the disruption illusions no longer.
I guess not, but certainly the Zeus should also give you a pause. That percentage-based damage is going to pose an issue to not just you, but also those illusions eventually on. So, a little curious how Monte is going to approach this. I mean, on the other end, you can hunt this Zeus down with a lot of different heroes. If you there comes the Clockwork, so this is one of the heroes that's going to be making the life of Nikki Cool hard.
But what do you get to go with the Clockwork? Do you go for like a Medusa? Is that the approach here, or are we gonna see some other ranged core, or are we not gonna be seeing a ranged core at all? And this is just a good way to catch the Zeus, to catch the Shadow Demon as well.
I like your Medusa idea just because, well, the percentage-based damage of the Zeus is really not going to do anything else. But I was wondering about this guy because Monte have played him before in combination with the Dark Willow as well, and this can hunt down the Zeus real good, or the Shadow Demon, but whichever one. You have 2 venues of initiation now. 3 once the Blink Dagger comes up on your DK, and any one of them can do a ton more damage with the Bedlam coming up. So yeah, this looks proactive. This looks like Monte is perhaps ready to give us a little less of a resident sleeper game next time around.
Yeah, no lockdown on Amiga. I'm thinking you might have to go for something like a Mars right now. That's where the Clockwork comes in, which is a really annoying hero to play against if you're the Mars, right? Because you need an offlaner that's going to be stunning the Storm. If you get Primal Beast, he's banned out, but let's say Centaur, very bad versus the Bramble Maze. Very bad versus the Clockwork as well. So I think Monte, they actually covered for this Storm quite nicely. And Storm with the Dark Willow, as you mentioned, really great. Because Storm usually goes in, even if he gets the kill, loses all of his mana and dies. Bedlam is just such a high damage spell that you're probably going to be able to kill the enemies with minimal mana usage. And then you can zip away if you need to. So in general, I think Monte, they covered everything with the Storm pick. And I'm having a hard time seeing what Namiga are going to get here. I think Mars is probably like the best, but it's still not ideal.
Yeah, I was wondering if we shouldn't be looking at a couple of other options, because I feel the offlaner pool, the accepted offlaner pool right now is so small. What about a Tidehunter?
That's not a Mixa hero. I'm thinking like maybe he can go for his Beastmaster Visage Lycans. That would be okay, but then again, you don't have anything to lock down the Storm.
Yeah. No, you're correct. But as soon as you said, I'm like, oh yeah, Mixa is that guy. That particular guy. So we do Slardar instead, which, you know, you have a stun, you have the damage amplification. The middle road?
I don't know about this. First of all, you don't see the enemy safe laner. So you are gonna get somewhat countered. I guess you ban out that Medusa, but there's still a couple of heroes that are gonna do well versus you. It's a hero that doesn't have that much lockdown. Even if you combo your Crush into Bash perfectly, it's a 2-second stun. The Storm is still going to live through it. I don't know how I feel about this. I guess the idea is kill the Dragonite. Kill the Dragonite when he's showing himself on the tower.
Yeah, and then have a good mid-game off of that, become like a big, bulky teamfight damage dealer, stand in the middle, have the Zeus hop circles around you, that sort of thing.
I guess that's what you want to do. I think it can work, but you need a heavy physical damage dealer. They ban out the CM, so they're thinking it's gonna be Gyro 1, which wouldn't be bad.
10 seconds remaining.
No, that would work pretty well still in this game. I wonder about the carry matchup here, though. Is this going to be a Morphling then, perhaps? Oh no, that one's banned already, so...
Troll is the other one that's probably gonna get banned out here by Namiga.
Yeah. A Troll would dump a big fat turd on top of that Slardar, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And then what's left? I mean, you could go for a sniper, you could go for a drow, which would lane quite nice. I'm a big fan of the drow, even though I haven't seen it quite successful in the tournament thus far.
And normally it's T-Panda who hears drow and immediately runs away with it. I'm cautiously interested here, especially because later on in the game, what is necessary is for you to be far enough away from this Zeus, especially, and still deal your damage. And Drow with the Aghanim's plus Shard also deals with the illusions quite well at range. There is still a Slaughter in the game, but that's not the be-all to end-all of like initiation, and there will always be somebody right on top of you. It could be worse. It could be way worse.
I mean, you're great with the Glacier, you're great with the Pike. That's probably gonna be like your first item on the Drow.
Yeah,
all these the Mega heroes want to get close to personal, the Gyro, the Slardar, and if you have the Pike, you're gonna be fine, so that could work. The other hero that comes to mind is a Weaver. I wouldn't rate that. So it is gonna be a Hoodwink that gives you a bit more lockdown, a bit more burst. I think that's what the Mega were missing, and it is a good way to round up this lineup.
Great follow-up for Slardar. Usually going to have a little bit of extra disable with the Bushwhack, and then damage to finish off. The break, good versus the DK. We know Hoodwink into the DK. I feel like we see it every other game.
Exactly. I mean, Shadow Demon Hoodwink is like the support duo versus the Dragonite, and we see it over and over again. I'm still surprised that they got rid of the Bane. I think they were looking at this wrong on the side of Monty, thinking that, oh, Shadow Demon is going to be a position 4. And then they just banned out some position 5s that... I mean, Bane versus the Dark Willow, he sucks. Versus the Clockwork, he sucks as well. Storm Spirit also. So many ways to cancel out his ulti, even if he's catching somebody. I think that at least that ban on the side of Monty was a miss a bit. So what'd you get? Troll?
10 seconds. I mean, Troll seems like the easiest solution here.
Probably. If you feel like you can play it.
No!
Yes! Yes! Let's go.
Okay, Monte.
I really want to see this work, and I can't wait to see how Crystallize has dressed his Drow. I feel like Drow nowadays is like Barbie of Dota, because there's so many cool sets to go with Arcana.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it used to be Crystal Maiden, right? Everybody would have their Crystal Maiden dolled up to the 9s, but Drow Ranger, like with the abs and everything, hell yeah.
He doesn't have the Arcana, but he has a really cool set, you know, so the Samurai one. So I'm okay with that one. That's fine.
Yeah. That is points, style points, no matter what. I'm into it. And yeah, style points for the pick in general, right? Because we did illustrate a little bit why this would be a pick that could fit this game very well. You've got the matchups versus Nikki Cool and Lucas, where you need to be able to keep your damage, not that much jump over from the Miga. Like, Lucas will walk up to you, Mixa will jump, but ideally you only have one, you only need to push one person away, which is Mixa, and then you have Agnar to create space as well. I think this could, in theory, be a very good Drow game. However, in practice, I've seen only one Drow in the past 2 months, and she fell flat on her face.
Drow is a hard hero to play, not just for the player himself, but for the team in general. But I think Monty have what it takes. They have initiation, they have ways to get kills, they have ways to take towers, they have ways to create space. The laning buddy with the Drow is great, and they have counter initiation with the Terrorize. That is the most important thing to have as a Drow. To have something like a Magnus, a Tide, a Dark Willow, something that allows you to turn the tides when they do jump you and actually get them away from you. Terrorize is pretty much perfect for this. So I mean, Monty, if you can't make it work now, I would advise you not to pick Drow anytime soon again. But I think they've set themselves up for success once again. I think Monty got this.
Yeah, I find it very hard to disagree with you. I am all in on the Drow boat. Let's go, choo choo.
Do boats go choo choo? I'm not sure, but you're gonna explain that one to me as our viewers scan the QR code and get the 1xBet app. All of the information will be there, apart from if boats do go choo choo. So Kips, I guess they used to back in the day.
Yeah, steamboats used to, and that's also when the trains went choo choo. And like we still have horns. Actually, Oats and Train Horns still sound very similar. Both of them based on the original steam whistles, but they made them deeper now.
Yeah, the boat is like... Yeah. It's very... if you're close
you can feel
to
it in your
it,
bones.
it's insane just how strong it is.
I mean, that's what it is. It's like being at a pretty good metal show, right? You got the bass vibrating in your lungs and in your jeans. Just all of the air on you shaking. That's a good boat horn.
I think Finland has gotten under your skin, Kips.
I was like this before I got here.
Okay. Oh, okay. And then you fit right in. That's good. That's good.
Exactly.
That's quite nice. So if you and Panda, once you come to the land in Belgrade, maybe we can find a metal band to listen to one evening. I guess that would be. It's probably not gonna be as hard as the Finland ones, but it is what it is.
Listen, always support your local scene.
Okay. So we bring you, and then back in Finland, you're, you know those Serbs? They're so they rock so hard. It's insane, right? Or those Serbs, they're actually they're lightweight, right? That could be the thing you go with home, but we'll see. We'll see as the laning phase does start, Kips, and you're gonna be telling me whether we are gonna be keeping our eyes on, as there might be some kills.
There might be some kills. I mean, if you're rooting for the Drow here, you're hoping that the kills are not in the top lane, because I do feel like the Drow is at the most risk in this laning stage here. Eknard's got a lot of work to do. But in the meantime, on the bottom side, I think we maybe do not have enough stuns necessarily. The supports bullying each other.
Shadow Realm from Cubify. Now he's gonna get smacked by his own illusions, and Ike as well, so takes a decent amount of damage. What about the mid lane? The two guys that control thunder and lightning. Thor versus Zeus, basically, but it's not Thor, rather it's the Storm Spirit, but that doesn't matter. So you get the gist. Who wins this one?
Who wins this one? I don't really think that there's a winner here necessarily. Moonlight has the higher armor here most of the time, as long as Nicky Cool steps out of the range of his tower. And he's a little better at clearing the wave early on, but eventually, like, this is a Zeus. He will farm, and Moonlight is going to try and catch him on level 6 pretty much immediately.
Okay, we'll see if maybe there's gonna be some support rotations to help him with that. So far, pretty much equal between the two of them. Very rarely do any of these heroes get denies. Zeus has one extra deny, Moonlight none so far. We'll see if that does change time in the future. Nice damage into Nicky Cool, but having the bottles, having the water runes, in general, that's not gonna change much here.
No, exactly. And that leaves us at what could be a pretty static laning phase here. It's very hard to kick a Dragon Knight out when you have a Shadow Demon support on the bottom side. Level 3 might be a point where you're going to see an attempt with Ike's Shadow Poison stacks.
It's gonna be especially static in the mid lane. But
you know, normally when play-by-plays say that, you're cursing it to have a solo kill at like level 5 or something strange like that.
Yeah, I get it. We'll see if it does happen. I've seen Zeus's get a kill, right? I've never seen Zeus's get killed. However, it's very unlikely to happen.
Not since Devilly Jump.
Nope. Like, and people still try to kill them. I don't know why. Just let him go.
He's such an annoying little bastard. Like, I think in that regard, he is a great match for like the Zeus of Legend as well, right? It's like,
no, the Zeus of Legend. I'm gonna take the Hercules one from the animated movie. So that guy's pretty nice.
Those legends.
Yep.
That guy's a lot cooler than the guy he's based on. Let me tell you.
I mean, it depends on who you ask, right? Imagine.
You mean if you ask Zeus like or anybody else?
A 13-year-old boy. I don't know. I don't know. They might have a different outlook on life. As Nicky Cool is dying one one more hit. Oh, Moonlight didn't have mana for the Static Remnant.
He's
He
going.
had the mana. Oh, actually, he's dead. I have never seen a Zeus die in the mid lane, blah, 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 blah. And Cubify comes over and kills him.
I am the Lisan Al Gaib.
Middle tower is under attack.
Unreal. And also there's going to be 2 water runes for the Storm Spirit, so he's pretty much going to be full HP mana as well.
Huge. That guarantees him the level 6 before the Zeus gets close. And, well, that means that right now we're paying attention to the side lane, seeing if any supports can make their way back over to mid. But Willow has to help out with his tower pressure.
I mean, why would they? If you look at the CS of the Dragonite, and especially of the Drow Ranger, you might be okay with allowing your Zeus to die, because the Drow has 12 freaking CS. He's getting demolished by this Slardar.
It is, yeah, and this is one of those things where, yeah, you can avoid dying in this lane, but how many CS do you give up in the meantime? And you don't know how much Crystallize has played this recently, but a lot of those extra missing CS could definitely be due to unfamiliarity with the hero in current times. And then you just play it safe.
He's not using the frost arrows for CS. That's, you know, for me, that's something that you have to do. The extra 6 damage, level 1, 12 damage, level 2, it's nothing to scoff at. It actually would have made a difference. I don't know if this has been the case all the time, but considering he has an old talisman full mana, I think he has been a bit too passive with the frost arrow usage.
I think so as well. The Slardar has 19 denies right now. Sure, yeah, he has more damage than you, but you have a tool to compensate for that, and it just has not been used.
Not at all, from what it seems.
Mid.
Yep, we're gonna be seeing a move onto mid lane. The ulti of the Zeus is ready, so is the Zip. However, Ike loses like Moonlight. Think about going forward, and he's low on mana, low on HP as well. This is not going to be ending too well for Moonlight, from what it seems. Actually, Eknart, with his movement forward towards the Zeus, they will decide to just get away from each other. 2 for 1, a win for Monty in general.
Very decisive. Yeah, I was a little surprised by the faith that Moonlight had in his bottle there, but you know what? He was right, so...
Just need a little bit of faith, you know?
Yeah,
considering that
Storm, you are tanky.
You have a god in your lane against you, so you definitely have something to believe in. As Dragonite is actually ahead of the gyro in net worth, considering that in terms of CS it was going badly for him, but he has turned it around completely, so very nicely done there, played by Inferno.
Yeah, and that puts him at a level 6 now, which means that once again Ike here, it has already felt like the Shadow Demon didn't have much to do during this laning stage at all, is going to just have to sit bot and hope you can stop Inferno from taking your tower, because here's the help.
Oh, there's the rotation from Moonlight. He has the AD rune going towards Ike, who's gotten a couple of poison stacks on Infernal, but only 4 is not going to be able to slay the dragon. As 2 heroes die, rotation from Monty allows them to do a solid amount of damage on this tower, and they're gonna be doing even more now with the dragon form. It's looking pretty much dead.
Oh, decently. I mean, they could have had a lot more hits on the tower, actually. Infernal was really focused on taking down the creep wave, while the rest of his team was tanking tower shots. Like, hey, DK, you want to hit this? You want to hit this? No? Okay.
No, I want to farm. I'm a dragon. I eat people. I don't destroy towers. It seems that he hasn't watched the Cataclysm cinematic for World of Warcraft, where literally a dragon just destroys cities, as they will be finding a clockwork. Eknart eats a full rocket barrage. Will be using a very nice cogs there. Allows him to survive a little bit longer. Ultimately, he will fall. They're trying to give the kill to Lucas with great success.
I'm personally a big fan of the trope where the dragon lands on a tower and knocks a bunch of bricks off. That shot will always get a thumbs up from me.
Exactly. And, I mean, all of the cinematics are gonna be amazing from that company. A lot of people are crying about them lately. Haven't played many of their games, but their cinematics are
unbeaten.
a work of art. Yep, work of art. As Ike, you don't want to be here. Believe me, you might not know that you don't want to be here, but I know, and it seems that he's listening, even though Shadow Demon doesn't necessarily have ears.
Yeah, well, he had decent vision over who was where in the lane, at least, with that ward hidden between the trees. So that was something.
Does manage to escape. Didn't place any deep vision. I thought that was what his movement was for, to place deep vision so that they can hunt the drow. But decided against it.
Maybe he was just next level dodging that Storm Spirit gank. It is true that in general... Yeah, in general you should dodge towards the enemy base because people will be expecting you to dodge towards your own base. So you heighten your chances of survival. But of course towards the enemy base is maybe not where you want to end up after you've dodged the gank.
He dodged it earlier. The thing is now he's gonna die either way. Just gets destroyed. Just to be next to him. Moonlight should have enough mana to finish him off as well. The right clicks are gonna be more than enough for Moonlight to get on a killing spree. The Storm is looking really strong. Has enough mana to run away. You have to be careful of the Thunder God's Wrath. That cooldown not really all that successful, and Arcane Rune for the Storm. He can continue fighting. The Zeus is relatively low there on the other side. But be careful with Mixa finishing off Eknart. At least something being taken by Namiga as the odds are moving more and more into Monty's favor here. So guys, if you want to use them, promo code 1XRLGEU. Today is the last day of the group phase, so we only have the playoffs left. You better get that code running with the banner down below as fast as possible.
Exactly, there's going to be a new one for the next tour, so if you want to optimize, this is your shot.
Yep. Definitely want to use all of those that are being given to you. We're not only giving your money to the players, but also trying to make it more fun for our viewers. Moonlight with the Arcane Rune. He's literally not losing mana, but he's losing HP, so you have to be careful of that, especially with the Slaughter coming in. Slaughter is going for an Orchid, so Mixa we'll have that fairly soon. No Blink Dagger, however, so closing in the gap on the Storm is not going to be easy.
No, and the more I look at this game, the more it feels like an absolutely free Storm game. The only option that you have is to somehow catch him off guard with the Slaughter first, or for Moonlight himself to overplay, but so far he seemed completely in control.
Very composed on the Storm Spirit approaching towards that Witchblade, so his damage output is going to be even more insane. As Namiga are in a smoke, Cubify is not an easy kill. You get the Shadow Realm off and you're pretty much out. Dragonite on the other side. That's a kill that you can get. Jesvi is only level 4, no sharpshooter, not even close to it. Nikikul is losing his mana rapidly. Here comes Cubify, who does have his level 6. Infernal will be eating a homing missile. Shadow poisons are stacking. There's the Terrorize and the Bedlam. Goodbye, Lucas, as the Dragonite is still surviving. Hookshot perfect. Now Nikikul next to the menu. Heavenly Jump to the low ground. Lose 3 Namiga. That is one of the more disastrous smokes that you can have in general.
Absolutely, yeah. And the disparity between the supports are really mattering here. Level 4 on both of your supports when the Hoodwink gets so much damage out of that Sharpshooter. When the Demonic Purge is so important to taking heroes like that DK down. When on the opposite side, yeah, that was already a Bedlam on Moonlight. That's why Lucas just exploded so fast. And that hookshot for the bonus skill as well. I mean, they barely even needed it.
Mid lane tower falls. Puts even more chances for Monty to gank. The Dragonite is not going for a Blink Dagger. I don't know if I agree with this. With the amount of lead that they have already, a Blink Dagger would allow them to literally murder Namiga. Yes. I guess it kind of goes hand in hand with the Drow wanting to farm still, but I would have liked the Blink for sure.
I agree. I mean, you already have a bunch of ways to cross the distance, so I guess it won't immediately slow your team down, and it does feel good to have versus the Zeus, even later on into the game. But yeah, I do think it slows them down as well, because you have already taken down those outer towers. That means that if you want more kills, you simply are going to have to go deeper into enemy territory. That costs time. Be fast, buy a Blink Dagger.
They still got a kill, right? Infernal, he knows that they're just gonna be coming towards him, it seems, right? You know that dragons, they sit on a ton of gold, so enemies, they would want to get that gold, then they're gonna be going into the into the open mouth of a dragon. Makes sense, as Storm is still gonna be able to hunt quite nicely, as this game is still going amazingly well.
They baited out the haste rune for a sec, and Mikiko's got it.
Sharpshooter, if it connects, they're gonna get the kill, but unfortunately Jesvi is gonna be off the mark. The first sharpshooter of the game doesn't do anything. Could have been a nice Storm's kill, but in the end, nothing in favor of Nida.
Yeah, very good, just reserved again for Moonlight. I mean, it feels bad to praise him for being reserved when the previous map was so reserved for both teams that we were sitting here like, come on, do something, poking them with a stick. But in this case, you know, that's a haste rune on the Zeus, that's a phylactery just finished. You would hate to give away your Storm streak. He's at the top of the net worth. Yeah, be boring. Just do the right thing.
So,
Orchid Slaughter.
He does have a haste, so
Orchid
maybe
Slaughter is how you kill him.
Yep.
But not if Infernal spots you first.
Now, they now know that they're dealing with an Orchid that's gonna be allowing the Storm to play a little bit more conservative when it comes to approaching the fish.
I kind of forgot about Mixa, to be honest.
I forgot about the Drow. You know, I got so excited when I saw the Drow, and
yeah.
Well, no, it's not really in the game. Lucas, yeah, immediately Crystallized says, "You forgot about me? Well, now I'm gonna get a kill with just one arrow." That's how much he needed to come into that fight. He's still the lowest in terms of the cores, but he's catching up.
One shot, one kill? Or do you also not play Drow?
For that one, I know. For that one, I know.
Alright.
Okay, I need to check now the Drow. Actually, Drow is one of the cores that I played the most, I think.
She is very appealing playstyle. Just standing and delivering feels good. And you know what? I think the 4-man that Monte had... Oh, jump on the backline, silence.
Terrorize, silence on the Storm. He's gonna be taking so much damage. The Terrorize was already used, and with the Bushwhack, he's dead. Now they have vision of everybody else as well. Cubify, however, will get the TP away. So that's gonna be only Moonlight going down, but a big kill, the highest net worth hero on the map before that kill. Now it's gonna be Nikki Cool who's gonna be taking the lead.
Yeah, and I thought for sure that they'd seen the Orchid before, but he had not. He plays the exact same spiel as they did before, go on the backlines, and gets punished heavily. That's, Mixa is going to be very happy about that.
Yep. Amazing for him. His Orchid works out just before, as he's closing in on his Blink Dagger as well. That's quite huge. Now, even if he would farm it, the Orchid has paid off with that Storm kill. I also checked. I have 200 games on a Drow, so, you know, that's I have a lot of games in Dota in general, so I think most of the heroes most of the heroes that we're gonna find, it's still gonna be quite a lot of games.
Yeah, I think 1/10 of my games or something are on Crystal Maiden, but since I don't play a lot, that's only a 150.
I was about to do a Nelson laugh at you, but I decided not to because I'm a good colleague.
Thank you. Listen, some of us are good at playing and know it. Some of us are not good at playing and know it, and we save our talents for other things.
That is, knowing your strengths is the most important thing. And let's see if Monty knows theirs. They're going for a smoke. They have the dragon formed. It's gonna be expiring fairly soon, but it is a red dragon. So that's pretty much how I would imagine it to be. A fire-breathing beast. Moonlight, gonna be caught, but you are getting a surprise from the other side. They see everybody found this use. That is the perfect target, just destroyed. They push him back. Nikki Cool goes onto the other side. Lucas will be the first one to fall. Does get his ulti out before he does. They get the sharpshooter onto the Dragon Knight. Not enough damage to even attempt to kill him. Here comes Crystallized. They are gonna be finding 3 heroes. Make it 4 with Jesvi being next to the menu. Bushwhack is amazing, but Crystallized finally coming into these fights. He hasn't died a single time in the game. Took some time, but he's very close to the top of the network chart with that double kill.
And I don't see a good way that they're going to keep him from it. This entire fight is made possible by the fact that they see Slardar on the bot wave, and he is just simply not in a position to be there in time. I don't know if he didn't even have a town portal scroll or what while this was going down, but he was only walking his way over while the rest of his team was getting slaughtered. And without that Orchid, Moonlight is as free as a bird.
He was close to the blink. That's what was happening. It was being delivered to him when that fight was starting. So I'm very surprised that the Amiga went for it. They got baited in by a Storm Spirit.
Yeah, but man.
Are scanning.
But they didn't have the starter. How do you kill him without the starter?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking, really. In my mind, that's maybe they were just wanting to use the disruption to see where the enemies are to force out rotations, but didn't expect to get sandwiched from a completely different angle.
Yeah, I mean, really great clock hook shot in the middle there as well, splitting that fight up.
Exactly. When the fight is split, you definitely aren't killing the Storm. You need at least like 3 heroes sitting on him doing damage without any interruptions. If that doesn't work, then you're screwed.
And Eknard's got the full Solar Crest as well, so really, Moonlight is gonna go in, you're gonna go on him, and then Eknard hooks in, splits you all up, puts the Solar Crest on his Storm. It's, you're up for a challenge on the Amiga, on just a single hero already.
Mixa is now going to be going for a shard. He is level 12, so his ulti is that much stronger. The Roche is traveling, just goes through the Slaughter. He hates Slaughter. If you're a Roche, Ursa is public enemy number 1, Slaughter probably the second one.
Yeah, exactly. And then Venge to round out the third, I think.
Yeah, possibly.
Could be Pango. There's some candidates.
Pango is annoying.
TA.
Right? If you,
TA.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, you hate the TA for sure. And yeah, public enemy number 2 will be coming for you as they're gonna be getting themselves a Roche from what it seems on the Amiga side versus a Clockwork. This is scary, to say the least, but it's working out for them and doesn't seem like Monty are interested of coming over, or they might not even know what's going on.
No, Monty had reset quite far back actually. Their waves weren't looking that great either, so yeah, Amiga correctly deciding that they have a lot of space. They got quite low on Mixa there as well, and it just doesn't matter. Monty is nowhere near.
That's very dangerous to go for that versus a Clockwork. I'm actually super surprised, especially because they got away with it. But the Storm now has a BKB, so your Orchid is not as valuable as it was. There is a Pike on the Drow Ranger. The Dragonite has a Blink Dagger and Yasha being delivered. So Monty has a lot of item timings. But is this Aegis enough for Nemiga to actually have a shot in a fight?
It might be. There's a lot of HP on that Starter to chew through, and if you have to do that twice, because the Starter is not enough. Oh, they found Lucas.
Even
what
use
an
the
opener.
Terrorize. I don't think that was necessary. The Bedlam probably would have been an even better choice to kill him faster, but either way, you finish off the enemy carry who has been farming for the entirety of the game and then just dies. On the other side, Drow has been farming for the entirety of the game, but she's been killing other than dying.
And she's barely been bothered at all. Nemiga just hasn't had the time to come look for her. And an 80 rune. Waiting in the river. Oh, Moonlight's gonna have a field day.
Once he spots it, he sees it with the ward, so just walking towards it. Look at how confidently he's doing. He's first gonna be taking the wave, knowing that nobody else can take this one, and it is gonna be a nice boost in damage for a Storm Spirit. Man, he loves this. When it was changed from... He loved the DD rune as well, but now when it's an AD rune, it's even more powerful in the hero.
Yeah, it's fantastic for him.
Oh, Drow has a shard.
There we are. So the glacier is up. Get that local high ground advantage. And
That's
some
pretty
multi-shot
cool.
arrows.
Slaughter wants to get super close to you, but you use the Pike, use the Glacier, and it's so hard for him, especially if he doesn't have a BKB. He's gonna get slowed to a crawl, and Mixa is not going for a BKB, so... Thinking that the Guardian Sprint is gonna be enough to allow him to get closer to Drow Ranger or run away, I don't think that's necessarily the case.
I don't think so either. I think there's so much peel on the side of Monte as well that this Drow Ranger doesn't necessarily have to do desperate stuff like, you know, pick up an Ogre Seal Totem for the next range of neutrals as well. I think you could just go for the Enchanted Quiver or something like that, get even more range. Mixa has so much on his shoulders right now. He does have his own shard. So he
remember the spider legs Drow? Those were the
oh,
times.
I do.
She was so good
Oh,
with
yes,
that.
I do.
We'll be going for a smoke here in Amiga. There will be a pause, so we're gonna be waiting a little bit there on Crystallize. Wait, when did they remove the spider legs? It's a couple
very early on.
Yeah, really? It was a long time ago?
Quite, yeah. Because this is one of the things that was just clearly imbalanced on certain heroes. I think only by now we're really at the point where there's enough diversity in neutral items, as well as that the impact of them individually is not that high, that there's not too many completely broken options anymore. But certainly things like the spider legs were just... Well, get yourself a Lina Ags on whoever wants.
I was a coach. I was coaching a team where Exotic Deer was playing. He was a big Drow fan. And he just loved that item. Infernal is gonna be caught.
Infernal, yeah.
He's
Storm's on your back line.
Damage, but he will be surviving. Moonlight is just doing so much damage. Doesn't care. Yeah, you have an Aegis, Lardar. You're inside of the river, but we're still gonna take you down. Lucas next on the menu. The Terrorize was perfect. They're gonna try to stop the blink out with the Bedlam, making sure that Mixa doesn't get out. Moonlight gets an easy triple kill. That's 5 heroes dead if you count the Aegis. Sneaky cool. His contribution to the fight was ulti and run away.
Yeah, and at this point I think it's clear that the first 4 picks of Monte were just so good that Crystallize could have picked anything and this game would have worked out for them. It's nice to have the extra damage, but honestly the synergy between these 4 and the way that they came roaring out of the laning stage, Amiga has been on the back foot this entire time, and then the Fist of the Drow comes swinging out of the woodworks.
That's a 10k gold lead for Monty, 21 to 5, Namiga. I now understand what you said, right? And I understand why Namiga aren't looking as good. It seems that the patch is the same as the previous tournament that was played, but the meta has changed slightly so that Mixa cannot play his Beastmasters, his Visages, his Lycans, and I think that maybe they should have tried to do it, because it would have caught the enemies off guard.
It would have. I mean, he got absolutely destroyed on a Beastmaster earlier, but on the other hand, the Lycan has had good results as a surprise pick in this tournament already, because Dream has done it. Kami has played a game of Lycan and rocked with that. So it's not like the option isn't there. You just have to have the faith that you can go off meta, and I do think that, for example, the Nikki Cool side steps.
It gets silenced, BKB immediately used. That's a victory for Namiga. The best that they can hope for with the current situation of things, that the BKB is gonna be used on the other side and Monty doesn't get anything. But when do you have a chance to turn this game around if you're Namiga? Are there any certain items that you're waiting for, or does it have to be just doing all of the little boring things perfectly and then waiting for Monty to slip up after you do it?
I mean, you're going to have to do the last thing for a long time, yes, but eventually you have a Zeus here. Your damage scales very deep as well, and once your Gyro gets to the Satanic after this BKB, he's very tanky. He's going to actually take a long time to kill. You have a core to stand around and to have that Zeus, you know, protect that Zeus with. So you do have options here. It's just going to take a while.
We'll see if that while is going to be given to them by Monty, where the Drow Ranger is going for a Butterfly. It's definitely the highest damage dealing item for the Drow. Maybe a Daedalus, but Butterfly is definitely up there. Atos, Hookshot misses. Infernal a little bit low on the Blink. Finally, we'll get the Dragon Tail off, and that should be a dead squirrel. The rest of them just leave, so it's not really that big of a kill for Monty. But again, they are the ones controlling areas. They are the ones choosing where to fight, and now they're the ones hunting for the Zeus.
He is low on mana.
Has a great healing Lotus. Oh, they found the Slardar. That's a pretty big kill as well. Oh, Nikki cool.
Yeah, he
showed himself.
Still needed to clear out that wave. They're not hunting for him.
Okay, he left the Manta. They probably
Shots,
think that he's
5, 4, 3.
2-1. Blast off?
Yeah.
Nicky cool, he's actually being chased. They scanned him. Great healing, Lotus. Heavily jump ready. There's the silence. They have the hook shot. He's gonna man to the silence saw. Blocking in with the illusions. Eckhart, he can't get it. No, he kills the illusions. Beautifully done by Crystallize. Going for that split shot. And then it's easy to stop that TP. What a nice chase down.
Very nice. They're not necessarily chasing him. Just the fact that they haven't seen him is still in the back of their heads. And like, okay, the option that he's here. Let's not play as if he isn't here. Let's put it that way. And yeah, that is now the rocket spam. Eknard. You can play Clockwork from the fountain once you're here.
Ike. Oh, Shadow Amulet, TP away. Very successful. Very effective as well. They're quintupling them in terms of kills. Is that how I say 25 to 5? It's insane.
Yep.
Gust from the Drow. We've gotten to a point where this Drow Ranger is solo killing people. You know, this reminds me of the old Shadow Blade Drow. And he doesn't even have a Shadow Blade. He's still killing everybody.
Yeah. And I feel a little bit bad pointing it out, but this is Crystallize showing in the lane that he probably hasn't played a lot of Drow recently.
Yep.
And he's still owning this hard.
Yep. The thing is with the Drow, it's mostly about positioning and team movements.
Yeah.
Laning phase is important, but sometimes if the enemy team aren't like super crisp, super clean, like tier 1 teams, you can get away with a bad laning stage as well. And that's pretty much what happened in this game.
Yep. Great, and now the Drow very good at taking Roche herself.
Yep,
Has
they
a
get
butterfly
cheese
up.
as well. Insane. Cheese for the Storm. He has a 7-second BKB. I think that Monty has everything they need to end this game. I mean, going high ground versus the Zeus is never easy, but Drow Ranger is one of the better heroes to just attack from super far away.
Her range is absolutely insane, and if you jump her now, I mean, she's got the butterfly, she's got the Elven Tunic on top of that, so didn't even go for range. She's just like, you know, if nobody hits me, they can't hurt me.
The thing is that with the gyro, you don't want to get an MKB. You want the Daedalus, you want the AoE damage, not single target. BKB forward, onto the Shadow Demon. They don't kill him, but they put him in a position where he's gonna die immediately. Lucas next on the menu, stands his ground. Moonlight has the cheese. Even if you attempt to kill him, it's not gonna be successful. Mixa caught in the cogs. It's where he will die. As Storm is in trouble, Moonlight goes down. That's even after the cheese has been used. So overstaying is welcome for sure. Crystallize still running forward. 4 staffs forward and a couple of more hits. He's gonna get the kill. Look, he's still standing his ground, going for the Zeus. They cannot kill him. They have to run from this guy. Next to the menu is gonna be a squirrel that dies to the rocket flare from afar. And the lone survivor is this poor gyro. They weren't afraid to give away the Aegis to just completely obliterate their enemies.
Absolutely insane. Look at this attack speed on the Drow Ranger as well. Drop that Solar Crest on top. She's a machine gun.
Yep, machine gun with a very high caliber, because everything is just dying in front of the might of the Drow Ranger. 20,000 net worth, 17,000 is the next hero on the other side. And it's a Zeus. They have a Zeus and the gyro. Those are very, very fast farmers.
They are, yep. But what are you gonna do versus 300 agility?
Yeah, that's, you know, it's one of those things. She's so agile, you cannot hit her. She attacks super fast. And, you know, if people have watched Dragon Ball, the most important skill is the skill of speed when it comes to combat. So, Drow Ranger, she has it all.
A woman who has it all. And now, you know what? This Dragon Knight also has it all, actually. A level 20, Magnum Scepter. Big Black Dragon is on. All 3 of these cores are so happy with their game.
Is there anybody on Amiga that's happy? Yeah, okay, I thought so. That's pretty bad. Hopefully they can find their happiness in something else, because victory has been eluding them in this tournament. Our champions, that literally ended up being the worst team in Group B. That's just how it is. Yep. This is how things change, standings change in Tier 2 Dota. The consistency needs to be there. For Namiga, it wasn't.
Alright, Mixa just flew in his BKB. They're still trying. They're not actually giving up just yet. They have a timing. It's just that right now you immediately get faced with what you thought was a shoved out wave is instead immediately gone as that DK illusion. He gives your Shadow Demon being smoked away.
It's still not easy to guess this. The Drow Ranger might actually get caught. That is a huge kill.
Oh, they got her.
If they can get on top of her. Yeah, they see him. Has the Manta. Has the Force Staff going away. The Glacier still hasn't been used. There's the help coming in. And finally, Crystallized Wolfall doesn't have the buyback. Let's see if you can get yourself out. The thing is, do you even have to get yourself out? Okay, this Gyro, he is afraid. The Terrorize is there.
Oh, you're
He's
gonna
being
die.
terrorized, but he's still trying to stand his ground. He's not going to be able to Moonlight. A little bit too much damage being done by him. Has the regen as well. So both of the teams lose their carries. To be honest, that's not that big of a win for an Amiga. Yes, they killed the Drow for the first time in this game, but the Goldie didn't change much. Gyro is almost as valuable as the Drow. It's good, but it's not perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a win if you manage to keep this at just time bought, right? You've got yourself a bunch of experience for all of the heroes that survived. You did get out of the dodge with everybody else, which I thought versus the Storm Spirit was going to be a pretty big challenge. And they did know themselves as well that just because they got the Drow Ranger didn't mean that they were actually going to take the full team fight. So very realistic expectations of their own strength here. And if that was all there is, then all they did right now was buy time for, well, honestly, pretty much for free if you count the way the gold has been flowing back and forth for those 2 kills.
So, I know you're a big fan of the late game Zeus. Is Zeus winning this late game, though? Doesn't really look that way, right?
No. No, it does not really look that way. I mean, you need... The thing with the Zeus late game is like, yeah, you scale really deep, but you also need literally all of the items to do it. And this has not been a game for the Zeus where you've been getting that kind of gold. Sure, you're farmed, sure, you're at the top, but that's not the same as having Moonshard money just in your pocket as an afterthought.
I guess it's still not impossible for them to come back. A 10k Goldie, 35 minutes into the game, it can be done. Also, Slardar having the shard, you reduce the enemy armor. It can change things, especially the vision part of the Corrosive Haze. He's approaching his level 20, but imagine a level 25 Slardar with an undispellable Corrosive Haze. It really would put Monte in an uncomfortable position. So if I was Monte, I would try to apply a bit more pressure now whilst I'm still this many times stronger than my opponents.
Exactly. No, right now they're in... I'm not going to say like it's the most dominant position because you can just take a fight and get further ahead, right? But if you're just going to keep farming, then you're not going to move the needle on that gold differential because this is Zeus illusions we're talking about who are farming while they're shoving out the waves. These are both done by himself as well as by the Shadow Demon, by the way. So the Shadow Demon is also getting some extras here. And then the Gyrocopter also clears caps super fast. So as long as Monte does nothing, the gold's gonna stay the same, I do believe. So yeah, here we go. Smoke up.
BKB Drow. 9 seconds. Refresh Zeus. If they can stun the Drow, maybe Zeus can kill her. But Lucas is just gonna be caught by the Dragon Tail and annihilated. Where's the state of disruption comes out? Is it fast enough? Zeus has already died. You have lost 2 of your cores, one of which doesn't have the buyback. That is the most important one. The TP out from Mixa is not gonna be allowed. Actually gets himself out just in time. Ike definitely not so lucky with Crystallize getting himself a triple kill. Yes, you do have 2 buybacks, but the main base defender is dead for good.
Is your last outer towers done for?
Oh, an extra. There's the tower gone. Oh, there's top tier 2 still. Slaughter has been found.
Well, for a little bit.
Let's see how long Mixa will be surviving. They have the Dragon Tail. He will be dead 100% even with the hook shot being used. Mixa actually turns around in the storm. He might get the kill. Moonlight is standing his ground. Will be able to live through it all. Finishes Parasma. TP's out. It will be a wipe with some of the heroes of Namiga coming to the world of the living. But their base will be in shambles.
I think the worst thing there is actually just V dying, since the rest of them were either going to come back, and the Slaughter had a buyback as well. Like, there was clearly a case of trading a buyback for time on the heroes that did not have any.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Ike
attack.
should be counting his lucky stars. He got the disruption on the Drow, just trying to be annoying, and somehow he dodged the bramble maze in those trees. But does survive. However, the Raxes cannot run TP away or anything similar.
Alright, Moonlight versus Nikki Cole.
Forces
Storm
out
gets
the
off
buyback as
scot-free.
well.
Base
Tier 2 on
not
top.
gone yet though.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they need to protect this tier 2 on top. If the tier 2 on top dies, it's gonna be so easy to get the last lane of racks. You just wait for the mid and the bottom lane to shove in while waiting in the triangle, and then you just poke. This way, at least in the triangle, Namiga can invade it super quickly from multiple angles because of that tower.
Are scanning.
It's our last asset out on the map. I mean, unless you count the Radiant Outpost spot, right? But Roshan will never be there again.
Yeah, literally. You TP there and you're TPing into your death. Imagine a multi-shot waiting for you.
At least it's quick.
Exactly. At least it's
So what
quick.
I think needs to happen here is that Lucas needs to buy out for the Satanic that he's got in the works. I don't think a buyback has the same kind of impact as the Satanic would.
Definitely not, because your team is gonna die. The AoE damage of Monty is not to be underestimated, and they have this chase down potential, right? So you need to be able to stand your ground while your team is running circles around you. I agree.
And maybe, just maybe, they'll give him the time.
If these are the right odds, guys, fast promo code 1XRLGEU, but I think there's probably a mistake there. Monty are like 99% certain to win this game. The win probability in Dota Plus says 100%, so Namiga are without a chance to get even a second win in the Group B here in the Regional Dota 2 series.
Yeah, full 100% decently rare. Usually Gaben likes to give a 8% or 2.
Yeah, just in case. I guess there might not be... I don't know if it uses all of the metas or just the current meta as Dota Plus when the meta has been going for so long. Maybe there's not too many Drows to draw assets from, and then it hasn't seen many comebacks.
Lucas. So risky.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And
I
he
laugh
has
in
to,
the face
though.
of danger.
He does. Now, how are you gonna get your courier to a shot? Matt, the dragons are taking your base, but you... Think so?
Moonlight will be found. He does have a shield rune. Pops the BKB, pulls Lucas in. Here comes the Dragon Knight as well with the Dragon Tail from
They don't know what to do.
He's doing too much. Lucas running in. He doesn't have the Satanic, meaning that he's fighting an uphill battle that he cannot win. It's just a chase down at the moment. Namiga are completely helpless. Even those illusions would have gotten the kill on themselves, but Moonlight finishes off just a bit faster. Namiga, they lose 3 without any chances to do any damage, actually. Yeah, there's the GG.
No, just call it. Okay. I thought for sure that they were going to drag until the Satanic and then give it one more go, but I guess their call is like, we can't lose another Roshan. If we lose Rosh, that's game. So they see if they can get themselves an opportunity, and when they don't, that's it.
And I think that was a good call, right? Because Rosh is... If you lose Rosh there, you're 25k behind. You are up against a lineup that's possibly better in the late game. You're already 2 Raxes down. It's over, Kips, right? So you just give it your best. Their best in this game was not good enough. Monty, however, they are gonna be tying up with Rest Farmers right now at 5-5. Navi Jr. are 4-4. Yellow Submarine are 5-3. We could have a 4-way tie. Is that a possibility? If it's no, we can't. Yellow Submarine, Navi Jr., one of them is gonna have 6 wins. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, thanks to Yellow Submarine taking just that one map off of Night Pulse, which is gonna be counting their lucky stars there.
So Monty versus Rest Farmers was a 1-1, so they're definitely going to be playing the tiebreakers. Now both of these teams are looking at Navi Jr. and hoping that they're going to lose. But with this from Monty, considering that they played versus Navi Jr. 1-1, if Navi Jr. wins one game, it's a 3-way tie either way, unless admins are going to correct me and like Rest Farmers considering they lost 2-0. No, but because they went 1-1 with Monty, they're definitely going to be in the picture. Very interesting stuff is happening, Kips, here in Group B, but there's also a chance that you know, Navi Jr. they win 2-0 again. Okay, so we're gonna be having tiebreakers in Group B either way. That's quite fun. In Group A, Liga and One Move are gonna be having a tiebreaker for the number 1 spot here. We know that number 1 spot is Night Pulse, but it's gonna be the second and the third that people are fighting for, and it's all gonna be decided in Navi Jr. versus Yellow Submarine, which I'm not gonna be here for. So I can give you my thoughts on the series, but I'd like to hear yours first before we go away, because you definitely have more info than I do.
I mean, my info is as follows. Both of these teams boast an incredible amount of young up-and-coming players. Both of their wins have been very much determined by outplay and out-itemization over positioning and map play. And I am very interested in seeing the matchup between Niku on the mid and Satanic on the carry position on the other side.
Yep, it is going to be fun to see those two up-and-coming players going up against each other, for Ukrainians and a Kazakhstani player, Navi Jr., for Russians and a Kazakhstani player on Yellow Submarine. We'll see who's going to be doing better here. But for now, we are going to be taking a break, switching it up a bit here. Lovely Kips. Oh, wait. Lovely Kips is going to be staying with you. I'm going to be replaced by Rob and Roll, and you're going to be enjoying this lovely duo taking you through the last series of the group phase.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet Bookmaker Company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy. Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final game of not only Group B, but the groups all together. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one's going out, because I've not seen any of Group B, you know, so I'm looking forward to seeing Navi Jr., Yellow Submarine coming up against this one, and someone that does know a lot about Group B. Kips, you know, what are we expecting to see here between these two teams?
I mean, we've had one of the closest groups I think we've seen in the regional series so far, and what we're seeing here is the two the two youngest teams, and I want to say the two teams that have tried to play the most aggressive Dota, have made the most mistakes, but also the most interesting plays, go up against each other for a possibility at skipping these looming tiebreakers. Because if Yellow Submarine loses 2-0 to Navi Junior, you can see the three-way tie for the last place in the playoffs looming. And otherwise, even on a 1-1, Navi Junior still goes into that tiebreaker. So the only thing that saves us from a three-way tie is Yellow Submarine winning 2-0, which would put Navi Junior out of contention. And would leave us with tiebreakers for Monte and Rest Farmers still. So this is a hugely impactful game for everybody. And the fate of the entire group is in Navi Junior's hands, basically.
Yeah, I've been sat here before this series kicked off, trying to look at the table, seeing how it all break down, and my head was spinning. I was just like, you know what, let's just wait and see how it all, lies at the end of it. So yeah, we are going to be coming through into Navi Junior versus Yellow Submarine. Going to be a great series. Obviously, Yellow Submarine, a team that a lot of people have been talking about in terms of just what they can do with Satanic on the team. But you look at the rest of the lineup here. The players that I've seen, every time I've seen Yellow Submarine play, they've always been impressive. They've always maybe stumbled at that final hurdle in like big event qualifiers, but they've taken some big scalps as well. So yeah, I'm always looking forward to seeing Yellow Submarine play. And on the other side, Navi Junior, I think, there's been, again, a little bit of a change-up, but they've always been kind of thereabouts as well in events like this. Again, going through into LAN qualifiers, looking to get themselves into good placement. So, not surprising to see, here they're having a really good time. Looking forward to seeing how both these teams are going to do. But if you're looking at both these teams, Kipson, again, because you are the expert on Group B here, are you leaning either side before we even get into the draft, on a favorite here? Do you have a team that you think might just be able to sneak this one past the finish line?
I mean, just based on results alone, I think you'd be taking a risk not to lean towards Yellow Submarine here, just because they are the ones who have convincingly taken a map off of Night Pulse, the winners who, they have lost another map, I don't remember to who, but that one was basically them shooting themselves in the foot. So Yellow Submarine done it on their own power, and I think the other thing that we see from Yellow Submarine is that they too have two very strong side lanes and then a mid laner who simply moves through the mid lane and then goes into that playmaker role, which we've seen work out really well during this tournament so far. Whereas the other way around, Navi Junior really does lean on the performance of Niku in the mid, and a lot of their wins came through the Kotl, which is banned out in the first phase.
Yeah, and I've seen a Pudge ban there as well. I know Juice likes to play that Pudge carry from time to time, so obviously Yellow Submarine going to be very familiar coming up against Navi Junior in multiple events. Going to be taking that one away. But standard, it looks like standard bans apart from that. The Bloodseeker, yeah, I get it because of the Pangolier, but everything else looking fairly standard on there. The IO being left in. I don't know if either of these teams have an IO player, actually, but yeah, is there anything that you've seen that we should be looking out for? Anything out of the ordinary, out of the box that both of these teams might just pull out of the bag here in this final series?
I mean, I certainly think that Pudge is the biggest surprise pick that we have available here. Yellow Submarine does like to pick a Pugna on occasion, which is something that not a lot of other teams utilize, but they have specific scenarios versus a lot of physical damage where they have a stand your ground type of carry that they love to bring that Pugna into the mix. So that's one to perhaps consider.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for the little green skeleton man, as we do see the Medusa ban coming out here, as well as the Techies. So quickly to just run through all the bans, we are going to be seeing the Shadow Demon, the Doom, as well as that Bloodseeker, Bane, Techies being taken away. On the other side, it's going to be the Chen, Disruptor, as well as that Keeper Light, Pudge, and the Medusa. Meanwhile, Keeper Light, the Clockwork, I was looking directly at Keeper Light when I started talking, but the Clockwork being picked up here. It's a hero that's starting to sneak back into the meta, for the past... how long have we been on this patch? 6, 7 months, 8 months, 10 years, my entire life, it feels like. It feels like the Clockwork hasn't been that popular, but at least here in the RES European region, I am seeing that Clockwork being picked up a little bit more and more. Why do you think the Clockwork is getting popular? Is it just because it, like the heroes like the Pangolier, that it can get right on top of the hookshot, or is there another reason we're starting to see the hero come back?
I mean, the reason we're seeing the hero come back is because of the overclock and the rocket spam. And I think a lot of players are getting better and better at making sure their Clockwork gets through the laning stage well and then gets some time to farm that Aghanims, sometimes even getting a spot in a lane, as I have lost your lovely glowing countenance just now.
Yeah, I think my webcam crashed, so let's just give it a quick restart and see what we can do.
Well, anyway, it's all about the vision spam, and especially once it gets to that mid to late game, what you really need in order to, you know, play an aggressive lineup, still aggressive, is you need a lot of information. This map has grown very big since the last couple of patches, so the vision control that you get out of getting that clockwork to the Aghanim Scepter is absolutely massive, and it is the big reason why we see him picked up so steadily here.
Okay, well, let's see what they're going to be able to do with it here. Having that body in front of the Luna as well is going to be, you know, fairly nice as we see the Rubik coming out. So I imagine these are going to be our two supports. We've got ourselves, yeah, the Clockwork as well as that Rubik. And then looking on a mid laner here for Yellow Submarine. Snapfire, though, coming out on the other side for Navi Jr. Again, a hero that I'm not seeing all too often. So looking forward to seeing what they can do with this one. Where they're going to be placing it here as well, as a Lifestealer does come out. How much do you like the Lifestealer carry into the Luna? Because the Luna, you know, being able to play at a distance, has the shard with the protective glaives as well. Lifestealer obviously has to get up in the face of the Luna. Are you a fan of this?
I'm alright with it, mostly because both of them are, I want to say, not necessarily a little slower, but they do both have big items that they need to get to, and if either of them is, you know, if either of them is faced up with a faster carry, then sometimes you can get into trouble. So the pacing fits each other really well, right? And we're going to see that Radiance over on the Lifestealer, which is going to do a great deal of work versus the DK and his illusions especially. He's going to be able to feast on that the DK's HP as well. So that feels pretty decent. Of course, up versus a Clockwork is annoying. You can't split push as freely as you want to normally, and he's most likely going to be able to put the cogs in between you and a Luna every other fight. So it's alright, but I would have maybe liked to see a little bit more of a convincing pick here.
Okay. Is there anything you're looking up for here as well? Because the final band's coming through. They're actually, you know, the Centaur band coming out here. So, yeah, Navi Jr., they've got that Pangolin mid looking for the offlaners. So the Mars gets taken away. What else have I been seeing in the offlane? It's been a few days. You know, I have slept since the last time I cast. So, yeah, what have Navi Jr. been playing? Let's take a look through their heroes. What have they been playing in the offlane? So, I'm seeing a lot of Centaurs, a couple of Primal Beasts in there as well. But for the most part, it does look like they're running that kind of, you know, the big tanky, the Centaur or the Mars for most of their offlanes.
Yeah, most of the time there's a Timbersaw in the mix somewhere. They tried a Bloodseeker for one absolutely disastrous game versus Night Pulse. That did not work out particularly well for them. I am personally still hoping that maybe they push the Pango over towards the side lane and they get themselves another mid pick here. On one hand, I'm like, man, it's Niku. He's going to be making plays no matter what. Pango is a very good hero to make plays with, but on the other hand, the reality of Pango's win rate looms. So we get the Razor out here. I think it depends a little bit on what Yellow Submarine picks for their last hero here to see which one is truly going to end up in the mid lane.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the Razor pick. I actually really like the Razor pick up against something like the Dragon Knight here. So, you know, just being able to really bully back onto that Dragon Knight, a hero that doesn't really suffer too much. But yeah, let's see what Yellow Submarine want to go with this one. Do they want to put that Dragon Knight in the off up against the Lifestealer, which again, not really going to have a good time, or do they want to swap it into the mid? And what's left for Yellow Submarine here? Because, again, they already banned the Centaur of the Mars out themselves. That Enigma's gone as well. So, let's see what is going to be that final hero. And they do have plenty of time to think about the pick as well. So, they're not going to be too rushed off the feet. They can take a look at the long hero list and decide, you know, maybe even they pick something completely different up. And, actually, what do you get? Even up against the Primal Beast, it's the Pangolian mid, I still wouldn't mind the Primal Beast here, the Yellow Submarine.
No, I think the Primal Beast could be one of the better, control through the rage, control through the roll of the Pango as well. You can just snatch him right out of there. And you're one of the heroes that deals better with, just in case that this is the Razor, you can simply charge out and break his link, which is... The only problem is, of course, the Clockwork. Having both of them on the same team is sometimes kind of annoying. You know how it goes, but... Otherwise, if you, well, this will do.
Your hero.
Puck, of course. How did I forget? Every time I've cast the Otomo, no hyperbole here at all. When there's a last pick coming out, Otomo just, yeah, maybe the Puck. I like the Puck here. It's the worst game in the world, but I like the Puck. Let's go for the Puck. And yeah, we'll see how this is actually going to play out in the mid lane. But this time around for Yellow Submarine, you know, again, it was drilled into my head. I'm surprised I didn't call this one just on pure reaction. But how do you like the Puck pickup against the Pangolier in the mid lane? Do you think that's going to be neutral lane, or do you think either side might have a chance with winning that one?
I think of all of the lanes, like, we know the Pango has been nerfed a bit, especially now that you have physical damage over on the shield crash, but the fun thing is that the one lane that improved, I think, for the Pango is versus the Puck. You were always better at laning versus heroes who relied on burst damage to clear waves with, for example, because you get that barrier from the shield crash.
Yeah.
And now you're up versus a Puck who doesn't have that high of a range and has quite low armor, so your shield crash is actually slightly more powerful versus the Puck now. So that is a pretty good lane for a Pangolier to be in. And Erase has looked solid in his laning stage, but his best part of the game has definitely been outside of it. So I think the lane looks really good for Nico. Okay.
And overall, I think, I mean, I see the Luna. I lean towards the Luna myself. You know, this lineup here for Yellow Submarines. I think I prefer this one coming into it, but are you looking between these two lineups? Do you have a clear favourite, or do you think, again, it's just going to come down to who's going to be able to execute better between these two drafts?
I definitely think that there's a point in this game where Yellow Submarine has taken a ton of towers, and then the Agnum Scepter comes in for the clockwork. And at that point, Navi Jr. are not going to have any way whatsoever to get out onto the map anymore. There's going to be illusion spam for both the DK as well as the Luna, plus all of the rocket flares continuously illuminating the map. That's going to be impossible to play into. So for me, the pressure is on Navi Jr. to make sure that they take over the game and just never let the game get to that point.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I'm leaning, that we're Niku, you know, if he gets his quick diffuser blade up, it's going to be, you know, a really good time for him. But I'm looking at the Razor, I'm looking at the Lifesteal healer, excuse me, and these two heroes, even if the Lifestealer skips over the Armlet, which a lot of Lifestealers are doing at the minute, he still wants to go into that Radiance. It seems to be the core build coming up here, where Yellow Submarines, you know, the perk doesn't need too much to come online. You get that Dream Core, you start to rotate. Dragonite as well with the Dragon Form will start to look to pressure out, and even the Luna to a point where, yeah, she is going to be inside the jungle. From what I've seen, a lot of Lunas, you know, you spend the 15 minutes in the jungle, but once that Dragonlance is up, or you get that Yasha up, or whatever your first start item is going to be, you aren't shy about coming out and joining in with your teams to fight. So, you know, it is, I think Yellow Submarines have a really good early game timing where they can catch this Lifestealer off guard, where he's still building up to the Sacred Relic. You know, he's still building up to the items that he wants to get into the fights. And if you, everybody at home, if you've got opinions on this one as well, you can use that QR code that is on the screen, or you can use the banner below the stream here, get yourself over to the 1xBet website or the 1xBet app, whichever you prefer. Use that promo code 1X, I want to say RESEU, RLGEU. Let me just check.
It's below the stream.
Yeah, it's again, I have slept since my last cast, so everything is gone from my brain. RLG, I want to say RLG EU, is it? Yes, RLG EU. Get yourself that up to 130% bonus for your first deposit on the app or that website, the banner below the stream. Available to all first-time depositors as we get ourselves into this game. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one is going to break down. And Kips, again, is there any lanes we should be keeping an eye on? Any kill lanes? You know, any really aggressive lanes that you think we're just going to have to stay there because it's going to be blood left, right, and center?
Blood left, right, and center in a laning stage like this? No, not really. Everybody on the side lanes is pretty darn tanky, maybe except for the Luna. But on the other hand, she is the ranged side lane core here. Mid matchup, sometimes solo kills happen in this one. It is not unheard of, but it's definitely something that the players would be risking themselves for.
Okay, well, let's see how it is going to break down. Sorry, I'm just trying to do some desk diving as well, you know, while we get into the lane stage so I can fix my webcam. But
no worries.
Let's take a look to see how it's going to go. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to stand my desk up. I'm going to stand myself up. We're going to have a nice, healthy best of two here as we get some standing in as well. As in the mid lane, it's going to be getting a little bit aggressive onto a race. He's taking a lot of damage coming out from Niku, starting off with that shield crush coming out from the Pangolier. And you see that Erase, well, he's going to try and do what he can to chase out here, but that the life trade is actually going to come out in favor of the Pango early on, it feels like. And you can see he's got those 3 tangos, the 5 branches here as well. So he's full on stats and full of plenty of recovery here with those tangos as well.
Absolutely. Nico can really play the pressure game here. He's the tankier one. And he has the benefit on the damage here as well. And for Erase, it's really all about, are you going to be able to phase shift dodge enough shield crashes?
And let's see, hopefully you can't hear my desk going up here.
Nope.
But let's take a look at the other lanes as well, like you say, because it feels like everybody's going to have a nice, comfortable lane. You can see that Riddy's, he's getting a little bit aggressive here. He's, trading off some health up against the Rubik. And once the Rubik, obviously, telekinesis comes out, you've got a couple of points in the Fade Bolt. It might get a little bit worse for Riddy's, but Riddy's himself going to be able to put out a shed load of damage here. What are you expecting? Are you expecting that cookie to come out for the snap? Because it's been a long time since I've seen a 5 snap 5. So, yeah, it is going to be the cookie level 2. So, good, aggressive. I mean, I suppose it helps Juice out in the lane here as well, because he's going to be able to close that gap. No gap closer on the lifestealer anymore until you get that shard, because the open wounds, I still miss open wounds just as on his just his normal kit.
Yeah, no, I think it's important both as a possible initiating tool, just in case you get up ahead in the trading war, as well as a way to disengage. And we've got the Juice here. You could think about going for the Shredder if you think that you're going to get an opportunity to actually take this DK down, but that seems like a point that then later on in the game won't do much for you until you get way further in. So here, take it easy. Make sure that you have the burst damage as well between the two to contribute to shoving the wave back out, because this is a Ruby DK we're talking about. They will be pushing the wave naturally between the Fade Bolt and the Refire.
Oh, and the first Brothers actually coming on the top lane. They get the kill onto the Luna here as well. Cogs will be used, and you can see that the Clockwork, he took some damage, wasn't able to keep his carry alive. And yeah, I suppose with the setup here, the Hoodwink into that Bushwhack Acorn Shot combo with the Link as well coming out from the Razor, that slow from the Plasma Field. Luna, like you say, not the tankiest hero in the world to start off with, so does have to be really careful here. And again, one of the good advantages of that Luna is you don't need any items to get, if you are behind you, your catching mechanic is built in with that aura, with the bouncing glaives there as well. So he's got to play it careful here on the top lane, but there is ways for that Luna to come back if you just get behind.
It is. You'd rather not be waiting for her though, and I think the problem is that Azagor really has just too much to do. You want to have the cogs nearby so that you can push the Razor off when he links the Luna up, but on the other hand, if you sit nearby all the time, you're just going to get harassed by 2 ranged heroes when you're just, a poor old melee Clockwork. Not much to do for you. So it's a hard balance to strike, especially if you want to be pulling in between as well.
Yeah, and I suppose that, again, that's one of the reasons that the Clockwork kind of did drop off in favor of the other supports, is that you look at the other popular supports, 9 out of 10 of them are those ranged heroes, counter out, harass. Hoodwink's probably top of the pile with the Disruptor there as well, purely because of the amount of control that it offers at range without having to commit your body, on the line to get those kills out. So we'll see just how the Clockwork is going to be able to adapt. And to get level 3, so once that level 6 is up, I'm expecting plenty of roaming, plenty of diving coming out for the Clockwork. And yeah, hopefully he's going to be able to get some revenge from this early laning stage.
Azagor so far has not disappointed on his aggression level, so I'm sure that he will be delivering. Though it does bring up a part where the only downside that I see for Yellow Submarine's draft, I've said that Na'Vi are technically on a timer, they are also very tanky, as Got the Juice does lean heavily into being tanky, needs all of the HP that he can get right now. But I do think that there's a window in the mid game here where it's very hard for Yellow Submarine to kill any core at all. You need burst physical damage to deal with the Razor. You don't have any hero who's going to do that. Razor will just build himself a fast BKB and then you can't touch him for a while. And next to that, Lifestealer, we know how notoriously tough he is to bring down. You could think about an Orchid on your DK, and in fact it is queued up right now. Which is a favorite way to, at the very least, threaten these Lifestealers back in the early to mid game. You do not want to pick a fight with an Orchid whatsoever. All of their survivability tied into the Infest, into the Rage.
Yeah, on the bottom lane now as well, there is going to be a little bit of damage coming through. Can he turn it around with a cookie into the rage here? God, they're just going to try and chase down onto the DK. DK, though, will be able to just walk himself away from this one. And again, if you can't get the right clicks off, if you don't have that slow mechanic, which they'd already committed both spells here from Riddies to try and do that onto the Dragon Knight. And the Dragon Knight, he is a big tanky boy here, rocking the double bracer as well. So really hard to get on top and keep this Dragon Knight down. He's having a fairly good time here. Level 4 coming out, not interrupted on the farm here as well, keeping pace with this lifestealer in the lane. So yeah, his level 6 is going to be absolutely mega in this lane. And again, the lifestealer, it's not the best inside the jungle before you get a few farming items up. And I wonder what he's going to go for. It looks like he might just be going phase boots. Yeah, phase boots Radiance coming out here. Juice trying to get on top of the Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight, though, will be able to back himself back to that tier 1 tower. And again, it's just going to be a little bit harder here for Juice to try and chase down this DK. Even with the Rubik being out of lane, because he's rotated into the mid here, but it's not going to be enough to get the kill onto the Dragon Knight. And the Dragon Knight, he is just regenning up at an absolute massive pace here. 2 points into the Dragon's Blood, and those 2 bracers. Yeah, how do you slay this dragon?
You do not. The best you can hope for is feasting off of him a little bit in return, but that's about it. And yeah, the fact that the Radiance is already queued up here, I know you already brought up that they're rushing the Radiance a lot more often. I am personally not a fan of the Radiance rush. I think the Armlet is stupid good on the Lifestealer. Just, we see them pick up the Armlet after the Radiance a lot of times, just because your timer is up. You gotta be ready to go in 2 items. That is 2 items. And the most bang for your buck that you can get is an Armlet. But what it does, by getting the Armlet second, you leave the option off the table to join fights earlier because you have that Armlet.
Yeah. And it looks like we might see a little bit more aggression coming out on the top lane now as well. Can he try and make something happen from this one? It's going to be the double bushwhack, but it looks like there's going to be no turnaround here. Riddies, he tries to come through that twin gate. He's going to be able to get up in time to get the kill onto Daze. And Astigo is going to follow in return here. So they're going to be able to keep Satanic safe for a little bit. PMA moves himself away as well. Riddies, yeah, they are going to back themselves out. The good thing here, the Snapfire keeps that TP, so he doesn't have to try and wade his way through enemy territory here to get back through that twin gate here. And PMA, how's he looking on the top? I mean, this Raze, again, still having a really good time. 35 lasses here in the off lane and picking up a couple of kills as well. This Raze is he's having an absolute rocking time here in the top lane.
Oh, he's having a ball, and that's going to be a problem for Yellow Submarine. The other problem being here that Erase did just already spend his coil, which is why Navi Jr. felt so confident moving up towards that top lane. And Erase needs to be more careful with how he spends that, just because the phase that's upcoming, if they don't keep Navi Jr. down enough, the Razor and the Pangolier are going to be running at Yellow Submarine, literally under their towers.
Yeah, and we'll see if that's something that... I mean, you can already see that the Luna's moving into the jungle here, you know, trying to get that extra little bit of farm up on the Satanic. You know, building up into the Mask of Madness as well, so that's going to be fairly nice here. How's the Dragon Knight looking? Got to be real careful here, because Niku, he's looking for that backstab, got the haste rune, he's got his Rolling Thunder up now as well. Is he going to be able to pull this one out? So with this shield crash in to engage now as well. This Dragon Knight, 3 heroes around him, but again, he's so hard to take down quickly. The rotation comes out, they will get the kill, and it will be Juice that gets the credit now as well, but the Dream Call here onto... Can they get the kill onto the Snapfire? Chase down. Fadeball is going to do that job, and the good thing here, the Pangolier, he kept that Rolling Thunder, he kept that haste in there as well. Not a big commitment in terms of resources for him, so a really good pickup to take that Dragon Knight down without committing those.
Absolutely huge. So if he wants to, you know, if a fight gets picked on top, for example, maybe Yellow Submarine could have thought about healing this Razor off of their top tower, but instead, with Niku off the map with haste and Rolling Thunder up, you're not going to risk showing your Luna there.
No, absolutely not. And we'll see just what they want to try and do to play around this here, because...
One.
Well,
something extra for the
he's waiting. He's getting the full benefit from the ball here. I was just waiting to see if the Rubik was maybe going to come in here and telekinesis, maybe try and snipe one, but no, Niku's going to be able to get all those bouncy runes.
What a game he's having for himself.
Yeah, he's again, he's just having a really good time. He's having fun with this, and it's just... I don't know. How do you then try and play around? Because again, the Pango is another hero. He's hard to take down. He's hard to try and interrupt. So is it just going to be a case of Navi Jr. putting all the early game hopes and dreams on this Pangolier? He gets that Diffusal Blade, and he just looks to be a menace across the side lanes?
Yeah, I think so as well. And what Yellow Submarines are going to have to do is they're going to have to find a way to take down some towers, get themselves some breathing space. Puck like, the Witchblade is good damage, right? But it takes a while in these fights. And in the early game fights, you are just going to lose more heroes than you get. So, Puck, your strength here in this game is that you're absolutely free. You can farm freely however you want. But in order to actually get something out of that, some towers need to be down so your team has breathing space. So, you know, your enemies can chase after you in vain. And you can go, behold, and get out. That is the situation where they need to get to. So right now is a very important time for them, because if they don't break towers here on Yellow Submarine, that late game scenario that I explained where Navi Jr. is absolutely going to lose is going to get a lot harder to get to.
Well, top lane, there's going to be a 4-man rotation coming here. It's just going to be onto the Clockwork because the Luna is away. So the Clockwork's early warning system will pay off. And they will be able to keep the Luna alive as King just moves through that jungle looking for the farm. Yeah, and it's a big commitment there from the side of Navi Jr. just to get a Clockwork out of this one. But it's going to pay off because, yes, aren't really trying to force anything through here. They do have the Dragon form up. They have an AD rune here on a race as well. But they're not really trying to put the pressure onto that lifesteal in the bottom lane. And they're just letting this lane... And this is a catapult wave here as well for the Dragon Knight. Surely he pops the Dragon form here, tries to do some damage early on to this tier 1 tower. It looks like he's not even going to commit to that.
I mean, he has to. He has to. Like, you need to get even just a couple of clicks in, even if you're scared that, you know, the backup is coming in. And he's completely correct. Nico is right there.
Yes.
You have to get the damage in. You need to be chipping on that tower, because at this point, you can see that Yellow Submarine already understands that it's going to be really hard for them to win a straight-up fight.
Yeah, and how then... If you're looking at this, Navi Jr., they're protecting these early objectives, you know, how do you kind of, on the side of Yellow Submarine, how do you play around these objectives? How do you try and force something out? Because the Dragon Knight, hell, he pops his Dragon form here, I guess just to try and farm the creep wave, and he's not going to get anything out of it. It's 2/3 of the way through, and he's nowhere near the tier 1 tower of that Lifestealer.
No, he is not. I mean, he's dealt a little bit of his damage. They're working on it, but it's not exactly great. You're waiting on your Witchblade here. You're hoping here as well that you can get the Orchid for the DK up in a decent amount of time. He is making pace towards the cornucopia, so not too bad. But the worst part is to come pretty much right now, because this is where Nico has just picked up his Diffusal Blade, and right now none of your cores have an item to answer with.
That is going to be pretty darn rough here, and we'll see how they want to try and play around this one. Nico, yeah, like you say, he's got himself the damage. He's going to be able to get the slows off as well to get the chase down with that Rolling Thunder, and yeah, a lot of the targets here on the side of Yellow Submarine could be at risk, so we'll see how Nico wants to try and play around this one. In fact, he's going to TP himself down towards this bottom lane. Mortimer Kiss is going to start to rain down. Can they get the kill? They can! They didn't even need to commit the Rolling Thunder for that one. They just take down the Dragon Knight. He was just way too far forward, the emptiness. And yeah, with the 3 heroes around, you're hitting these levels, like I say, they're hitting these early item times for Navi Jr. as well. There was just nothing that he could do to get himself away from that one.
No, and as the minutes tick by and Yellow Submarine keeps on looking fairly anemic, they have the Witchblade right now, but I already took a look up at PMA, and he is 2/3 of the way through his BKB. That is so scary. Once he has that, you cannot touch this man.
And yeah, the Razor just being able to get these chase down as well. Like you say, I mean, early on, all of his damage is going to come from that static link, and then he gets, you know, the... well, what are we actually going to be looking at? Because he's going to be... Oh, come back to that one in a second.
This is a good kill.
He's going to get a kill. There's going to be a lot of damage coming out here. They do take down Niku, and the chase might be on for Riddies as well. Riddies going to try and use that bubble to get himself away. Obviously not a safety bubble here, just the taunt bubble coming out. The cookie was stolen. It's going to be turned around onto the Grandma. And yeah, maybe a little bit diabetic there, the Grandma, because it didn't seem to benefit her whatsoever. Really good couple of kills coming out for the side of Yellow Submarines.
Huge. That they almost stumbled their way into that one, but really good reactions from Erase to immediately pop that coil, make sure that Nico wasn't going nowhere, and making the most out of that that lucky break. And that means he's got good pace towards the Blink Dagger now. Previously was falling a little bit behind, and the Blink is going to make a big difference. You do have 2 powerful playmaking supports, especially Rubik loves it if he can follow up on things like a coil or a Paracogs. So, enabling that, you have plays to make with those 3. And King has made his way towards the bot lane. They want this tower.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a really early rage coming out here as well from the lifestealer, trying to get himself away. He's going to be underneath that tier 1 tower. Is a smoke coming out, though? So the backstab coming in here for Navi Jr. Are they going to be able to collapse? He might be able to get a quick kill onto the Rubik. The wards do go down, but I think it was a Clockwork Courier did see. He's going to just try and go for that hook shot. Hits a lot of damage onto the Clockwork, and it looks like he's still going to go for it now as well. Cogs do get dropped. Can they get the kill? They take down Niku, and now they might just be on the retreat here. Satanic going to be taking a lot of damage from this one. Will complete that TP, so they do lose the Clockwork, but in trade for a Pangolier and stopping that smoke gank here from the side of Navi Jr., Yellow Submarine going to take that all day long.
Absolutely. This is one of those scenarios where it's hard to distinguish from a place where I would say, nah, you know, you brought so many heroes here and you didn't actually take the tower, what is that? But instead, since there's so much on the back foot, wasting this much time, slowing down the Pango, who had an early defusal blade and could do absolutely nothing with it, you know, taking the kills and getting out, big deal. This is item progression that you're waiting for, that you sorely need. Link now nearly finished on the race.
Yeah, that's going to be really nice for him. And you see that main PMA moving through the jungle. Do they actually try and make something happen here? 4 heroes again. PMA just trying to push in this mid lane. Again, mid lane access to the jungle, especially with Satanic King here just moving through farming like this onto the Luna. This will be really big for the side of Navi Jr. if they can get this mid tier 1 tower down. But as it goes around, maybe tries to interrupt. You can see on the map here, Navi Jr. just moving that back up into the mid lane here as well, trying to open up this map, trying to open up and take down this tower. Yeah, you see that Daze Niku backing up. They definitely want to take this one down soon, even with that fortification. The next creep wave of this tower is going to be absolutely gone.
And no responses coming from Yellow Submarine still there. Just, you know, a tower HP buys them time to farm.
You see, are they going to try and make a move on to
Let's
PMA
force
here? The
a
rocket
BKB.
float comes out. Yeah, oh no! He misses the hook shot. There is still going to be the Dream Coil now as well, but he does have that BKB coming out. Astigo's going to be taking a lot of damage in this one. Traps himself inside his cogs with the Razor. And the Razor is just like, cool, bring it on, dude. And he gets a kill out of that one with the help of his teammates behind him. Looks like Yellow Submarine, they are just on the retreat here now as well. Root did steal that Sharpshooter. It comes out, but there's going to be no follow-up damage onto this one. So Hoodwink gets a taste of her own medicine, but will just be able to shrug it off.
Navi Jr. there without the BKB cannot actually walk uphill into the Eclipse. Luna does have full levels in the Lucent Beam now. So,
yeah.
Once again, I think that was a very important attempt for Yellow Submarine. Just get that BKB down. Work those charges away. No towers gained, no terrain gained there for Navi Jr. A win for Yellow Submarine once again. And it's all about these small plays that are going to add up in the end, hopefully. Eclipse.
King does get off that Eclipse before he takes this damage. We'll be able to get the kill onto Daze, but look at this one. Yeah, the multi-case is raining down on him here. Riddies will get the credit for the kill. It does mean they commit the multi-cases as well as the Thunder. Do they get the kill onto it? They do. They take down PMA.
Nice.
And Hookshot comes out. They might be able to get on top of Riddies. Riddies going to take a lot of damage from this one. And it looks like they might be able to get the chase down at least onto Riddies now as well. Dream Coil on the back line. Can they get the kill on more of these heroes on the side of Navi Jr.? It looks like they're going to be able to play away. But yeah, Rolling Thunder committed for that one. Multi-Kiss is committed for that one. So it's a big commitment for Navi Jr. and Yellow Submarine. They might try and get something out of the timings, but Ultimates on their side, well, they're not close to coming up either.
No, they're not. And here, once again, the Yellow Submarine understanding, yes, our Luna might be dead, but all of her damage was already spent. The Eclipse is most of what she does at this point. So instead, why not capitalize on the fact that the Razor still didn't have a BKB?
Yeah. And, I mean, yeah, like you said, they get this jump on, the cogs come out, and there was just nothing you could do with the damage. This was a really good follow-up here with the hook shot as well. You see the puck dive to the back lines on the map. You're trying to do what you can, but Reese eventually will go down, and yeah, the puck just has to pull the ripcord just eject straight out because he couldn't fight up against that lifesteal as well as the Pangolier. But 2 kills for the, like you say, for that Luna that had already committed the Eclipse. You know, okay, they're slowing down the farm on the Luna, but she is top net worth, and that's going to be a really nice couple of pickups here for the rest of Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, and Yellow Submarine is holding during the hardest point in the game. This is a BKB Rush Razor who hasn't been able to actually force any objectives with that just yet. That matters.
Yeah. My worry is that, again, like I say, that the lifesteal has already got that rating, so we're going to go towards a Sanj and Yasha here as well for Juice. My worry is that they didn't shut down the life sealer, which is obviously good for Navi Jr. here. He's going to be able to take that tier 1 tower, but yeah, they weren't able to pressure him on what I'd call the weakest point of that life steal, that early laning stage. And now, well, they might be able to get another kill onto the Sounds comes out, the hookshot's going to be here. They are going to be able to take down the Pangolier. So that's a real nice pickup. Can they get any more from this one? 4 heroes, Sharpshooter again, still on, but the Rotovators comes out here, Breathe Fire, 4-staff forward. M2C's looking for this one. Can they get the kill onto the Hoodwink? Blink forward. Really nice Dragon's Tail. Where's that follow-up damage again? The silence comes out. They should be able to take him down, and they will. Satanic gets it on the back lines. Dream Call. They get another kill onto Riddies now as well, but won't be able to get anything more from this one. But a good couple of kills for King. Exactly what he needed to get himself back in this game.
And this puck game is so free. It is so ridiculously free. Especially if you have a long time to chase. I was talking about the towers need to go down early because that's normally what you need to get a bit of a chase on a puck. But, you know, if you're just chasing along the lines of the river there, then it doesn't matter. Erase, nobody can even touch him on Navi Jr. There's nothing they can do against him.
Nope, Blinkin. Well, he's just going to settle for the Lotuses because PMA got that BKB up. The Rotovators comes out. He's going to be able to dodge off the Bushwhack, though. Damage setup. Are they going to be able to get the kill onto a race? He's going to try and orb himself away from this one. The Sharpshooter won't connect. He's going to get low. Cookie, he phase shifts it off. Where's this follow-up damage going to come from, though? He's going to be able to get the blink out. Twingate, are you kidding me? He is away, and he's going to be safe on the other side of the map.
I've said this earlier today, but I am the Lisanne Gai.
Making all the predictions, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not that hard in a game like this. You can see how many heroes they need to spend, and Erase, I mean, he is pushing it there because he knows he is that free, and that's the reason he's in that position at all. It's like, okay, can I get a cheeky Birkibi pop out of this Eraser? And that means he has to play at the tippy tops of his fingertips for a little bit there, but ultimately there's no instant stuns, there's no orchids, there's nobody who's going to be able to build an orchid at any reasonable time in the game. I guess eventually you can go for a Bloodthorn on the Lifestealer, but that's a long way down the shopping list. Yeah,
by that time you're expecting either like a Lincoln's or a Lotus on your teammates, maybe the BKB coming up for the puck here as well. In fact, Buck gonna try and make another just putting the fear of God into Nico here. You're making that jump in, saying surprise, and then immediately leaving. You know, just wants to make sure. And now he changes targets. Got a dream call coming out. How long has this Rubik had the Sharpshooter going? Is that a... No, okay, it's a fresh steal. Never mind, it's a fresh steal. He just picks it up anytime he wants it.
Anytime again. Yep. And Erase now, he is, because this is such a free game, and he knows that what his team lacks right now is damage, not control. Like, you have the clockwork, you have to DK the Rubik, everybody else is going to do that work for you. He is buying the straight up Parasma immediately, and that is going to be a huge DPS increase.
Yeah, yeah, why not? Like you say, he's getting in. Who can kill him? I sound like an owl now. You're whomst. Yes. But yeah, this perk is just... he's an absolute menace. I feel like J. Jonah Jameson. Get me pictures of Puck. You know, he's just an absolute menace in this game. And it's just... yeah,
and look at the gold difference.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's just getting himself around as well. Parasma comes out. He's going to go straight into the exit. Yeah. He fears no man here, this Puck.
Absolutely not. And... we were looking at Navi Jr. coming out of the laning stage stronger, pushing a couple of towers, getting that early BKB, and they've just been stuck there. They have been chasing after this puck, they've been running after their lanes. They're 6k behind right now.
Yeah. I think this is the... it's going to be close to the full Kana coming out as well for the Luna. Yo, just skipping over the BKB of their own, skipping over that shard, going straight in for the full damage here on King. And yeah, he's going to be that one booster away, so he's going to be about 1,000 gold away from that point booster, but going to be a really big pickup for King when he does get that one out. And the damage, you know, you wait out the Raze, you wait out the BKB coming up from that Razor, and you're just going to be able to pump that damage out on the Luna. And in fact, PMA, they might not even need to wait that long here. PMA, he's going to be got on top of the cogs. Don't trap him in here. Has to go. Does he want to go for it? Sharpshooter comes out into the Razor. The Razor has to back himself away now as well. Rotovators will go for that immediate hookshot onto the Hoodwink. Wasn't expecting that with the Sharpshooter coming out. And now still the silence onto the Razor into that telekinesis strike back. Take 2 tower. He does pop that BKB. Going to go try and go for the TP. Do they have the damage to take him down? They don't. So he's going to be able to get that TP away. Riddies though, not going to be so lucky. Doesn't have any BKBs, no protections. And yeah, the Submarine just say, yeah, saying, nah, we're going to be taking you down here. There's no chase. How's the Roche taking potential? It's daytime anyway. He's not up on the side. Well, daytime for the next 10 seconds, so they could potentially take this tier 1 tower. Look towards the big man in his cave.
Yeah, it's possibly that time of the day, although instead everybody is just coming through. Let's see if any Navi Junior stragglers were over on this side. And now it's Navi Junior who have to weather the storm and wait for the items. We're about 1,000 gold away from the Pangolier grabbing up an Aghanim Scepter. The Razor is on SNY. And yeah, the Satanic here on Got the Juice is going to be the next big one. The Orchid on the DK is too much of a hazard for you. Got the Juice has barely been able to join anything at all. So the Purge from the Satanic is going to give him a way to stay in these fights.
Yeah, and we've got Release, you know, he's already got that mechanism up going towards the Guardian's Grief. Gonna be a real nice big pickup item in the middle of these fights. But it's still, I mean, support, I suppose he's got the Philosopher's Stone, but it's about getting there as well. And yeah, you like to say these item times are gonna be nice for the start of Navi Junior when they do come out, but it feels like Yellow Submarine, like you say, they've got this this advantage now. They've got their next set of items up collectively, and they're trying to make moves, and they're gonna make a big move here. Oh, he just disappears, dude. He's straight up gone. And now Riddies, he's gonna be the next one now as well, trying to break some ankles around these trees. Gets that cookie, doesn't get up to the high ground. King checks it, and Erase, they're going to be able to see him here. He is stuck down there with the peasants, and he's going to be taken down. And yeah, Yellow Submarine, they're just ripping through everybody they find here on Navi Junior.
Without a care in the world. And you can see they're also not that hard pressed to actually take any towers down, because they know that the later this goes, the more information on farm they'll have. They're not afraid of the individual punching power of the Navi Junior heroes, because they'll be able to direct the game at their own whims. So instead, I'll leave the towers, kill the heroes, choke them out.
They're like, okay, you took our farm priority when we're in the lane, so we're just going to farm those heroes up, get our gold that way, and it does seem to be working out here. Luna actually going to be going back. No BKB here for the Luna Shard is up, though. They get a kill onto Daze, and it's just going to be another great pickup again. Satanic going to come out for the Luna here as well. And once you go towards that Butterfly, it looks like going to be some really nice pickups here, especially alongside the Kanda for that Luna.
Yep, she has that shard now as well, and this is the point of the game where Luna is basically untouchable. As soon as you activate the Moonglaves, you have to back off from focusing her. And the problem is that you already didn't want to focus the DK. You don't really have good damage for him, but especially not now that he's just flown in his BKB. And we all know that the puck is a wild goose chase, so who else are you going to go for?
Well,
Navi Junior,
you are the analyst, so I will let you answer that.
The question is rhetorical.
Fair enough. Well, while you were talking about that as well, I just got, because you said, you know, Luna untouchable, so you get MC Hammer in the head, and then it pops the question that if
you know who you touch?
What's the...
Roshan.
Go on. Yeah, well, that's what they're doing. That's what they get themselves. But I was just thinking, you know, it's Sagan is Luna's courier, right? Is it Sagan? No, that's Marana's.
Marana's.
Yeah. What's Luna's? Anyway, the question is, if the mount was to wear parachute pants, would it be wearing it on just the back legs, or would it be like all 4 legs and it comes up to like just the neck?
I do think you put them on the back legs, because you need to have that jiggle in the hips, right? And it needs to work with the wiggle.
And that's the taunts about, right? You know, gets on the back legs and starts to, like, you know, walk down. And Nova is the man.
Got the juice.
And they're going to try and make a move here. He's going to be the force staff away from the clockwork. He's going to try and turn himself around.
They're ignoring him.
If he needs it, Dragon Knight on the back lines now as well. Going to be doing a lot of damage here to Niku. The hookshot does come through in the middle of 3 of them. And they're just going to introduce the clockwork to the mosh pit. They get the kill onto Niku now. Going to try and chase down. Got the juice separated from his herd, separated from his pack. And he might just be going down here. Lone Wolf, we have none of those shenanigans. As you get the damage out, they pop the... Hey, just look at the damage coming out from that Lucent Beam on King. King got that eclipse going early. The Rage will be here. Got the juice. Trying to get himself away from this one. Has that infest if he needs to get it, but he's got nothing to infest too. Rage was off. Lucent Beam going to do a hell of a lot more damage. Dragon Tail, they get the lockdown. They get the kill onto the Lifestealer. He is gone.
You fought and died.
And if there was any window left for Navi Junior, it has just clanged shut. The way that they're able to ignore the lifesteal in this fight, like, you know, some teams wouldn't shot call this as well as Yellow Submarine does. They would not have it that clear in their heads. They were going to ignore the hell out of this guy right now and go for everybody else. But when it's this clear that he's going to just spend the entire fight walking after supports who have 4 staffs, then you're not leveraging all of that net worth. That is your most farmed hero. Then what do you have left? You have a Pangolier left who's been getting hated on by the puck for 20 minutes straight by now. And of course that Razor whose early BKB never worked out.
Yeah, and we'll see if they do have this comeback potential. Like you say, that window, it's not only slammed shut, the security shutters have come down too, and Navi Jr. are desperately trying to pry this open. So we'll see if they have a crowbar or something to get that cranked right back up and get themselves back into this one. But 8-21 and a 22k net worth here for Yellow Submarines. They're just having the time of their lives. You know, they're doing the best Ferry Mercury impressions. Don't stop them now. They're having an absolute ball coming into this game number 1.
Yeah, they have such a nice maneuverable lineup as well. Like if you're a race, you're you're pretty having time for life. Look at all this vision.
Jump
it's like a candy store.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to get themselves right on top of the Raids. The hookshot's going to connect here as well. The cogs come out, and this time PMA, BKB, no BKB, doesn't matter. They're going to be able to get the kill. Really good jump in there from the puck. Gets that 3-man Dream Call coming out now as well. Niku has to get away, but they are going to lose both supports as well as the Razor from this one. And this is where the nightmare scenario starts to come out now. You know, you get onto after that tier 3 tower. Luna, they're just going to call the GG. They don't even wait to let the Luna rip their base apart. They're just done.
Correct. No, because after the Roshan fight just now, we have the Aghanims up on the clockwork, and that is the moment where the game is completely over and done. You already had a lineup that had a hard time, you know, making plays. You don't build any blink daggers and burst somebody down out of the shadows. You're already very reliant on your Pangolier to get those fights going. And now every single time you're just going to be seen because that clockwork has vision over truly everything, and your waves are always going to be in. So yes, I understand them sparing themselves the pain. That was not a winnable game any longer.
No, it did seem like a good start to Navi Jr. They made some good progress. They kept the pressure off to the Leipzig, but like you said, Yellow Submarine, they got that ball rolling, and it never really stopped until it hit the hill, snowballed right down. I'm mixing metaphors and similes, and I'm just going to carry on going, but they absolutely crushed Navi Jr. under the weight of that imaginary snow, and there was no way back for them here. So Navi Jr., they've got themselves about 10 minutes to think about this next draft, you know, what they've got to do, how they've got to shake this one off, how they've got to get themselves into a good position coming back to try and draw this one out, get themselves into, I do believe they definitely need that draw as well to at least coming up against Monty Rest Farmers and Navi Jr. and Tiebreakers. So yeah, we'll see how that one's going to break down. But first, we ourselves are going to take a break too, so we'll see you after these adverts in about 10 minutes.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back in, everybody. You still don't get my face. Unfortunately, you know, it's just my camera is broke. But you get the lovely Kips to stare at while we get ourselves into the draft. And Kips, after that last game, you know, it was a good start for Navi Jr. They just could not hold on to it, though. What do they have to do here in the second game? Is it just back to the board here for the draft, you know, just get something different? Or do you think it was just Yellow Submarine in that mid-game just completely outplaying them, do you think?
I mean, Yellow Submarine outplayed them, but that's also because the option was left on the table, right? You were very short on control, you went all in on dominating the lanes, and then you get distracted a couple of times. I think especially Niku, we didn't see a whole lot of him that game, when he's normally like their big playmaker. If I'm gonna make like any change from that previous lineup, I want to see Niku on something that you can hunt and lock down people with. And then you have two winning side lanes, you have a mid lane, you know, you're up versus a matchup that most heroes are going to be able to fare decently well. And Puck's not a lane dominator anymore. Maybe never was, actually. So, you know, I think you would have had options there. But since you already locked yourself into the Pango completely from the start, I think you switch yourself into like the wrong kind of attitude for the rest of the draft.
Okay, well, we'll see how this breakdown for the draft will go. And yeah, I suppose that's the thing that they wanted that lock-in. You know, the Pangolin, they were willing to pay the price of that first pick Pango, so it didn't really work out for them. So we'll see how they try and maneuver in the second game. As we do see the bans coming out, Disruptor as well, the Chen on the side of Yellow Submarine, on the side of Navi Jr. They take away that Dragon Knight and the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon, again, a hero that's been sneaking in there, more and more popular as the weeks have gone on into those months. And yeah, Navi Jr. just don't want to let that hero go through. The Dragon Knight, he fits so many answers in a draft. You know, big tanky boy, push potential, damage comes out from him. He can stand on the front lines. And yeah, no surprise to see this ban. In fact, teams are running this hero to the point where I'm kind of a little bit sick of him. You know, there's like 3 or 4 heroes. I can't even say 3 or 4. There's like a dozen heroes I'm sick of seeing. And Dragon Knight is like right at the tippy top of that list because it's just... It's so boring to watch, dude. It is just, you know, you can't have fun with a hero because you can't kill him off. He's not at risk early on. He pushes down towers. I'm just glad to see him ban out.
Yeah, he does a little too much and then he scales a little too well. That makes him the full package, basically. So I'm not upset to see him banned out here either. Although I do think that with him being more of like an accessory to the rest of the game as opposed to like a game-defining kind of hero, maybe the first phase is you don't feel good banning him. Let's put it that way. Just feel like, oh yeah, we got that out of the way. That's And I think his Kotl ban here is Navi Jr. would have loved to get that through, but Yellow Submarine know what's up.
And yeah, I mean the keeper light again. I'm okay. He's maybe not on my hit list, but you know he's kind of like up there. That you see this hero come out in the mid lane, you go, okay, this is kind of only going to end one way. He gets that urn, he gets the Dagon up. He tries to run around, or he doesn't even try to run around. He runs around with the boots of travel. That shoulder ban coming out with just the overwhelming magic damage, and heroes do just disappear. So yeah, not surprised to see that ban here. It is a fairly good game-winning hero, and Yellow Submarine, like you say. They have the knowledge check. They're going to be fine with that one. Take it away from Navi Jr. Yeah, just being able to remove this. Pangolier is going to go here from Yellow Submarines as well, so they want to be taking this one away. Don't want to be seeing that in a second game in a row because there are draft here where that is going to work out, and they're just like, we don't want to give it up to Navi Jr. Let's make Niku a little bit uncomfortable. Let's take all his favorites away and see how he responds to this.
Let's see, indeed. That does mean that this time they are not banning the Pudge first phase, although Navi Jr. has not picked it up on the first overall pick in general, but Navi Jr. will have the double pick actually, so it might just be that they do take it still. And the Yellow Submarine they're setting themselves a challenge with that one. And Navi Jr. I think probably the best with the Pudge. Everybody in this tournament.
Yeah, we've seen it in South America. We've seen it in Europe as well. You got the Crystal Maiden Pudge combo. So yeah, if they do have that double pick, Navi Jr., I wouldn't be surprised. It wouldn't shock me to see the Crystal Maiden Pudge safe lane to come out from Navi Jr. right off the bat. They do go for that Primal Beast to start with. Again, a big tanky boy, and as an offlaner, I know what I'm about to say is sacrilege. But again, these tanky heroes, they've kind of taken over the meta. I'd like to see health tweaked down just a little bit on strength gain. You know, just not make them... And it's not just strength heroes and offlaners. You're seeing the Zeus's run around. Welcome to the Robin Rant corner for like the next 30 seconds. But,
yeah,
you know, you're seeing the Zeus is running around with like 3.5k health coming into the late game. You're seeing supports running around with like 3k health. You know, so let's just take a little bit of health out of the game, just a touch, just a scooch, you know, and see what happens with that. As Navi Jr., you know, it is good that Primal Beast. The Centaur comes out on the other side for the Centaur. The Yellow Submarine. So Navi Jr., they could play this Primal mid, run a Mars out as an answer to the Centaur a little bit later on, but even the Primal Beast could be able to chase down with the Onslaught and just be able to pulverize heroes down, even if they do try and get away with that Stampede.
Yeah, I mean, if you only have a certain target that you want to take down, then usually it's enough to just have enough disabled so that they can't make use of the Stampede while it's being popped. It's always a good one. Hoodwink coming in over on the side, why not? And immediate Pudge ban as well, so Navi Jr., even if they were hoping that would maybe sneak its way through, no dice for you this time around.
No, and I mean, Yellow Submarine may as well have drafted the Hoodwink in that last game because the Rubik constantly had that sharpshooter going, you know, yes. So it made no difference here. So Yellow Submarine, they do get the real thing this time around, as the Rubik and the Techies have been banned out. Pudge, he's gone there, that last ban coming out for the Yellow Submarine. So we'll see how Navi Jr. are going to be responding to this one with the double pick.
Radiant team pick.
Okay, Lion IO. Huh. So...
yeah,
don't mind the line.
This is one of those duos that you can play together with the supports, even in this case, if you really want to, and gank towards a core of yours that has caught somebody on a side lane, for example. But Lion, one of those heroes that's really wanted to pair up with the IO, just because, you know, you're going to be short on disables if you pick that IO up, going to be short on utility. Lion has the entire kit. It's just, you know, you can only be at one place at once, but then again, the IO might make up for that. So, great duo together. Lion, of course, also good insulation versus illusion heroes. You might want to see, you know, an Aga Siren versus an IO, because you get to push out waves without showing heroes and making them a target for relocates, that sort of thing. A Lion with a shard very good at taking illusions down. So it's really is the full package.
Yeah, what do you want to pair with this IO as well? Because I've seen a lot of recent games. I can't say a lot because, you know, I've seen a few recent games. Can I say a few? I've seen some. Can I say some? I've seen a couple of games where the Marcy is being picked up alongside the IO.
Yes.
And just running heroes down. You've got that Unleash comes out. Okay, it's a little bit rough in the lane to start with, but the 5 IO, the 1 Marcy is just absolutely destroying heroes. Do you think that's something that Navi Jr. might consider here?
I mean, even if they're not, Yellow Submarine certainly has to have considered it with the pickup of the Luna here, which I think is a little maybe a little dicey. You're putting a lot of faith into the hands of the center to be able to deliver you from that Marcy, and that's going to get harder and harder as the game goes on. But no, read to Medusa. Okay.
Okie dokie. How do I feel about that? I'm indifferent. I think, you know, it's a nice pickup. You don't have too many answers on the side of Yellow Submarine already. You know, it's not a bad hero. We've seen it win games, but you know, you've got the Lion now. I suppose that's one of the big things, that the Lion can like baby bird the mana back into the Medusa. You've got that IO tether here as well for safety. So yeah, I don't hate this. I don't find this Medusa offensive at all.
No, the combinations with heroes that you have on the board currently are quite good already. There's not a lot of space left for you to get hard countered here by an anti-mage or anything like that. So, all things put together, you also already have the playmaking assured with your Primal Beast, who hasn't been... I mean, it's annoying to have to play versus the Crystal Maiden route, like that's definitely a problem for you. Sometimes Bushwhacks can be as well, but it's not like you're up versus a Clockwork or an Earthshake or anything of that kind. So, especially if this is mid lane, if Nico is going to be picking up this Primal Beast, which he might as an early BKB, you've got your playmaking pretty much in the bag. I'm feeling pretty good about this Navi Junior lineup so far. I do think that that IO that just got banned out, you already mentioned it, very nice first descent, or you know, press Stampede, run away. I don't think you're locked in here with me. Would have been great combo with the IO as well. Not available, and that probably stings a little for Navi Junior.
Yeah, and what are they got? So they banned out the Kunkka. They've got a couple of bans left here, one for either side. So Yellow Submarine. I wonder what they're thinking of taking out. They do take out the Marcy here. I mean, again, even if you don't run it on the IO with the lane, you know, it's a good combination coming into the fights. So they do take that one out, and that can either play into the mid or on the off lane. With the Eye of the Lion already picking up, you know, it's not going to be support, but still a really good, comfortable hero to pick up. So yeah, Yellow Submarines just say, no way, we're taking this one away. Navi Junior, on the other side, what do Yellow Submarines want? They want a mid laner. They want something that can deal with the Primal Beast here as well, that maybe just makes this lane a little bit hard. I mean, what? Maybe the Sniper from a distance could do the damage, something like the Leaner as well, and OD might not be too bad as well, stopping his charges before he gets that BKB up.
Could
ban out Templar.
Nice Templar. Okay. Okay, they're gonna go for the puck again. So, or sorry, excuse me, that's not again because Erase took it up the last time around. This is probably going to be a Niku puck then. I was thinking about that at the start of the draft as well. The other option here is if you're less afraid of your Primal Beast getting counterpicked, but you do need to be careful, is you could have still gone for a Darkseer here and make this Luna's life a living hell. And I think Yellow Submarine is kicking themselves as well that they haven't left space whatsoever to pick up something like that. Shadow Demon unavailable, Grimstroke. Where do you put it in this case? So we go Void Spirit. I don't like that.
Yeah, I think that was my reaction as well. It's kind of like, yeah, that is one of the heroes of all time you could have picked. You know, I kind of get the idea. Because you even up against the puck, you know, you don't want to be picking up a Sniper here with the Primal Beast on the field. You know, you don't want these heroes. Iro relocates on top of the Sniper here as well, so I kind of get it. You've got the maneuverability to come out in the Void Spirit. I just, to be nice about it, this hero is garbage. I think, you know, I think there's a reason we're not seeing it picked up in any of the game. All the Spirit Brothers, to be fair, at the minute. Maybe apart from the Earth Spirit. It's Earth Spirit's time to shine over the rest of his brothers. But, yeah, no, I'm not impressed with the last pick, Void.
No, I definitely think he is the worst of the Spirit Brothers out currently. And, like, sure, he scales nicely since becoming universal, but that's about the only thing he's got going for him. His damage is very much capped in the team fights. His reach is very much capped. And none of those are scary enough that, you know, you probably pick him in order to go in and try and get at days. As well as that eventually you're going to get the AoE silence, which is a way to deal with the puck. But ultimately, all of that damage and that disable as well comes fairly late. Puck is going to be a little annoyed that he's going to have to build a Yules this game, but if you look at what else is up for Sim here, like the Crystal Maiden and the Hoodwink, this might be a decent game for a Yules anyway. So I'm not sure what the Void Spirit is supposed to do for Yellow Submarine here.
Yeah, I can kind of see the idea. You can get this jump out. You get to the back lines here as well. You're going to be able to get on top of the IO. And don't forget, everybody, you can use that promo code that's going to be announced in a second. QR code on the screen here as well. So you get to the app, use that button below the stream, get yourself over to the website. You can use that promo code 1XRLGEU. Get yourself up to 130% bonus on your first deposit. And that's going to be the odds on the screen here as well from the 1xBet site. So it's not just Dota, it's all esports, a few sports there as well. So you can bet on whatever you want. And yeah, promo code 1XRLGEU. For your first deposit bonus up to 130%. Both teams looking to get themselves on the way. There is a smoke gank here on side of Yellow Submarines. Not making a move with this just yet. Maybe just trying to get some vision down. Yeah, so it will wear off. As you see, it's a 4v4 stir down in the mid lane. Obviously, through the fog of war, they don't actually know they are staring at each other, but yeah, they might be aware. The spidey sense is going off. And if you're looking at this early on, right, are you seeing any good potential for a fight here for Yellow Submarines?
I'm trying to imagine how these lanes are going to be set up. I mean, Hoodwink Centaur is a lane with a lot of damage. A lot of damage. And I do think that it's going to be hard for the Lion to keep them off his Medusa. Yeah. So that might be one of the points where you're going to get pressure. Your Centaur might have himself a decent game. But over on the bot side, Luna, Crystal Maiden versus Isle Primal Beast. I think you're just very lucky if you get to have, you know, something on top of your completed boots before you get booted into the jungle.
Yeah, it's not like you say, you don't have the clockwork this time around for the Primal Beast to stop him in mid-charge. The IO is just going to be able to... I'm a little bit surprised. I'm not really surprised actually that the Lions go on top. Obviously, you've got that mana drain that can just, like I say, just baby bird back into the Medusa, get that mana back, keep her survivable. So yeah, with this potential kill lane coming out for Yellow Submarines in the off lane, doesn't surprise me to see that whatsoever. And yeah, Days a little bit later on will be able to get involved with his teammates. He'll keep them alive and keep those relocates coming in as well for PMA, just to be able to get the jump on heroes, get that charge down out as well. Meanwhile, we'll see how that mid lane is going to play out later on as well. Yeah, the Void Spirit, especially up against a Puck, and Puck being so mobile, you'll be able to put up so much damage as well. I don't really know how this lane's going to go for the Void.
Well, for the Void Spirit, the lane's pretty good, just because you are tanky. Void's right click as well deals with the Puck's short range decently well. You can clear the wave as well. You get a shield from time to time versus all of the right click damage that's going to come in. It's really quite good for you, and I think it might even be a little Void Spirit favored, but certainly not enough to say like, oh man, you really did counter that Puck, huh?
Yeah, and well, we'll see how Race wants to play it. I mean, he's using it here onto the, just maybe to put the fear into Niku, but yeah, you're going to have that remnants come out there as well, so if Niku does try and go for the phase shift, you are going to have a way to kind of keep him locked down out once he comes from that. So yeah, no, I can see how there are benefits, but Erase actually going to try and get the chase down onto Niku. Niku taking a lot of damage from this one, does have his bottle though, and yeah, Erase, he is a big tanky boy. I think that's going to be, is that a full, no, it's just the bottle coming in here, so it's not the bracer here for Erase, but he's going to be able to get a lot of health and mana back here with this bottle coming up, and you see that Niku, he's just trying to keep this pressure on, while Erase is low mana, and he didn't actually have the mana there as well, so won't be able to throw it onto Niku. Niku, they're just going to split out for the water runes.
I would have liked to get that bottle maybe a little earlier, push the wave back harder so that you can grab one rune without contest and have Erase need to choose between grabbing the creep wave or grabbing the rune, but it is hard for Buck on those first couple of levels to be the one pushing. You just don't have the damage.
Yeah, and shield's coming up. You can see that Niku, yeah, he is losing that health, he's losing that mana. Does have the water rune as well inside that bottle, and we'll see how Erase is going to try and play around this one. You know what he's going to do when he tries to get that early power spike in. Looking at the other lanes, I mean, yeah, top of the last tier as well. He's having a really good time. Top of the, let's take a look at the other lanes though. So King, on this bottom lane, he's going to be above the Medusa in terms of last. It's Medusa not having too bad a time though in the lane. Up against the Centaur, Hoodwink potential kill lane coming out. I suppose Riddies as well offers some good protection on that Lion. You know, he's level 2, so he's keeping hold just in case he does need that mana drain back onto Juice. But he does have the Earth Spike just in case things get a little bit spicy here coming out from Emptiness.
Exactly. You won't see them make any aggressive moves whatsoever on this Na'Vi lane. It's really just all about the Medusa needs to farm. Anybody who gets aggressive will have to come from Yellow Submarine. And you need to be able to stop that off. Because maybe sometimes melee laners get in trouble when the second level into the snake comes out, but Centaur is so ridiculously tanky that usually it is not... you won't be in the position to make the aggressive play ever in this one.
I think it's going to kill onto Daisy. Sorry, I was just watching it. Daisy just get that tether back off there as well. But that Frostbite is so close. King, he didn't actually have the mana to capitalize on that. Look for the kill onto Daisy. Now Daisy will be able to heal himself up somewhat. PMA, the tether's going as well. So he's going to have that heals coming out. And you see that Astigor on the back lines. Well, he's going to try and go to that courier. But he's going to be super careful here because PMA, if he gets on top of him, there is going to be the damage coming through. But Frostbite, can he get with the pulverize? Still going underneath the tower. That will be the first blood. And it will be the Primal Beast that picks it up. And hell, King's going to be super careful here that he doesn't get dove here by PMA, but PMA doesn't actually have a point in the onslaught, so won't be able to follow King underneath that tower.
Not yet, at least, but I think this is a sign of things to come. This lane is only going to become harder and harder for the Luna from this point onward. Her most peaceful days are over.
And yeah, so are you looking at maybe you're doing building stacks out for the Luna? You're in the triangle, you're just building it as far away. I suppose you can build them far away, but you're going to have that relocate coming in once Days hits 6 as well. So King, he was a lot safer in that last game. You know, this is going to be open season, it feels like, on the Luna.
It could be, yeah, but you know, you still need division. It's very hard to take an enemy triangle just like that. It will depend on the puck having a good game. And I gotta say right now, Array's doing a little bit better than I expected him in the mid lane. Like normally the CS difference that you see is about 5 or so, and he is climbing out above that, has a bunch of denies more as well. So Niku perhaps going to be a little bit more careful than you'd normally see a puck be here. PMA taking a lot of damage.
PMA, does he get himself away from this one here in the bottom lane? I mean, he's got Daze that can, well, actually sits in front of him here as well. He's underneath the tier 1 tower. And yeah, it's only level 1 in the Lucent Beam. Astigard used all of his spells as well, level 1 into both the Crystal Nova as well as that Frostbite. So they weren't able to follow up onto PMA. And PMA, he's just going to do the boring thing here of sitting underneath that tower, getting the regen coming in from Daze, and just trying to make sure he doesn't die to any burst damage coming out from Yellow Submarine. But yeah, just he plays it safe. He gets that regen coming out. He's going to be absolutely fine here over the next couple of minutes.
Exactly, they're not bringing in any new regen items though, so this will slow down the ability of PMA. Ooh.
Does he go down? The Skylance is onto a race. He's in the trees here. It's going to be the TP coming in from Daze. Daze has got that regen coming out. Okay. So, Erase, I wasn't familiar with your Void Spirit game. I apologize. But this having a really good time up against Niku.
Yeah, and now the runes secured as well. Ooh. That's unfortunate, though. You know, I've been looking at it a little bit more, and I was talking very confidently about the Yules being a good option for the puck here, but at the same time, the problem is that the Yules is also a great setup to set yourself up into the Void Spirit and into the Hoodwink, both the areas that you would use it against as well. So maybe a bit more of a slowdown than I thought, because as a puck you really would not be wanting to go into the BKB. But if your team can't cover for you, and it's hard to ask that from your team, then the silence might be a bigger problem for you than I initially thought.
Yeah, would you be looking at, Daze in the mid lane actually here, right? He's going to try and make this dive on something. The puck is away, and Daze, what's he got to tether to? There's going to be no Astral Step for the Void Spirit for another couple of seconds as well. Probably doesn't want to dive a tier 2 tower here, so Erase, he does have to give up the Disco Ball, and maybe comes back for that a little bit later on. But yeah, if you're looking at this one as the puck, are you looking at maybe that IO to build up into a Lotus Orb, something like that, to offer you some protection that, like you say, doesn't mean setting yourself up for potential death?
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? It would have to come from somebody else here, especially because a Lincoln Sphere is not the way to go versus the way that the Silence of the Void Spirit applies. It's a little dicey.
Okay.
I have to say.
Well, we'll see. Well, we'll see if the game goes long enough here first to actually get to that one. As on top lane, how's Juice doing? Juice, he's going to be second in net worth. In fact, he's not going to be too far behind the Luna here. Having a really good time on Juice. There's that 1 point in the split shot. So the Medusa, yeah, just going to be able to kind of go along with this one. If you're looking at this, it is going to be the Manta style first. Already got those mana boots up. So what's the build here for Medusa? Is that going to be the early BKB coming out, or do you think you just fully go into the damage items here for the Medusa?
I'm thinking about a little disperser rush action.
Yeah, a little bit here. Bottom lane, they're going to try and make this move. They're going to be able to take the kill onto King, and now Astigor. There's 3 heroes here. He's going to be left alone. Are they even going to try and get the kill? Because Rue has TP'd in now. Damage coming through. Blood Grenade onto Daze. Daze trying to get himself away from this one. Do they have the damage to take him down? Bushwhack's coming up in 3 seconds time. Daze in the trees. If he can get this latch, he might be able to get the kill. It's going to be the Frostbite coming through. They do actually get it here. And now the Bushwhack onto PMA, but PMA, he wants this Crystal Maiden. The Crystal Maiden is slowed oh so slowly, but the Frostbite, and now with the TP coming back in from this Luna, do they go into PMA? PMA is just going to try and walk himself slowly away from this one.
Good reaction from both teams, bringing in the extra supports. Yeah, this is what happens when you move your supports off the lane. Centaur does get to live, but only narrowly.
Big tanky boy. Centaur, we've already talked about him. You know, he's a survivor. He's going to make it on his own. He's fine here in this top lane. He doesn't need no scrub support. As the build, I mean, level 5 as well, so he even gets away with a Stampede. I'm surprised he's going first item Blink. You know, I'm seeing a lot of Eternal Shrouds, a lot of Veils, but I'm not seeing too many first item Blinks for Centaurs anymore.
No, usually he does feel a little fragile going up that far that fast, but I think in a game like this where you have a lot of reach from the heroes behind you, especially Erase will want to step in second ideally, and you of course have to follow up from the Hoodwink as well, it can be worth it just to empower your teammates.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see if what he actually goes back for after that Blink dies, because he's still going to be a ways away from that Blink. Mid lane. You see the Void Spirit still having a really good time here. You know, they've got the rotations from Rue. They might try and make something happen on this top lane if they can group up, you know, find the time. No Rune here for the Void Spirit though, so Empty Bottle going straight in for that Ags. So yeah, we're not going to see any early Yasha's into Manta. Yeah, he just wants to go straight offensive, get on top of that puck, get on top of the IO, and get those kills on in the back.
Exactly. This is the Russian. This is one of the things that made me doubt the Void Spirit pick in the first place, because I've seen this like the lane went pretty darn well here, as Niku quicker on the fingers there. But then after you fall into a bit of a hole where you have to farm the entire Aghanim Scepter with, you know, basically what you have in your pocket is what you have in your pocket. You're very mana reliant for your farming. And if you use all of your mana for farming, you're not going to be contributing to the fights. So not much of like an early active mid hero here compared to, you know, a Puck who will be finishing up the Witchblade way before you finish up anything and is going to start hunting your supports.
Yeah, and you can see that the Primal Beast is going to be doing the same with the help of Daze. You know, you've got that level 6 potential coming out in this camp here for the IO. So maybe, especially seeing as they won't be under vision, that they might just try and throw a surprise wrench in the works here for Yellow Submarine. Get that relocate out. Maybe look for a pickoff onto the Centaur in the top while he's alone, or even just apply pressure into the mid lane. You know, try and set up for this early aggression here on the side of Navi Jr. But yeah, for the most part, it's going to be just again a bigger threat here for the side of Navi Jr. Just having that potential of the relocate up.
Relocate into the coil. I'm wondering if Niku is going to buy a Manta style this game. I've seen Pucks do that before. Like, the PKP just really... You do it if you have to, but Dispel is good enough in this game because your biggest threats are the silence coming out from Erase as well as the root from the Crystal Maiden, and the Manta style will do perfectly fine for you here. And the attack speed and everything, we've seen the ways that Pucks scale with their phase shift, with their talents as well. You're going to be using your right clicks a lot during the game, so the Manta style hasn't been that weird of a pickup either. It's definitely been done before. I wonder if Nico's going to go that direction.
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. Maybe, like you say, he does go for that one. Like you say, it's going to benefit in that late game. If we do like 35 minutes here, 40 minutes, just being able to be that absolute right-click beast at the puck, it's kind of evolved into. And it's going to be... I mean, it's going to be a ways away, so we'll see if the game even gets that far, because Yellow Submarine, they absolutely turned it on in that last game. You know, what 25 minutes, they were just like, yeah, cool, we're just going to look for the end here, and yeah, we'll see if Navi Jr. are going to be given that time in this second game to potentially fight for their tournament lives.
Let's see, for now there is a smoke up from Erase and Rue going down to the bottom side, where 2 level 6s on PMA and Daze. There.
Can they make the backstab
backstab.
here? Yeah, they have the vision. The smoke breaks. They immediately move themselves away. That's a real nice cliff ward coming out here. Daze could be in a little bit of trouble. Was that Bushwhack Stampede actually comes out? They're going to be able to get themselves on top of the IO, but the IO, he has untethered himself. He is like the balloon floating away, as PMA will be able to get that TP out. And, yeah, sacrificial here for the support, but, yo, it keeps your core alive. You can't ask for any more. In fact, I'd probably say that's a support job most of the time. And, you know, just dying for your core, making sure they do live through. So, really well played, and it looks like Navi Jr. They're going to try and go for that counter smoke here on the line as well as the puck. They might even be able to find out to King. He's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to be able to get himself away. He's already popped that Mask of Madness, but it looks who's going to try and go for that jump in. Niku. He's going to be able to drop that Dream Coil here onto Luna. Luna can try and get himself away. Immediately pops the coil, and PMA is going to be coming into this one as well with the relocate and the damage. It is going to be enough. PMA picks up the kill, and they're going to be able to go right back to it. In fact, they might even be able to take away this ancient stack before they get relocated out here, taking this away from King. Oh, in fact, did he leave him behind? He does. He leaves PMA here. Riddies might be in a little bit of trouble here. There's going to be a real nice Earth, but the really good sharpshooter comes out from the Hoodwink, and Ruru gets the kill onto Riddies. Chased down now. PMA and Niku trying to get themselves away to safety. And it looks like Yellow Submarine. Do they actually have the chase? It's going to be a rune spawn, but it's not going to be on the top. So it looks like the puck should be able to get it. It's going to be an AD rune now coming out for Niku. This is going to be really great for the puck, especially having the shield rune up as well. If you want to get aggressive early on, going to have all the tools in the world to do it.
Yeah, this is the ideal situation for a puck to their ideal rune combination. Shame that there's no action anymore coming, but right now it doesn't interfere anything in the lane, and he keeps that bottle nice and filled up for any aggression that the enemy might come with. Yellow Submarine, though, simply farming better currently. And a lot of that is to do with the Luna, right? You get a kill on her here, and it almost feels like it doesn't matter. Unless you're actively taking her space away and she's afraid to farm. Walking your way all the way over to, you know, basically the enemy base to catch her, and it's only her dying, you don't even really take away any of her stacks, is a speed bump.
Yeah. And the Luna, it's going to be TP down to the bottom lane now as well. Asuko's going to be in a lot of trouble. Can he get himself away from this one? The Stampede, the double bushwhack comes out now as well. Crystal Nova. Is it going to be a follow-up? The Sharpshooter, though, it hits PMA and not onto Daze. So they won't be able to get the kill onto the IO. And yeah, like you say, the Luna especially, top lane. Can they get the kill into Emptiness? Emptiness here. He's going to be able to break a couple of Ankos, junking through the trees. Earthspike comes out. They do get the kill, and Juice, he gets the credit for it now as well. Niku actually pops that double damage rune, but not going to do too much with it here. Array's trying to do his best. Actually does grab him with the Remnant now as well. So a lot of damage onto Niku. But Niku, what's he going to try and do here? Gets that silence off the Dream Coil now as well. The Relocate comes in, and Array's, where he has eyes bigger than his stomach here, and the gank, it just won't sit.
Yeah, and this is one of the problems with the puck matchup. Like, sure, once you get to the silence on your Resonant Pulse, you are a huge threat to this puck. But before that, the lockdown from the Dream Coil is deadly. There's absolutely nothing you can do against that, and your shield is only physical. Early on in the game, most magic damage coming in is magical. As well, that's a tanky man right there.
Yep, got that regen coming through. The Earthspike won't actually latch to anyone. Daze, he's just looking for that tether away here. His teammates, they are going to be in range. So he goes through the little pool and does get himself out of danger here. Really well played there from Daze to be able to split that aggression coming out as well. And yeah, it's a good reset. PMA, he's looking to get some life back here as well. But with the tether from Daze, should be back healthy in no time at all.
And he is only a couple 100 golds short of finishing up the Eternal Shroud. That's going to make him pretty much impossible to kill in this game. And unlike with other heroes that go for the Eternal Shroud, it's also very hard to ignore a Primal Beast. He's hard to guide, he's fast, the Onslaught charge will come in, and of course the Pulverize is a phenomenal source of single target lockdown. So PMA has decided to be a problem, and I respect that.
Yeah, he woke up and chose violence here for the second game, as when, you look at it, he is just going to be absolutely everywhere with the help of Daze. That it's going to be, oh, speaking of, Juice, Rue, and the Santa are up here, so Daze, are they going to go for that relocate? How far away from that is it? That's a 1 second cooldown here for Daze on that relocate. He might just be able to save this Medusa. The Medusa just used the mana boots, has that healing lotus to come out as well. Stormgaze is available. The Centaur is mid-stomp though, so are the fingers going to be quick enough here for Juice to get that one off? And we'll see how this one is going to play out once everyone reconnects.
Yeah, this is This is a very unfortunate pause timing, right? And I guess some games are going to be played with this. There's also a Manta style still left to be popped. But, Acorn Shot, I think, in the process of being cast.
Yeah, it does look like that one's coming out, and I suppose, like you say that, well, if the Manta style comes out, there is going to be that bushwhack close to trees here that they will be able to find the right juice, and we've seen on the replay, everything's going down, but yeah, we'll see if got the juice, how he's going to be able to play around this one, if it is going to be able to survive, and if his teammates aren't going to be there in time, can they interrupt this one? Can they do the damage coming out? Well, we'll find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Just wait for this pause now to just come to a conclusion.
No, that's gonna take until next week, dude.
Well, you never had the double headers on, like,
No.
that was always what Cartoon Network did. Like, for the first, I don't know, dozen episodes, it was like, yeah, next week, next week, next week. And then they did double headers every 2 days. It was amazing.
That is very good if you're a kid in the early 2000s.
So, but back to the game though. Yeah, does this Medusa live? Is this going to be enough to kill? Do they? And this is, I'm looking at the Medusa's items as well while we have the pause. This is, you were talking about the gold difference. You know, the Luna is keeping up with the Medusa. It's only about 400 gold behind. But the big thing here is the Luna does have that BKB queued up after the Manta style now. So, you know, it's not going to be as aggressive a Luna as we saw in that last game. You know, you look at that Medusa, you know, you have that Diff Blade being built up. You already have one of the, you know, the Blade of Alacrity coming out. And then going straight into the Butterfly here. So this Medusa, he's just feeling like, you know, juicy. He's just feeling like he can get super aggressive on the build, not having to go through a BKB of his own. So could be the difference here between the two carries early on.
Yeah, I think part of that is definitely down to how good Manta style is in this game for Navi heroes in general, but also I think just a desire to be involved in this game and not sitting around waiting for, you know, ye olde Skadi or what have you before you you actually start showing up as the siege tank, because you have enough control around you and enough save from your Lion and your IO as well, that you don't necessarily have to wait until you are the be-all to end-all before you can show up.
Yeah, and just getting an update. Apparently the lights have gone out.
Oh no.
Oh, that's not what we want to. Hopefully, you know, it's just a quick reset. Flip some breakers, get yourself back into it, because yeah, you don't, that's especially when you have so good a time in the second game here. Navi Junior, they are fighting for their lives, you know, they want to go through into those tiebreakers. So yeah, hopefully Niku is not too far away from getting himself right back into this game.
I'd hope not. We've had a bunch of problems with Ukrainian players losing power recently, and it's it makes me want to cry sometimes, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's not a great feeling when it happens, and like I say, hopefully he's got, or you know, there's somewhere close by where he can set up and get rolling again, get himself back into this game. As you know, it would be a shame if that's, especially only 15 minutes in as well. So yeah, we'll keep our fingers crossed.
Life?
Yes, it absolutely is. That's something that I want to check, because I don't know if the rest farmers going right. Okay. Rest Farmers lost against Navi Junior. So I don't know if that means then it'd just be tiebreakers between Monty and Navi Junior, because head-to-head Navi Junior pulled it out against Rest Farmers.
Let me see, but are they going to be matching on score at all?
Yeah, if Navi Junior draw this one, Monty, Rest Farmers, and Navi Junior will all be 5-5.
Yes, but only if they draw this one.
Yeah, but only if they draw.
Exactly, and that's where I was like, well, he better come back in, because if they don't get this dub, then it is over, unfortunately.
Yeah, so this is kind of okay. So we can't go to three ways anymore, right? Because it would be Navi Junior would take out Rest Farmers if Navi Junior draw this. If Navi Junior lose, it's just gonna be between Monty and Rest Farmers, because they drew up against each other and have the same record.
Yeah, I think we would have had needed to have a Navi 2-0 for the three-way tie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
that would have been. Yeah, so no 3-ways anymore. Only 2.
Shame. As we're still in the pause, everybody, don't worry. Yeah, we're throwing the replays up. We're getting ourselves into a good position. We keep ourselves inside the game, see what's going on. As our admin, I do believe, might be able to give us a time update, see what's going on. Yeah, Navi Jr. is going to get 5 minutes of Yellow Submarine's pause time here as well. So we'll see how that one does break down as we carry on going. And yeah, hopefully, like I say, we'll be up and going in the next couple of minutes, because it would be a shame if this is how it ends. Especially, well, I can't say about Group B, because again, this is the only game I'm doing on Group B, but apparently, it's been a very close group according to, well, you.
Yes.
It would be a shame.
It has been very close. It has been very hard fought. We've had, well, a number of disconnects because of electricity going out, and some really heroic situations, including players just switching over to mobile internet in order to be able to get back into the game. I don't know if that was also on a laptop perhaps, but mobile internet alone is enough for people to say like play my pubs on that. No, never mind playing a pro game. So yeah, greatly appreciated from Yellow Submarines here, understanding that this is exactly the right moment to say that, your loss is our loss of electricity. We have to, in order to get ourselves a good match here, we gotta share the pause.
Yeah. We don't want to be ending it on anything like that. And just while we're on the subject of Group B, because that's where we are. Is there any games that we should, if you've not seen all of Group B, that you should be going back and watching? Was there any that stood out for you? Was there any exceptional performances that we should be checking out?
I'm gonna be leafing through the options here for a sec of what we have played. Because on one hand, I want to tell everybody like, hey, go watch some game with like a ridiculous offlane hero from the side of Night Pulse, but on the other hand, a bunch of those have been total draft wins where Kami Dreams Morphling just runs roughshod over everybody. And that is maybe not the most interesting. Maybe his early offlane Weaver game, because certainly for me that team has been the most interesting one in the group, even if because they've been dominant, they've just been winning a lot.
I'm seeing some Grimstrokes and Earth Spirits coming out here as well. They like the Weavers here for Saturday Night Pulse. Okay.
Night Pulse versus Yellow Submarine game 1. That is the that is a 1 hour long absolute slugfest. Not easy for either team. Yeah, actually, no, wait, that was the Naga. That was the Naga. Never mind, don't do that. Naga was boring. But there was another game that they played. Shit. Oh, there goes my swear word for the for the broadcast.
Good use. Yeah. Great use.
No, I mean Naga is ass, and anybody picking her should feel like ass.
Oh, Kips, tell us how you really feel about the Naga Siren. Yeah. So, that was a 54-minute game, Navi Junior and Night Pulse.
Yeah, no, you're asking me about the Naga Siren, right? I do think that there's ways to play the Naga Siren in an interesting way, especially if you get active once the Orchid comes online. But the last couple of Naga games that I've seen is like, okay, we've got the Manta style, we've got the Orchid, we could be going right now, but why do that when we can just, wait 5 minutes longer for my heart? And then we wait 5 minutes longer for the heart, and then it's a Naga game that hasn't ended, and it's it takes forever, and we're now bidding on pause time, it seems. But you already got all their pause time. You already gave it all away.
Well, they get half of it, right? Each team gets 10 minutes, and they give away. Yellow Submarine give away half of that one there to the side of Navi Junior. Why so cheap? I wonder who's got the micro skills here on Navi Junior. If they just need to maybe control out the puck for just a few minutes, get that second hero going. I mean, it's got to be the Medusa, right? Yeah, it's only a puck. It's not like it's one of the most button intensive heroes in that early part of the game. It's fine. It's fine.
It's not like any of these other two support players especially have a whole lot on their minds as well. There's so much macro things to keep in mind if you're an IO, a lot of shots to call. And then over on the Lion, literally the rest of the supporting job is his. Because the IO is not going to do it for you.
If the Medusa survive this fight, or when they respawn, you let Juice play the perk, because all you need to do on the Medusa is just shift A click all the camps, right? So the Medusa just goes and farms them, and you just reset that one once all the camps respawn. So I'm sure Juice can play this perk while he's waiting for his teammate to reconnect.
Man, that's true. Got the Juice has never been short on good button presses himself. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a bunch of puck plays in his back pocket.
So, yeah, well, again, hopefully it won't be too long before we get ourselves back into this one. Is there anything item-wise coming out? I mean, it's only 15 minutes in, so it's fairly early on. But the Centaur does have that blink up. He's going to go back for the Veil. Meanwhile, the Primal Beast, he's not too far away from that Eternal Shroud here on PMA. He's going to be about 174 gold out for the Primal Beast. Days, he's got the Holy Locket gold in about 70 gold. That's going to be a real nice pickup for the IO. And then I assume it's going to be the Mechanism to come out for him.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just going to see the IO go defense, 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 because everybody in the world is gunning for him, and he knows it. And bringing that extra heal towards his team as well. The extra armor from the mech, always very welcome as well. So, no, it looks to be pretty standard, apart from the question of, like, what is the puck going to buy? That is still my one and only big question mark.
Yeah. Well, the Witchblade is up. I assume the puck might want to go Boots of Travel next, because otherwise you would have got the power treads in the lane, something like that to get you just that little bit more extra stats up against the Void Spirit. So yeah, I could see that being the Boots of Travel to come out, and odds are on screen, guys. So like I say, if you want to get yourself a bonus, it's the 1XRLGEU is the promo code to use on the app or the website. But yeah, for the most part, I mean, it's still good positions here. Net worth-wise, the perk, he's kept pace with the Void Spirit, even though he felt a little bit bullied in the lane. The Primal Beast, he's rocking that net worth above the Centaur here, and yeah, the Medusa kind of doing the same up against the Luna. So, what are we expecting here from Lions going straight Blink Dagger? We've got again, the IO building up into that, the Holy Locket. Crystal Maiden, going to be the drums. This is a build that I've been seeing more and more. Again, the Crystal Maiden drums, no Force Staffs, no Glimmer Capes. You just go straight into those Bongo Boots coming out for the Crystal Maiden. And yeah, just pump up your team with the extra speed.
Bless Yellow Submarine. Doing the right thing. Alright, well, the other thing that's still here to talk about, I think, is the game state outside of the heroes, which is, yeah, thank you, Yellow Submarine is, Navi Jr. is saying it as well. Nobody wants to be here right now, absolutely nobody. Anyway, the big deal, I think, here for the side of Yellow Submarine is that they still... You already paid for the pause, huh?
Yeah, it deposits down now. You don't get that back. It's non-refundable.
No. Unfortunate. Anyway, the big difference here is that the mid tower is still up for the side of Yellow Submarine, which is, a lot of people like to think about that as a defensive asset, something to where, the creep wave is going to automatically bounce off, so it's going to always be deeper inside the dire territory here. But it's also an offensive asset where if something happens on your side of the map, Navi Jr. makes a smoke anchor somewhere, you react, or you take a Roshan, afterwards you can still TP to the middle of the map and make really fast moves into enemy territory from that middle tier 1 tower. And I think that is the most important feature of it.
Oh,
as
quick on. Oh no.
Oh, misunderstanding.
Oh. Then, yeah, well, they tried to take the money back, and we're going to get the go.
Yeah, then you get the money back.
Yeah,
no cure, no pay.
What's going to happen? No, exactly it. We'll see what's going to happen here to the Medusa. The Bushwhack does come through, but it looks like Yellow Submarine going to be backing themselves away, not committing onto this one. Maybe just, you know, with that pause, you're just saying, well, we can do the right thing. We'll step away from Juice and at least let the Medusa live while they've got this disconnect going.
Yeah, and it was risky as well. I think there was a sign of the IO TP coming in, and now it will be Daze microing Niku. Just keeping this mid-wave out, I suppose. Playing keep away.
Yeah, and I suppose this is safe for the puck to do, like you say, just be able to push this wave out, farm the side camps up as well. You've got the arrow that can back up, so you always have the panic button if you need it.
Juice.
And
Ping in top.
I mean, he was looking towards Emptiness here. Emptiness, he's getting cheeky. He's you know, on the center. He's taking away these Medusa stacks, and this is gonna be a big pickup here for the side of the Yellow Submarine.
He's also low.
Well, the Hex comes out. Do they have the Finger of Death? They do. Riddy's really well played to get the kill here.
Yeah, you know, Daze is microing, so he's still relocated in, even though he would have done the math there. But yeah, there's a little bit of efficiency loss there for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, at least they still secure themselves that stack, and yeah, okay, the relocate's going to be down for what is it, like the next 80 seconds or so. It's not the biggest cooldown in the world as a Centaur will.
No, it might matter here.
Well, yeah, could have used it. The charge comes away, but Rude, they still get the kill onto PMA. So Yellow Submarine being able to take full advantage here of being that man up in this game so far.
It is what it is. At the very least, you're still keeping the farm up on the puck. You're keeping that mid-wave out. And you are not the team that was going to get active first, I don't think. I mean, you did have the Eternal Shroud, which is something that together with the Holy Locket being finished, the Primal Beast is an absolute monster right now. You would like to leverage that.
Yeah,
and
you can see that. Go on.
I see that not only my Crystal Maiden is bugged.
Dire's bottom tower is
Yeah, it's a fashion feature. You know, you paid for the full, or what? It's not the Arcana, the Persona. You know, you're gonna get the benefit of the full Persona. You know, it's value for money. As yeah, it's running on that little ice spot here. As to go, this is how she stays fast as the Wolves of Ice Rack. You get that movement speed. It's like a Slardar. The movement speed is boost in the river. You get out of the Crystal Maiden from the Frost.
Yeah, I can see that, but maybe build less control, maybe a little slippery, something like that. Can you imagine that being added? That would be annoying as hell.
Yeah, it'd be almost as silly as maybe given something like the Brewmaster, damage from fire type moves only. You know.
Yeah, because we used to defer between those here in Dota 2. Elemental damage types.
Used to be like a full-on Pokemon like kind of style.
Rock, paper, scissors, Spock. There's another one in there, but I forgot. Lizard.
It's like
Lizard Spock.
Is it, yeah. If they try and make a move onto this one, Riddy, he's going to be the furthest one forward. Jump comes in, starts to be here with the Rotomatos. They do get a great gank onto Riddy's, but he was the furthest one forward. It does mean that got the juice is going to be able to get that TP away, keep himself alive. So again, the support early warning system comes out and it pays off here for Navi Jr.
Yeah, you gotta bail. And the only thing that you would normally hope here is that you can, you know, as soon as everybody shows on top, you throw your puck down the mid lane, for example, you start hitting that mid tower. Got the juice is already bought. Got the Diffusal Blade up as well, by the way, and moving towards Disperser. You'd want to get a trade of this for in some way, shape, or form, but that's hard when your IO is playing your puck.
And yeah, like you say, it's kind of like, how good is he going to be at spinning these plates here? You know, is he going to be on the ball for those? It's a really nice ward coming out from the side of Yellow Submarine here as well in the dire triangle. It's going to see that Medusa moving through, but Medusa's moving right through to that tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Going to have some protection coming out here. Smoke for the line as well as the Primal Beast. They might just be able to body block here now as well. Yeah, a race comes in. They're going to be able to get the Hex. Was that pulverized? The Bushwhack won't actually connect. Rotovators comes out. Finger of Death. They should be able to, will be able to get the kill into a race, and now they might be able to go for more now. So Dream Call comes out, and this is going to be Rue. Okay, sharpshooter to the higher ground, and a really good stampede to get Rue away as well. So quick fingers, but it is going to be 2 ults there committed to get that support Hoodwink away.
Yeah, and not so much for your Void Spirit, whose Aghanim Scepter timing is the one that you're playing for right now. He's tanky, he's hard to bring down, and instead misplays into a Lion who's more than happy to give him the business. Lion is phenomenal versus single initiators like that. You want to be going in with 2 heroes versus a Lion just because the first one is always going to get the full brunt, including the finger.
Yeah, and this is kind of thing, right, that a race, he isn't building up into a Lincolns of his own. You know, there's no Lotuses as far as I can see being built up on the side of Yellow Submarine, so BKB isn't something that he's got queued up here as well. Looks like it's actually going to be the Sanjin Kaya. So yeah, the Void Spirit. He is going to be vulnerable to those jump in hexes coming out from the lines now that the line's got that blink up.
Yep. It's a little bit more of a greedy option, but at the same time you do scale really well with the extra right click capabilities that comes out of the Sanj component there as well. So. It's I can see why you do that.
Yeah, I don't mind it. He's got to be so careful on the placement, it feels like. And while that was going on, you had Luna in the enemy jungle just moving through, even popping the illusions, you know, getting the farm out onto the stacks, just being a bit of a menace. Do we see, though, Relocate is back up. Daze is being connected to PMA, but PMA is just doing a little bit of farming here. Centaur close to the perk. You've got to be, you know, 2 places at once here on Daze, just being able to keep control of Niku. So we'll see just how they try and play around this one. Do they actually want to try and make a move here now that Relocate is up? Smoke coming through from Yellow Submarine, so they're trying to make a move, and it might just be to pressure this tier 2 tower, force a reaction, and force a rotation out of the side of Navi Jr.
They're not going to. Navi Jr. at this point, the best plays you can make with a puck now are reactive. That's the easiest way to do it. And your game plan should be to get Got the Juice as ridiculously farmed as possible. He has the dispersion. It's going to be a significant speed up for his farm once again as well. Is level 16 as well. And you let Yellow Submarine do the moving.
Yeah. Are you looking for a fight then? Yellow Submarine, like say, they're just trying to push this advantage. Like they've got the 2 levels above the Medusa on the Luna. Phylactery's up now as well, going towards that Kandar. Is this just the perfect timing for Yellow Submarine?
Absolutely. That's why they're smoked up here over to the side as well. Void Spirit moving in. Navi Jr. weren't born yesterday. Read this one. Doesn't mean that they're going to be able to get away scot-free though.
Well, jump comes in, Lion is going to be taken care of, and Got the Juice again should be able to survive. Still has that Stone Gaze if needed. Going towards the Scotty here on the Medusa, just more stats, more health, more mana, more everything here for the Medusa. Just wants to tank up as much as possible, and yeah, going to be, again, just trying to play this one safe here. It looks like the side of Navi Jr., but they might be losing this tier 2 tower in the mid lane, thanks to just having to play so defensively.
No, it is going to be the Medusa versus the world at the end of this game, because you can only expect so much out of the remnant of the puck that you have in here now, right? You're going to get a coil most likely, and during the coil people need to die. You won't have Niku zipping and zapping, helloing and goodbying his way through the enemy backlines anytime soon. You're also not going to have a lot of split pushing out of him, unfortunately. Which is something that at this point in the game you would really benefit from. It's just going to be enabling. Oh!
Okay, Niku gets the reconnect in. Yeah.
Less. So, and he's got 5k gold. Blink? Yeah.
Okay.
What else?
What are they going to do with this?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, what else actually here? I mean, he's been finding the farm. Niku, thanks to his teammates, be able to micro him out. He's not died at all, I think, while he's been disconnected. So, yeah, this perk, he's been set up for a really good position on the reconnect onto Niku. And let's see how he's going to try and play around this one. 2.3k gold. What else are you looking at here for the perk? Because it's just straight Kaya. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Really good item to pick up here for Niku. And yeah, going to be able to get himself right into these fights.
Yeah, the most impact that you can possibly get yourself here for this amount of money, wanting to make up for lost time, is like, I'm so happy that he's back. And in a reasonable time frame. Like, don't get me wrong, this game was equal when he left. It's only been a couple of minutes, but they haven't lost in this time yet. This game is absolutely recoverable.
Oh yeah, and yeah, you're looking at this Medusa pushing out. Okay, he's going to be a level behind the Luna. The Luna just farming a little bit more face to face, it feels like. But matchup wise, the Medusa is going to be able to dissuade the Luna from trying to push in with that Stone Gaze coming out. There's going to be the Kanda out for the Luna here as well. But I think, you know, man fight or woman fight coming out here between these two carries. I still think I prefer the Medusa just a little bit, especially once he gets that Skadi up.
Rob, I'm allowed to say it. Bitch fight.
I wasn't gonna go there, you know.
But I was.
You know, yeah, okay, that's fair enough.
Nobody else gets to. It's my one privilege.
Jump comes in, they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Crystal Maiden here, but the back line's out. What are they going to be able to do onto this one? Medusa going to be silenced up. Do they have the control to get the kill onto this one? It's Mana is running away from him, and look at the damage coming out. Might just survive through this one, trying to run away, but the Medusa will more anything, and King will be able to get the kill. And now that the Pulverize comes out, PMA, he is going to be bushwhacked up, and Yellow Submarine, they make it 4 kills.
This is one of the reasons why they were playing passive before. Certainly easier to deal with the fact that there's double jump on the enemy when one of them's already spent going in on you. And here, absolutely devastating reaction.
Yeah, and look at this one, Juice. He never gets the Stone Gaze off. Yeah. And Jump comes in, he pops a Manta Style really early on and tries to get himself away, but the Bushwhack comes in, the control, the damage, look at that.
Yeah. This is a second jump
Just
that
didn't
does you
have,
in.
yeah. And really didn't have the mana to get that Stone Gaze off. Obviously, potentially using more life, so he just tried to run himself away there. Or, you know, effective health if you pop that Stone Gaze. But he had nothing left. Yeah, he absolutely got burned down in that initial engagement.
Yeah, the thing is that I'm not even sure you get out alive anymore if you don't go for the Crystal Maiden there. That's the biggest problem. You are already committed, you are in position to push the tower, and I guess the tower still went down. That could do something for you in the long run, but in the short term, certainly this now looks a whole lot more dire. And Rue has
it's
just
looking a little bit radiant to me.
Caught up. Yeah, well, fair enough.
As I mean, the Medusa not going to be too far away from that Skadi, just needs that recipe up now, so going to be 280 gold away. Not the slowest farmer in the game as well, this Medusa, so should have it up sometime soon. Well, if Niku isn't going to be taking stacks away from him. But, yeah, are they actually going to go for the Tormentor here as well? So this might actually be a really nice pickup for the Silent Navi Jr. Niku's going to be careful, loses a lot of health here. But yeah, they will be able to take this one down. It is going to be traded off for Roshan, but they get that IO. So the overcharge coming out from the Shard is going to be on the board here for the Silent Navi Jr. in that next fight.
That's going to do some work for the Medusa, especially with the Mystic Snake bouncing around at Spell Life Steal, but on the other hand, of course, it is all about the mana for her. And, well, Skadi is finished, so that's a bunch of extra stats. A shard for Ridis as well.
Yeah, and it's going to be the BKB next. Yeah, Medusa knows early on it was nice just to get that full offensive build out here for the Medusa, but needs something defensive here for the Medusa. If he gets jumped like that again, it might just be curtains for Navi Jr., so they can't take the risk. So BKB could be the next item to pick on the Juice, as it looks like Yellow Submarine with this Aegis, they might just start to pressure this high ground out just a little bit.
Just a little bit, but Niku there understanding very well what his risk profile is and attracting a bunch of attention in a situation where he can't die if he presses his buttons right. Has the Nemesis curse as well. That right there is a man who's playing for the win.
Yeah, I like this. I think it was Bao that I was speaking to about it, that if you're gonna die anyway, you know, if Puck, you know, okay, Puck might not be the best example.
Medusa marching up, blink up.
Did you get the jump out now? Can they get the kill? There might be a lot of damage. Finger of Death comes through, and they take down a race. But Gleipnir, the control onto 4 of them, what can they do from this one? It might just be the retreat here for Yellow Submarine. Yeah, no real follow-up. You can see that 3 of the 4 heroes for Yellow Submarine, they weren't here to take advantage of that.
Junior strike out of the darkness. Quite unexpected, I think, if you're Yellow Submarine.
3 Nemesis curses across the board. Nemesis curse? Plural? Curses?
I suppose Nemesis curses.
Ah, yes, the Nemesis is curses.
Are you turning into a snake on me?
Either that or the temperature dropped drastically here in my room. You know, just got the chattering teeth going. But yeah, like I say, I like the extra damage, and yeah, sometimes it's like if you're gonna die anyway, or if you get on top of it, you might just die anyway. So that extra damage might be the game changer here. So you're gonna get on top of him. Juice, does he get himself away from this one? And King, he's got his own Scotty now as well. Got that slowdown Earth Spike. It might just be enough to keep them alive, but got the Juice. That Kanda damage coming through from the Lucent Beam. It took so much mana away, and the Medusa just has to turn tail and run.
Yeah, she's already so slow. Once that slow from the Scotty comes in, you're slowed down to a crawl. As your ranged hero, 50% slow. Lovely.
Yeah, especially with not having anyone that could body block here for you. They didn't have the time to get that relocating. Juice was just straight out. You know, he was just trying to move out as fast as possible. And Yellow Submarine, maybe with like that sensor or something, they might have got that kill here. But King a little bit too far forward himself. No one there to help take advantage of him that one. But they might be able to take down this tier 2 tower now with the pressure that Yellow Submarine are applying.
Yeah, I mean, King is there because nobody else is supposed to be there, right? So, not weird that there's nobody to follow up on the kill.
Yeah, and with the Sages being here for the next minute and 30 seconds, do they just, like, kind of camp out on this low ground here, Yellow Submarine? Is it just kind of a case of fact they might not have the Sages for very much longer? It gets broken, goes down about a minute and 20 seconds earlier than I was expecting here. Jump comes in. Do they have the control from this now as well? PMA is going to try and pop that BKB. Got that trample damage coming through. The freezing field going to be popped by the Crystal Maiden. Trying to get on top. The Pulverize will be here now. They get the kill onto Astagor. They won't be able to go for any more onto this one. Sharpshooter comes in. The Lion. He nearly gets trophy hunted here by the Hoodwink, and he's going to survive just by the skin of his teeth. So backs himself up, and yeah, both sides here going to be happy, or I guess not happy, but accepting the way the last fight went and just back themselves away to safety.
Navi Jr. really great high ground hold there, and especially important that you hold the Stone Glaze and got the Juice there to make sure that once you've got that Luna down and you chase Yellow Submarine out of the base, they can't actually deliver that devastating counter initiation with the Centaur and erases Void Spirit anymore without dire possible consequences.
Yes, and this time it would have been dire consequences here for the side of Yellow Submarine, so they do back themselves away. You can't make a pun like that and not expect me to acknowledge it. It's just, it's not how it works.
It's in my head now. Like, you've seen the word and that puts it at the top of your, you know, you leaf through your lexicon of words and like, okay, which one shall I pick this time? And it's just, it's there in caps. Italicized.
Yeah.
You use it once and it gets stuck, man, I swear.
Well, we'll see how many more times you get to use it here in this game. It's 32 minutes in. It's a 9k net worth lead for Yellow Submarine, but it doesn't feel like Navi Jr. are that far behind if they can find a good engagement, right? You know, it's not like it's a 40k lead, the game's over. You know, Navi Jr., they do still have a few punches they can pull. And King, he is the furthest one forward. We've already seen him go down with an Aegis quickly once. But it looks like Navi Jr. not going to try and force the issue here, just around the triangle. Shivas comes out, but it's not going to connect on anyone from that Centaur. Oh, Riddies though. He was out of position, and King will be able to slay the Lion.
Yeah, it could be a lot worse for Navi Jr. The problem is, of course, that King is approaching level 25 right now. We'll have that way before anybody in the game. So they still have a rather sizable Luna problem. Eventually, though, I do think that the Medusa should be able to outscale her. But that's eventually, and for now, I think for at least 7 minutes more, we're still in Luna Town. And that probably includes another Aegis for King. Unless Navi Jr. managed to put an interesting twist in the tail here.
So, if you're Navi Jr., are you just playing keep away until that potential Roche spawn? You're just looking for your farm, looking for your items, looking to avoid these fights? Or do you kind of want to set an advantage here for that Roshan, you know, when it's coming up in the next minute and a half, potentially?
If you could take the Roshan, then all of that time that the Luna is still for sure stronger than your Medusa, a lot of that is going to be wasted. I think you gotta be keeping a real sharp eye out for possibilities of turning this game. I mean, listen, your puck is climbing back up in there. You do have some firepower on him now. It is possible to pick people like this supports off. Rue especially comes to mind, and get yourself a bunch of extra time that way, because a lot of people are talking about creating space, but space is bought, and you have to take risks sometimes. You have to put something on the table in order to see if you can buy. And I think Navi Jr. with, like, for example, the succeeded assassination of Erase in his own triangle earlier, where they left his ward. That's still watching him here for a sec. Those are the kinds of plays that you need to still be ready to make, looking to make, if you want to keep like the extension of this game in your own hands.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. So King, he's going to try and solo a Tormentor here. Does he get it? Well, it looks like Emptiness had to join in for that last little bit in the end. We've seen too many Tormentor slays here, and Emptiness was just like, you know what, King, we're not going to let you go down like that. As who actually got the shard? I wasn't paying attention because I was just being a little bit whimsy. It's going to be the Crystal Maiden. So the Crystal Clone comes out, and yeah, that's a really good shot. In fact, out of all the shots that could have been picked up, that's probably the best one here. Just being able to throw that out in the middle of a fight, and it's something that teams sometimes don't expect, to be disrupted like that one, be locked down in an AoE Frostbite. It's like, what the hell's going on? It's like, oh yeah, okay, Crystal Clone, whatever. But yeah, has to go.
That's confusing.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is that the Crystal Maiden has to put herself in danger, has to be in the middle of those fights, but sometimes it's worth it.
No, like your root, no matter how late it gets into the game, the Frostbite is still a very powerful tool to start off fights with, and there are a bunch of Crystal Maiden players who love to be far forward and see if they can get opportunities for that root.
Yeah, every Crystal Maiden in my pups like to be the furthest hero forwards, and it's a little bit different. Yeah, because they're rocking the Aghanim Scepters and BKBs, just like you say, Navi Jr. Making a move, that Roshan respawn here, the timing on this one. Do the Lunar Illusion scout this one out. Gonna send one of those across, it looks like the timing.
No, they don't, they don't.
Yeah, and you can see the Yellow Submarine, they're moving into this one. Could see a fight coming out. Got the Juice going to be the only one inside the pit. PMA is close here now as well. They're trying to set the booby trap here onto Navi Jr. Trying to set this one up for Yellow Submarine, but the Yellow Submarine, do they fall into it now? The wards are going to go down. Smokes here on all 5 of Yellow Submarine. You can see that PMA, he's not quite sure where he wants to stand for this one. To play that body blocker coming out here. Got the Juice still inside the pit. Going to try and do what they can. King, though, they get the vision. PMA is going to be jumped on. Centaur gets himself easy. Maybe a misclick there on the twin gate, and it might actually put him in a really bad position. Because look at this one. The damage coming through. Erase dives to the back lines. Might be able to get the kill onto the line. No, it's going to be Io healing up that line now as well. Freezing Field comes out, but it's going to be onto no one as the dive carries on coming through. Can they get the kill? They do. They take down Riddies, but the Centaur, Erase, to be locked down in the Pulverize. They get the kill onto the Io here with the Centaur. So a 3v4. Yeah. And you've used a lot of your resources here on the side of Yellow Submarine. Do they want to stick around on this fight? It looks like they do. They're going to try and get the jump. Got the Juice. He pops that BKB, doing a lot of damage here. King, though, going to try and stand his ground, and it looks like Got the Juice. Even through the BKB, can he still get the kill? King, look for that chase down. One more Loosen Beam, one more anything here. Might be able to get the kill onto Got the Juice. Got the Juice trying to do what he can, but it doesn't matter. Navi Jr., was that a buyback and a dieback onto Days here? Well, it was. And they're even going to give up the Roshan onto this one. 4 heroes down, and the Roshan to boot. 5 heroes down with the IO, excuse me, buyback.
And now you are in trouble. You don't make this play on Navi Jr. if you don't feel incredibly pressured to get this rush. You know that with his Aegis, the Luna is most likely going to take the entirety of your base. This is your worst case scenario.
Yeah, and just look at this one. Even the dive on the backlines here, Erase, he's just able to split this team up so much. The lockdown both supports away from the rest of the courts here. That IO is desperately looking for the tether to anybody, but they're too far away, so it costs them a race. But you take that trade all day long if you get the 4 heroes, 5 heroes out of that.
I think the reaction onto the Centaur was a bad idea. Of course, it's the only one you get. You can't let him stand in the middle. But at the same time, that is not a hero you want to spend what limited damage you have on.
Yeah, and yeah, because how tanky is he? 4k health. This is what I'm saying. Maybe just take a little bit of health off everybody, because Centaur 4k health. I know he's always been that like the tank kind of hero, just being able to pull the aggression out. But yeah, maybe just a little bit too much health in the game at the minute. Just a scooch.
A little bit. I think I agree with you. You did usually have to buy a heart for those types of HP numbers. But, you know, on the other hand, I do think that a lot of damage has gone up as well. Like, we've had a little power creep in Dota here and there.
Yeah.
So, maybe it can be justified. I don't know. I'm not a frog.
No, this is true. I mean, the Frog's back now. We've already seen the screenshots of Deadshot, or whatever that next game's called. He's right back onto the production of Dota. That's what the patch was waiting for, you know, just for him to be done the past 4 years for whatever this new game is he's developing that's been announced. But, or not even announced, was it leaked? Did someone Cyclops it? I think someone might have Cyclopsed it.
All I know is that there's a Primal Beast jumping in.
Yeah, can he get this damage out though? It looks like the Primal Beast trying to get himself away from this one. The Rotovators, he has to pop that BKB, trying to get himself and will get himself to the high ground. And it looks like in the end they trade off Niku to keep PMA alive. Not sure if that's the best of trades here, but PMA, he will be away.
It will be, yeah, and you didn't even get a pop off. Well, you can't even get a pop off the BKB of the Luna because she currently doesn't have it in their inventory. Nothing on the Aegis either. No Eclipse spent. Base becomes that much harder to hold.
It is going to be a jump in now as well, trying to get on top here. Erase, what's he going to do? He just tries to go for that dissimulate away. So, yeah, they are trying to get what disruption they can. You know, scouting out that higher ground. Ooh, the Earth Spike is going to be... It doesn't actually connect to anyone here as King. He's got that Lotus Sub on top of him, trying to do what he can. And again, this is the scary part of the Luna. If you take down that tier 3 tower, all of a sudden these bouncing glaives, they will rip down this base with no way to really stop it here, King. Jump comes in. Lotus Orb's going to be here. They're going to try and get that kill even after Lotus Orb. Does it wear off in time? Aegis is going to be popped. PMA, he's waiting around. He still has his ultimate to go. No BKB though. What can they do for this one? They're going to be able to get both supports once again. PMA, this might just be Butch and Sundance time coming up. Navi Jr. Yeah, you've got the juice, and they might even have this juice here. Locking him down inside the tier 4 towers. The damage coming through even inside the BKB. He's got that Stone Gaze going though. And you see the King just going to try and turn his back. He's just going onto it. Now Stampede, blink in. Damage coming through. Niku has respawned, but that Medusa is gone. She is slain. She is waiting to be shown to the Titan here as Yellow Submarine. They are going to be rocking this one a 2-0, and Navi Jr., I do believe that does knock them out of the playoffs.
It does, yeah.
Tiebreaks to the playoffs, yeah.
It's a shame because we don't know exactly what would have happened as the game continued. I do think that, of course, you're playing with a Luna. Yellow Submarine was going to be faster. They also looked quite dominant in the previous match that was played. So I don't think that the outcome ultimately feels all that wrong to me. But man, you would have just liked Navi Jr. to get to play the one out properly.
Yeah. And it would have been a really nice one for them. I suppose it's kind of like Rest Farmers were crossing the fingers on this one there as well. You know, they had the Yellow Submarine jerseys on, and they were kind of backing them as well. But yeah, unfortunately, Navi Jr., it will, I think, mean the end of their campaign here in Season 2 of the European. But I think we're going to be able to take a look at the table to see how it's going to break down, you know, just to see how that one goes. And yeah, so we have Monty and Rest Farmers on 15 points each. I do believe that it's going to be tiebreakers between them. And Yellow Submarines in second, and Night Pulse rocking that first place.
Yeah, and Navi Jr. here with a second to last place. Very unfortunate, but not with a very bad score at all. This is how close this group has been, and sometimes getting a bunch of points on the board is not actually enough to wrestle your way into the top. Certainly an improvement, I think, in their performance and in their stability over the last time around. And, well, you know what? They beat last time's victors, so...
Yeah, true. And that is going to be, yeah, like you said, that's going to be really good for not only Group B, but everybody in Group A going into these, or everybody that's going to be going into the playoffs here, because, yeah, Namiga were top of the points board with 100 points from last season, and now they won't get anything, so it will reopen that top of the table up here. Dandelion's Mouse, who actually dropped out of this season for Night Pulse, so Night Pulse going to benefit from that as well. Monty, Marsbet, Yellow Submarines, Navi Jr. and Rest Farmers with all points on the board here, looking to get more of them going into the playoffs. Obviously, the team's in the playoffs, but that is going to be it for the groups. It's going to be it for the day as well. So, Kips, I know you've been going all day. Any final thoughts on the day?
I mean, if the playoffs are going to be anywhere as close as the group stage has been, we are in for one hell of a ride. So I'm ready for those tiebreakers, and I'm ready to strap in for the playoffs. Let's get to it.
Okay, well, that is going to be wrapping it up for the day, so we'll see you back for the playoffs in a few days. Everybody, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you when the playoffs go live. Same time, same place here on the stream. We'll see you in a few days.
It's hard to imagine a match without first blood.
Drink spaghetti.
Check it out.
There are more chances you'll be paid at 1xBet.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. 1xBet.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.